Yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better wake them up, get them going. It is a rainy Monday. Yeah, if you see that morning sky first, it's going to need an umbrella. There's a lot of clouds, a lot of rain, a lot of ponding water on roadways. Going to be a treacherous commute potentially. So, as we always say, get up and out, get an early start, and take your time. Pack your patience if you're up and out this morning. Going to be raining throughout the morning. It's been raining all night long with storms moving from the south to the north. Throughout the overnights and into this morning. So be careful out there as you get up and out. We appreciate you being there wherever you're finding us to start our week here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Our 5-hour morning-by-morning conversation begins right now. Whether you're on 101.9 AM 1260, maybe streaming, as you can always find us on that Horn app. Download it to your smartphone, touch of a button. You've got us wherever you are, all over the wet 512, all over the wet state of Texas, and all over the world at our Horn app, and also at hornfm.com on this Monday, coming off of divisional playoff weekend. The Final Four is set in the NFL. We have a pair of 1 seeds and a pair of 3 seeds in the championship Sunday. Some great games over the weekend. We will certainly talk about them. Also a buzzer beater of a win for the Longhorn basketball team. Busy weekend for the Longhorn football team. An absolute unicorn of an accomplishment on the PGA Tour, which we'll talk about. We'll get to all of it. That's why we need 5 hours each morning to get to everything we need to discuss with you. We appreciate you being there as we launch this Monday. Look who it is, rolling through the raindrops and the ponding water and all the treacherous weather to roll into the South Austin Onion Creek compound. He is our shutdown corner 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, out of the 713 down in Houston, Texas, out of DB High. Also DBU right here in the 512. Lifetime Longhorn, the football theorist, Black Stradamus, and Proud Papa, Baby Monroe. How is the weather out there, Mr. Rod Babers? Good morning.
I appreciate the intro and the hospitality. Yes, it is wet and wild out there, so everybody please be careful. It's dumping outside, so be careful, drive slow, no need to rush. If you're going to be late, that's better than something bad happening, all right? So just be safe out there. It doesn't matter. It's going to be slow anyway, and it's going to be, it's going to be ugly. You know how it gets when it rains in Austin. I love Austinites, but y'all can't drive in the rain, so it's okay. Just take your time out there because it's supposed to dump all day. I think most of the day anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be later on. We're dealing with it.
Don't even worry about it. Don't let it stress you out.
Well, and I think I was watching the local news this morning. I think between where we are and Onion Creek down in Dubuque has gotten near 3 inches of rain overnight.
Yeah.
So it's going to be that ponding water, and that's it's different in all places, but they've got some low water crossings that are already shut down. Ty Henderson, our producer, is in the Horn headquarters and Horn compound. Ty, how are the roads for you going from east to west?
It was a little treacherous on the way in.
A little treacherous.
I hydroplaned a few times, so just drive slow.
Yes.
There you go. That's the best. You're gonna be late, so just text right now, make the calls. Hey, I'm gonna be a little bit late. Even if you're not gonna be a little bit late, go ahead and throw it out there. And they should expect you to be a little bit late anyway, because the roadways are gonna be
everybody right.
Crazy. It's gonna be a traffic
kids off
again.
To school.
Yeah, it's just a lot going on.
A lot going on. But we have a lot of sports to talk about.
Oh man, 2 of those 5 hours ain't enough days. It's a beautiful thing. Usually 5 hours is plenty of time, but today 5 hours ain't enough. It's gonna be good. All right, before we get started, shout out to those who serve. We do it each and every morning. We are happy to do it. It's the least that we could do. Can't say thank you enough to those who serve. Our society built on the selflessness of service. So all those out there who are serving in any capacity, God, country, or community, we want to give a shout out to you. You're on our hearts, on our minds, and can't say thank you enough. So once again, like we do every morning, shout out to those who are putting in God's work each and every day.
No question about that. Thank you very much. And those first responders who are up in the raindrops getting out and helping people this morning that are finding themselves in low water crossings and collisions and things of that nature. Appreciate them very, very much. Hope everybody's okay out there as we get this thing cranked up, coming off a great weekend of NFL football. As we say, we have a couple of 1 seeds and a couple of 3 seeds. We'll dive into the games, how we got to the last 4 standing in the NFL. Also, obviously, there are 28 teams not playing. The future's down in Houston. Also, coaching carousels around the NFL, still spinning around college football as well. We'll get to all that busy weekend for the Longhorns. Let's start with the headlines, get you caught up on the news of a Monday morning, as we do to start each and every Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Let's get you the top stories. Top story is brought to you by Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. It will start in the NFL. Championship Sunday is set after divisional playoff weekend. Pair of doubleheaders Saturday and Sunday. On Saturday, the top seeded Baltimore Ravens ended the Houston Texans' upstart season with a dominating 34-10 win. Game was 10-10 at the half, but Baltimore too much. They outscored Houston 24-0 in that second half and really flexed against the upstart Texans. On Saturday night, the top seeded San Francisco 49ers held on for a win over the Green Bay Packers. Packers were game in that game, but the late touchdown led by Brock Purdy, who struggled most of the night, but gets it in the end zone and then they held on, get an interception, and win it 24-21 to advance. And yesterday in Detroit, Jared Goff threw 2 touchdown passes to lead the Lions past Tampa Bay 31-23. They lift the long-suffering franchise into the NFC Championship game for the first time in more than 3 decades, just the second time in franchise history. And then final game yesterday, a typical classic between the Chiefs and Bills. Fourth and final spot was claimed by the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes threw a pair of touchdown passes to Travis Kelce to help lead the defending Super Bowl champs to their 6th straight AFC Championship game with a 27-24 win over the Bills. Another heartbreaking loss for Buffalo. Their kicker Tyler Bass missed a potential game-tying field goal wide right from 44 yards, and they fall to KC in the divisional round for the 3rd time in the last 4 seasons. Coming up this Sunday, the Chiefs will travel to Baltimore to face the Ravens in the early game, the AFC Championship game. Then the late game, San Francisco hosts Detroit. In the NFC, winners, of course, will meet in the Super Bowl. Texas football Longhorns hosted a big Junior Day recruiting event on Saturday. It's already paid dividends for the program. On Saturday, Texas received a verbal commitment from 2026 Aledo running back Racine Guillory Jr. Then yesterday, a big pledge from 2025 Texarkana Pleasant Grove defensive lineman Lance Johnson. Both are considered high 4-star players. Texas also welcomed Arizona Wildcats transfer defensive tackle Tiaolai Savea for an official visit over the weekend. The 6'4", 305-pounder entered the transfer portal on Friday following the recent departure of Arizona head coach Jed Fish to Washington. New Texas co-defensive coordinator linebackers coach Johnny Nansen obviously has close ties to Savea. Spent the last 2 seasons as his defensive coordinator. Also served as Savea's primary recruiter when he came out of high school. In college hoops, the absolute parity of the Big 12 Conference on display this week. Of course, last week the Longhorns on Tuesday blew that 16-point lead to Central Florida and lost a tough one, 77-71. They rebounded massively on Saturday at the Mood, took down 9th-ranked Baylor 75-73. A coast-to-coast buzzer-beating layup by Tyrese Hunter was the game winner. Longhorns post their first quad 1 win of the season, a huge one. They improved to 2-3 in Big 12 play on Saturday. Also, the 11th-ranked Texas women secured another victory, went to Stillwater, took down Oklahoma State 77-66. And in golf, an incredible weekend, an accomplishment for University of Alabama sophomore Nick Dunlap. In a stacked field of the top pros, the 20-year-old calmly fired a final round 70 yesterday at the American Express Championship in California. He earns a 1-stroke victory, becomes the youngest amateur to win a tour event in over a century. The reigning U.S. amateur champ is just the 3rd to post a win in 70 years, and the first since Phil Mickelson did it back in 1991.
I'm not sure where to start. It's one of those good days. I'm not really sure where to start. We can start with the Kansas City Buffalo game, which was a great game. We can start with the 49ers Packers game. Ended up being a better game than it should have been. I thought that was a good game. You talked about how your favorite round is the divisional round. It did not disappoint. It was some great games. I mean, they were fantastic.
They were, and
even the Texas game was good for half the game.
Yeah,
it was like the halftime.
It got away from them. They couldn't run the ball.
Third quarter, they pulled away. We'll get into the details of it, but it was a hell of a weekend.
Yeah, and all the games were very. I mean, this as we talked about coming out of Wild Card Weekend, you get rid of some of the riffraff, get rid of the pretenders, and deal with the contenders. And we got
even Detroit, Tampa Bay. I thought Tampa Bay made it really interesting down the stretch, and then Detroit did what they should have done. Right, they pulled away like a good team. They pulled away because Tampa Bay was kind of a surprise. I would say they're a surprise team so far.
Well, and they just won a Super Bowl a couple years ago with Tom Brady at the helm, and they still got a lot of good players. Mike Evans is still a stud, and Baker Mayfield, found a home, it appears. But give the Lions credit; they were clutch where they needed to, built that that 31-17 lead, 2-touchdown lead. I'm still not sure why Tampa Bay went for 2 after scoring that touchdown. That didn't make a lot of sense to me. But either way, 31-23 final. And, both the Niners game with the Packers and the Lions game yesterday with the Buccaneers ended with big interceptions at the end where the defense made a play.
Oh, I don't know what the hell Jordan Love was.
He went full Brett Favre in that throw.
He did. And the truth is there was a player who was streaking. Oh, he wasn't open. He was in one-on-one. And I think if he could have thrown him open. Because he's got a cannon, he could have thrown it up there, at least give this guy a better shot. He threw it across his body back to the middle of the field where there were, 3-4 Niners?
Yeah. I mean, it was that was
one of his worst throws of the night, actually.
Well, and I saw a lot of people juxtaposing that throw with Brett Favre's throw against the Saints.
I saw it. And you know what? It fit.
Full Brett Favre across your body into the willing arms of a linebacker.
Yeah, never go full on Favre.
Well, it's fair to say that we know that the Baltimore Ravens are really good. They have blown out good teams this year. That's the thing that's just so impressive about them. When you consider, they've beaten Detroit, San Francisco, now Houston twice, and Miami by scores of 38-6, 33-19, 31-10, 25-9, 56-19. I mean, they're just really, really good, and they're still the prohibitive favorites. They flexed against Houston. We'll hear Lamar Jackson coming up. He's talked about how he spoke at halftime when it was 10-10. He was not real happy with where his team was, and they humbled the Texans in the second half. I thought that the 49ers were very fortunate to survive. Brock Purdy, we know that it was raining the whole time, and he struggled with his accuracy and getting grip on the football most of the night.
Also, small hands.
Purdy.
That's when the small hands thing comes up. It usually doesn't matter at all, but it does matter about gripping a football.
Yeah, cold night and a rainy day.
Rain, it does. It matters.
They lost Deebo Samuel early in the game, and it was kind of felt like one of those nightmare scenarios for the Niners, but they survived, and give Brock Purdy a lot of credit. When they needed it most, he took them on a drive and put them in the end zone. Game winner. And is it fair to say that the Bills are the AFC's Cowboys and Brock Purdy?
Well, they're the only two teams to lose at home.
Yeah.
After the right.
Well, it's almost year by year, and Josh Allen is becoming the AFC's Dak Prescott. Right? They're very similar in their great regular seasons, but cannot get over the hump come January. And as good as he was yesterday, I thought in that final drive where they were down 3 points, they came out of the timeout of the 2-minute warning. He missed a couple of throws there. I'm thinking they're trying to get a touchdown on the board here. Don't rely on your field goal kicker here. Don't worry about overtime. Try to get this ball in the end zone. They had plenty of time and timeouts, and I didn't think Josh Allen made very good decisions in that spot. A couple of passes he could have completed, and that's Josh Allen's got to deal with that. And now I don't know what Buffalo does. Kind of like the Cowboys. They're kind of one of those spots of, we can't beat that Chiefs team no matter what we do. Get them at home this time. Get them in our building. We still can't finish the deal. Yeah. They're kind of the Cowboys of the AFC. They're here, but they're not going anywhere.
Honestly, that's the case for everybody in the AFC. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is going to his 6th AFC title game. It's his 6th year as a starter. So they're dealing with the Michael Jordan, kind of effect in the NBA. And it's like, there were a lot of great players. It's like, they were probably all underrated because they never really got their shot. He was just so dominant, and Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are right now that dominant, at least in that conference. They just, even with this wide receiving, I told you they're not going to win the Super Bowl because I didn't like that red wide receiving core is too lackluster. I still don't like it at all, but for him to make it to another AFC title game with that wide receiving core, and they will be exposed. Versus the Ravens defense is just, they're really too good for the Chiefs to go into with the Ravens into that matchup with those kind of weapons, but we'll talk about that later. That's really what's going on with the Bills. And I told you they're outside the 5-year window now. They're on their 7th year altogether. If they decide to run this thing back, it's time to shake it up. They did shake it up. Joe Brady's the OC for the Bills now, and Sean McDermott's calling defensive plays. But you need to do something to try to beat Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Right now, that's the only thing that can make your next season a success, beating them in the playoffs.
Yeah, and
finding some way to do it. And you had home field advantage this time too.
Yeah, it's an easy parallel between the Cowboys and the Bills, kind of heartbreak ends of seasons. But it is huge credit to the Chiefs, who once again, they gave up 17 first-half points, and Josh Allen was kind of having his way with the run game, quarterback run game, and they were running the ball like crazy on the Chiefs in the first half, either traditional run game or the quarterback run game. He was kind of looking like Lamar Jackson in that game. But the stat is that the Chiefs, surrender the fewest second-half points in the league. Steve Spagnuolo made some great adjustments, and they held the Bills to 7 points in the second half. And obviously, the missed kick wide right by Tyler Bass was a killer at the end. Could have tied the game at 27. I don't know if you saw the stat during the game, Rod. I did not know this, but that matchup there, whether it's regular season or postseason, in the last 4 years, was the 7th matchup between the Chiefs and the Bills. During the game, so they were playing their 7th matchup. Going into the game, they were 3-3 against one another, and the total score was identical. Both teams have scored the same amount of points. So in this one, if Tyler Bass makes that, they've now played 7 games, and they're going to overtime at 27-all. These two couldn't be two more evenly matched football teams.
Are they?
Well, but every time they play, it comes down to a final play.
I don't think they are. Like I said, the reason I'm picking quarterback, head coach advantage. Chiefs have that. Chiefs have gone to their 6th AFC title game.
What I just said would indicate that they are very even because they played 6 times. They were 3-3. Both teams have scored 216 points.
Like I say, stats can be misleading because look at the wins.
Well, I know, but now that they were going into the game, they were 3-3 head to head. 216 total
the
points
wins
each.
when they matter.
I know. I understand it. But
like,
but
were they 3-0 in the playoffs against the
But I think
Bills?
statistically, it's impossible to say they're not very even. I mean, they're dead even as
Okay.
opponents.
Yeah.
One's more clutch than the other.
So we talking about how even are Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes?
Pretty even. I mean,
They are pretty even? You think Josh Allen
to-
and Patrick Mahomes are pretty even
No,
as quarterbacks?
Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in this league. You just compared him to Michael Jordan, and I don't disagree. But he's Josh Allen isn't that far behind. He just can't beat the guy. But he's beaten him 3 times in games that were played in the regular season.
I think they're very different. People keep trying to make this a Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. They're like, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. Peyton Manning, both of them have championships.
Right.
This guy can't even. I don't understand. I really don't understand the comparison.
Patrick Mahomes has Super Bowls and MVPs. I'm just pointing out to you. I don't disagree, but the numbers are when they play each other, the games couldn't be closer.
I get the identical.
They couldn't be closer.
But
and even this one was a missed field goal from being overtime.
You know the movie Twins?
Yes.
With Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
That's to me. That's what you're talking about here. You're looking at the numbers. They're identical. Yeah, they may be twins, but they're those kind of twins.
Yeah.
They're very different.
I mean, they were both
They're
11 and 6
they're not
going
the
into the
identical
game.
twins.
But but that's what I'm pointing. I'm making the case that it's going to be very frustrating to be a Bills fan because you're this close, but you can't beat that guy. That guy is too good. But in this case, it was your own problem. You had the ball, you had timeouts, you had a chance to go win the game, and this is what separates a player like Patrick Mahomes.
They have luck on their side too, though. They had the ball that went through the end zone for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
You had
Another
the
fumble.
fumble that should have been recovered by the Chiefs.
Oh, man.
Come on, man. A lot of this Josh Allen was luck. Usually this guy's turning the football over. I don't know. I just do not see them being very close because I think Andy Reid is a much better coach than Sean McDermott. And I think Patrick Mahomes is a much better quarterback than Josh Allen. So I get the stats. You're right. The stats matter, and those stats, they are eye-popping. But to me, just a guy who watches the film and watches ball, they ain't close. From those two elements, they are not close.
Well, I will say this. I don't disagree with you, but I think you're not. Look, last night, total yards, 368, Buffalo, 361, Kansas City. These couldn't be closer. And if the kicker makes a kick he should make, we're playing an overtime in the 7th meeting where they're 3-3 with 216 points each way. That's how close it is. But it's a Grand Canyon when it comes down to the clutch gene and getting it done and winning the game. Because, as you said, 6 straight AFC Championship games for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
He'll have a head-to-head battle, which will be an epic one.
I didn't realize they were that close, but you're right. The games do always come down to the wire.
It's the last play.
But in the wire, who ends up winning? Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. Well, especially in the playoffs. I mean, the wins that the Bills have posted are in the regular season. Yeah.
Yeah, and this one last year was a controversial one, right? That was the Kadarius Toney put on the line.
Lined up offsides. That's what you can guarantee when those two play. It's going to come down to the last play, and you're probably going to be angry about it, or whichever side you're on. There's going to be a controversial play.
What do you do?
I don't know. I don't know what to tell them.
You've changed up. You changed your coordinators.
This is the conversation we had last week about the Cowboys. What do you do? I mean, you're going to keep the coach? Yeah, maybe. That's why I meant to draw the parallel with the Cowboys. You're right there.
Well, they're close. They're closer than the Cowboys.
Yes.
They're closer than the Cowboys, but the window, they're way out. The Cowboys are still within the 5-year window. The Bills are far outside of it. And what I've told you about and the Bills, think about it, they've been in basically playoff mode since week 12?
Yeah, they hadn't lost since their bye week.
They had to, they could have just been exhausted, honestly. They could have just been, as a team, exhausted. Mentally, that could have been it, but I don't know. I don't know what they do. I don't know what you change up.
I don't either. We had the same conversation about the Cowboys last week. What's the next step? Where are you going? And both will probably stay the course and continue to come up short, I would guess.
Theirs is I think the Bills is easier. And like I said, they're outside the 5-year window, but at least they know what they have to do. Beat the Chiefs. You have a simple task in the playoffs. So beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. Because the Chiefs, because the Chiefs don't go out this offseason, you know what they're going to do.
Receivers.
Everybody, see, that's how well everybody knows the Chiefs, right? You're like, oh, I know what they're going to do. Every offseason.
They'll probably sign one and then draft one or two.
Yeah, exactly.
And Rashee Rice will keep getting better.
Trade for one. Who knows, right? Hell. Exactly. That's how well you know the Chiefs. They're such a well-run organization. They pick a different position of weakness or liability every offseason, and they address it, and they go after it. And they just overhaul it in one offseason. So you know they're going to do that. So they're going to be better. The Chiefs will be better next season. The Chris Jones thing is interesting, right? They still got that.
It was a 1-year deal that they signed.
Yeah, they got to figure that out because he's a different. He made a difference last game in the game on that drive. He always makes a difference. They got to figure that out. And Yeah, that's pretty much all they got to figure out. That and the receivers, and I think those.
And they
got
to try to deal with the Baltimore Ravens, who are the best team pound for pound in the
They're
AFC.
going to lose to them because they don't have the receivers.
Yeah.
They're going to lose to them because they don't have the receivers. That's what that comes down to.
We'll make picks in that game and drill down on it, but it feels like the Ravens are just too good for really anybody right now. Obviously, if anybody can beat him, it's Patrick Mahomes, and what a matchup that'll be with Lamar Jackson. So we'll take your thoughts on that. The games of the weekend, the Houston Texans season comes to a disappointing end, but obviously a step forward season for Houston. We'll talk about it. The text line and the message line always open to you, even on a rainy Monday, 512-447-3776. Now, speaking of the Chiefs, there was the story ahead of the game yesterday that the expectation is Travis Kelce is going to retire when the season is over, whenever that happens. That he's got new priorities, Rod, and that Travis Kelce may be walking away. So they'll have that to deal with, which is a huge part of what they do. So we'll follow that. But obviously their season extended into Championship Sunday. But that Michelle Tafoya, I believe it was, had the report that from her sources. And then there was some other confirming that the word is when the season's over, whenever it happens, Travis Kelce is ready to do other things, and obviously he's got a new girlfriend.
Well, that was a report from Pro Football Talk that Andy Reid was also thinking about stepping away, and we don't know if that will be at the end of the season or if they would put that into like a contract like the Patriots did because they're a well-run organization and they would already have an area. Yeah, that's a good conversation. Who the hell? Talk about a coveted job. Don't you want to coach Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah. Well, here's the story.
An easy gig. You're like, man, I would love that.
And this might have gone under the radar because it happened. I saw it break right between the Lions game and then the start of the Chiefs game. But former NBC sideline reporter Michelle Tafoya dropped a bombshell. She believes, in an interview with CBS Sports Radio host Mark Ryan, she said she believes Kansas City tight end Travis Kelce will hang up the cleats after the season and has been told so by people close to it. Says, I can't reveal my source, but I'm just saying he's looking at future plans. Now that his brother is retiring, I could slowly see both of those pulling a Peyton and Eli sort of a gig on Peacock or something. So keep an eye on that. It's not. I don't even know if Jason Kelce's is official. Because he talked during the podcast that they host during the week that maybe his emotions after they lost to the Buccaneers on Monday night, that maybe that's not fully what he's intending to do. But keep an eye on that because the Chiefs will have to deal with that. They will have Travis Kelce when they play the Ravens this Sunday in the early game of Championship Sunday.
Ravens are rolling. They just that right now they have the best quarterback in the league and they have the best defense in the league.
They allow the fewest points, and it's just really hard to get that offense off the field.
It's a tough combination, man. I don't know what and they have a great special teams group, even though they gave up a punt return touchdown to the Texans. They have a great special teams mindset and culture, just because John Harbaugh is a special teams coach. That's his background. So all three phases are right now playing at a really high level, probably the highest level in the league.
You have a unique. An offense that now suits the MVP of the league, and a defense. I mean, the Houston Texans have a good offense. I mean, the Texans just put 45 points on, or actually two of those came defensively, but put up big numbers against the Browns. Cleveland was the number one defense in the NFL. The Texans have now played 8 quarters against Baltimore and haven't scored an offensive touchdown.
No, but Mike McDonald, the Baltimore DC, has done that against a lot of teams.
I know.
He did that against Shanahan. He did it against. I mean, he's been honestly. He did. Like I said, that Shanahan tree. He's figured out something. And it was right after that Rams game where they played the Rams. We talked about that last week. And right after that, they played Shanahan. They played Mike McDaniel, and then now Slowick. And none of those offenses have been able to really get any type of explosive plays versus Mike McDonald's defense for the Ravens.
They didn't allow Houston and C.J. Stroud, the league's top pass per game team, to score a touchdown in 8 quarters in 2 matchups.
I think he held 49ers and the Dolphins at 19 points, and they held the Texans to what? What did the Texans have?
10 and 9, but 7 came on a punt return.
So yes,
so it's really 12.
Yeah, so exactly. So think about those 3 offenses, some of the most explosive offenses in the league, and they held them to under 20 points.
Well, look at the final 2 in the NFC. Detroit and San Francisco will play to go to the Super Bowl. They beat Detroit 38-6. They beat San Francisco 33-19.
So Ben Johnson's offense, also Detroit Lions, one of the most explosive offenses in the league, and
6.
also held them to 6 points. Man, I don't know. I will do some studying because I want to figure out exactly what he's figured out, because it may just be personnel they put together. Here's something that's trending too in Cowboys. Here's a lesson. This is why you got to study the league, man. Study the league. Hire a football theorist around there who just studies the league, because they'll find patterns and trends that are sticking out and go, You know what? We're lacking that. Okay, so how were the Cowboys exposed this year? The loss of the linebackers, right? They had the linebacker depth issues because Marvin Overshown got hurt, Leighton Vander Esch got hurt. That was exposed when they played run-heavy teams because they didn't have great linebacker depth, and they had to play all these hybrids in the defensive backfield. They played more dime coverage versus power sets, 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends, than any team in the league. And that was their adaptation, right, for it. But if they had better linebackers, they probably would have fared better against these run-heavy teams, and these run-heavy teams would have had to adapt and would have had to counter some of the way. Look at the Ravens. What do the Ravens have that makes their defense unique?
Best
Great
pair of linebackers in the league.
Except for the 49ers.
Except for the 49ers.
Also, and think about the Lions. The Lions drafted themselves a really good inside linebacker. In
the first round.
Jack Campbell. Yeah, everybody was like, that's not a premium position. But they are recognizing the trends of the league. You need those really good inside linebackers right now. Why? Because of the RPO game. The RPO game is big right now. And what are teams going to? These hybrid running backs who are just dumping it out in the backfield to these guys. How many times you see it? Let me check it down to the back.
Over and over.
Over and over and over again, right? Little quick swing screens, little quick flare route to the running back because teams don't have linebackers that can run sideline to sideline like that. You got good linebackers. Even the Tampa Bay. What gave them a little bit of at least a chance? They had good linebacker play. Now, they were exposed, and the Lions did it. But I think the Cowboys, they got to do something about their linebackers. They need to invest in it. It's not a premium position right now, but the way the league is going, you got to have that position solidified.
Well, we very well may have a Niners.
And they drafted, I'll give credit, they drafted Marvin Overshown. So they saw it.
And then Leighton Vander Esch got hurt. He got hurt. I would just say to your point, for folks who don't mean the Ravens are built around, their defense is built around Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen out of LSU, and then the Niners, of course, with Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, 2 great linebackers. And you're right, the league is devaluing the linebackers, but the teams that are probably going to play in the Super Bowl have the 2 best set of linebackers in the game.
Yeah.
And you mentioned
they noticed something.
You mentioned the Lions in the first round with one of their 2 first-round picks. They took Jahmyr Gibbs to play running back, which is kind of off the nose for the current NFL to take a running back in the first round and that high. They also took Jack Campbell, a linebacker out of Iowa, who's come in and become their starting linebacker. So great point that it gets devalued, but the teams that are flourishing and play great defense still have really good linebacker play.
They
still have really good linebacker play. All right, good stuff right there. We'll talk the Final Four, obviously the Cowboys season, where it's going. Also, Texans season comes in, and way too many penalties for Houston. Crowd noise was certainly a factor. They kept jumping off sides. They hurt themselves a lot in the first half, and then just way too much Baltimore. Also talk about the Longhorn weekend. That was a busy one. They had a big junior day and recruiting weekend. They had a big basketball win for Texas. We'll talk plenty of Burnt Orange coming up behind the BOC. Got some What the Facts for the end of our first hour. Very rainy, wet morning. Be careful out there, folks. We're just getting warmed up here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Underdog Fantasy, folks. Hope you had fun with it. Hope you had fun with it this weekend, because I've been telling you just how easy and fun and simple it is to play Underdog Fantasy. And you're going to watch these games anyhow, right? It's a great weekend. Doubleheader Saturday, doubleheader Sunday. Plus you got the NBA and other sports. All you have to do is go to Underdog Fantasy, and you can win real money. And it's so simple. You just pick the games, the players, your dream team essentially, players you're going to watch anyhow, and then you're going to choose whether they're going higher or lower on their in-game stats for the games, right? The catches, touchdowns, yards, whatever it might be, you choose the players and the stat. If you can choose between 2 and 5, and if you get 5 picks right, you're going to win 20 times your money with their playoff plan. Right now, you can win up to 100 times your money at Underdog Fantasy. It's built for fans. They have winners every day, and you can be one of them. It is so much fun. So no NFL until this Sunday, but do the NBA. Get in there and just find out more about it, just how easy it is to use it. Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com. Get signed up with my promo code. It's my last name, Hogan, Hogan. They're going to match your first deposit. They're going to double it up to $100. So you're looking at 200 to start with, or 50 you put in, you get 100, and you're off and running. It is so fun. You pick them, you watch them, you win them. Choose those higher or lowers. Just watch the games and have some fun with it. You win money on sports, so it's better than that. Have fun with it. Underdog Fantasy, promo code Hogan, HOGAN.
Must be 18 or plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Yeah, sifting through and recapping divisional playoff weekend. Saturday doubleheader, Sunday doubleheader. All these games were close. I mean, two of them were 10-10 at the half. Chiefs-Bills was 17-13 at the half last night. The Niners and Packers 7-6. And all these games, and essentially outside of Baltimore, Houston came down to the closing moments of the football game. Somebody mentioned, Rod, your conversation about linebackers. Chiefs have a pretty good set of linebackers, too, which they do.
Yeah, you're right.
Nick Bolton's a real good player.
You're right about that. Yeah.
And it's one of the places I think the Cowboys have to upgrade at running back and linebacker.
Yeah. But it's not their fault that Leighton Vander does have an injury history, but it's not their fault that he went down. And they did draft Marvin Overshawn. I'll give them credit for that. And they were really
pick.
And they were really high on him. Remember, they were really high on him in training camp and in the preseason before he got hurt.
And a lot of people projected Marvin Overshawn as kind of being a Nick Bolton kind of player, right? The speed linebacker for the Chiefs.
Guy that can run, got cover those.
Guy that can run and cover.
Those Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield.
And I believe they took him in around the third round too, and that's kind of where you can get it.
That is where you get him. I think Fred Warner was a middle-round pick too.
Yeah,
that's where you get him.
Yeah, no, it's roster building is an art, Rod. I mean, it's
yes, it is.
And the Cowboys had some flaws and they were exposed. And I give the Green Bay Packers a lot of credit. I thought they were going to beat the 49ers. I mean, their lack of red zone success early. They did the same thing, right? They took the ball and went down and
took
had a nice
like
drive.
half the quarter.
And then they had to settle for a field goal, though. So those two field goals they settled for in the first half came back to get them because they felt like they were in control of that game. And Brock Purdy was struggling and Deebo Samuel got hurt. But give the Niners some credit. They found the
they out-schemed the Niners, though. You're right.
That's going to be a good team. I mean, I think if you're looking at Houston and Green Bay, you're thinking, those are two franchises with a bright future.
That's a great question. Who would you rather? Which would you rather be? You rather be a Green Bay Packers fan right now or a Houston Texans fan right now?
Well, since I am a Texans fan, I'll say this because there's already reports.
The future looks bright for both of them.
Both, very bright. Well, and I would say this, Houston, because the reports are they're about to make Jordan Love one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league because he's at the end of his rookie deal already.
That's true.
And Houston has got a quarterback who's at the beginning of his rookie deal.
That's a good point.
Because Jordan Love didn't play for the first 3 years, but you still got to pay him because he performed this year.
Yeah, but you ain't got to pay him. You got to make him the highest. You just make him winner.
I did see where they were already working on a deal that'll put him up there amongst it. They think he's their franchise quarterback.
Oh, yeah, he definitely is.
But before we get to behind the burnt orange curtain, get it caught up on what went on in the 40 acres this weekend, can I play this for you, Rod? This is Lamar Jackson. This is in the post game. They win at 34-10. It was 10-10 at the half. Houston was hanging around, which we talked about they needed to do. Get this to a fourth quarter game and see what happens. Well, the Ravens were going to have none of it. 10-10 at the half, and they outscore Houston 24-0 in the second half. Here is a question of Lamar Jackson, who's going to be the league's MVP, of what went on at the intermission.
Who did most of the talking at halftime?
I did.
You did.
A lot of cursing at halftime. It'd be inappropriate if I said it right here. It would. We wasn't really doing anything, to that defense. They was playing great, and that offense was playing great as well, but we wasn't doing our job with our unit. In second half, we went to put points on the board, start moving the ball, moving the chains, and start looking like ourselves.
All right, Lamar Jackson let him have it at halftime. And I would say this to your point about the linebackers and how good the Ravens linebackers are. Their pair of linebackers, the Niners, Chiefs, Houston desperately needs linebackers because I like Denzel Perryman's just a guy.
They like Christian Harris.
Christian Harris is going to be a good player.
Yeah, that's why they're so invested in him. Think about it. The head coach put their time with him.
Third round pick.
Yep.
Who ran a 4.4 at the combine. So he's going to be the future there.
But they need more.
Denzel Perryman's a 10-year vet who's just a guy. Blake Cashman's a pretty good player.
You're right.
They need to upgrade. That's part of why they had no. And if you're going to criticize DeMeco Ryans, they really had no answer for Lamar Jackson's legs.
Yeah.
Then you have to have that answer when
That's
you go in to play that game.
That's why you need those linebackers, because these quarterbacks they're more and more mobile.
Yeah.
And more of them that can move
them
around and run around. Your linebackers are key. I don't know why they're undervalued. I'd stock up on them.
Yeah. All right. And on a rainy Monday, and it's been raining all night long, copious amounts of rain has dropped over the weekend, overnight. So be careful out there this morning. Ponding water, and Don Miller will be along with your traffic. So right now, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. A busy weekend on the 40 acres as well.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right. Well, we'll get into some Texas football nuggets here because I know it was a big recruiting weekend. But also there was a very underrated story that I want to get to as it relates to Texas football. But the Longhorns had a big win over the weekend over a top 10 ranked Baylor team, which was and they had it in very dramatic fashion with a buzzer-beating shot. So it was a very good weekend for Rodney Terry, coming off a disappointing showing at home against UCF. And he actually, in the post game, had an apology. Remember after the UCF game, obviously everybody was disappointed at them losing game, but a lot of controversy that ended up going viral and becoming a national story was when some UCF players did the horns down in the handshake line. Rodney Terry didn't like it, so he said something, kind of verbally reprimanded the UCF players, and then in the post game, he also said something about conducting yourself in a classy way. And Rodney Terry's a classy guy. But it was about sportsmanship, and I think it kind of blew up in his face, and there was a lot of blowback from it nationally, and even some Longhorn fans were more concerned with the way the Longhorns played rather than the horns down. Longhorn fans weren't that sensitive about it. Here's Rodney Terry in the postgame after that big win over the weekend over the Bears, giving an apology to maybe to his peers in the coaching community too, maybe in the way that he conducted himself, but also I think to the fans. Here it is.
I had no intentions of trying to show up anyone or offend anyone in terms of, what occurred at the end of that game. Johnny Dawkins is a good friend of mine. He's a really good coach. He has a good program. They're having a good year. Personally, if I offended him or his program or anyone for that matter, that was not my intentions. I'm a God-fearing man. I lean heavily on my faith. And there are no obstacles in front of me that I can't ever overcome because God never leaves me, no matter in good times, bad times. He's always with me. And so, I think, again, you control what you can control. If I offended some of our fans as well and not handling myself the right way in terms of, going about it the right way, then, I apologize to our fan base as well and everything. And I understand what it means to be the head coach at the University of Texas and what our brand stands for. And I respect every opponent that we play. And have the utmost respect for them and their coaches. So, again, I'm happy about the outcome of what transpired today. We played a really good team that's well coached, that we have a lot of respect for, and we're going to enjoy this evening.
There you go. Rodney Terry giving a very classy response. And that's what I appreciate about Rodney Terry. If because a lot of his peers, like I said, other coaches, they actually had a response to what we talked about, him reprimanding the other team.
Coach, don't parent my kids.
Yeah, don't discipline another coach's team. So I think he got that blowback. And then Longhorn fans, he got some blowback because Longhorn fans, they were upset, but not about the horns down. They didn't care about the horns down. They were more upset about losing to Central Florida. So he got the blowback in both ways, and I think he made the classy response to it, which was an apology to both.
Well, and that is probably needed to be said, but at the same time, can't overestimate how big the win was for Tyrese Hunter to go coast to coast and put it in at the buzzer to win that ball game. I mean, the kid for Baylor made an absolute rainbow three to tie it, and then no timeout, just go coast to coast and stick it in the bucket. That was awesome. It's the first quad one win for Texas. Baylor was the 9th ranked team in the land. So a quad one meaning, a quality win against a top 15 team. You got to have them. They held Baylor to 32 points in the second half. They held a very good offensive Baylor team to 38% in shooting in the second half. That's what Texas can be. And I will say this for Texas fans in perspective. In Chris Beard's first year, Rod, when he rebuilt the roster, right, essentially had to come in and start over.
Yep.
This is mostly a new roster outside of a couple of players, and you didn't have Dylan Dessou for the first month and a half of the season. He's maybe your best all-around player. In year one at Texas, Chris Beard was off to a 13-5 start. Rodney Terry 13-5. In year one, Chris Beard had one quad one win by mid-January. No, Rodney Terry does too. So it's a long season. I think we saw something to build on with that victory. Now you got to keep it going. You got to keep playing that kind of defense. You got to play with that intensity night by night. You need that Tyrese Hunter, who scored 21 points night by night, to go with. Because you have Max Abmas, Dylan Dessou, and Tyrese Hunter, and you're playing with that defensive effort like you got from Kendall Weaver, that kind of guy who stayed on the floor and just makes those hustle plays. That's a team that can win some basketball games.
Junkyard dog,
but you can't if you're playing like you did against Central Florida, where you're turning the ball over, a bunch of times, and because I think Texas only had 2 turnovers in the game. I mean, that's a team that can win a lot of basketball games.
It looked like a tournament team.
Yes, it did.
They hadn't looked like a tournament team.
Only 7 turnovers in the game for Texas. They had the West Virginia loss the Saturday before. They had 22.
Yeah.
The Central Florida came back in the game when Texas was up 16, mostly because of Texas turnovers. Yep. And then poor defense. That's a team that can win some games, but obviously the Big 12 won't stop coming at you.
Yeah. No, it's no nights off. We got to play that song one day.
No nights off.
No, I'm sure. I think they made a song. I believe Brett Yarmore. Brett Yarmore wants to make it an urban league, pretty much. You know what I mean? He's having.
Well, he came from Rock Nation, right?
Yeah, he's having exhibition games in Rucker Park for the Big 12, and he wants to make it the college basketball conference. And
sure.
I think it already is. It's in terms of how competitive it is. So yeah, he made a song for it. I believe like a theme song.
Love it.
No nights off.
Love it. Well, huge win for Texas and a huge finish, and the crowd was great. Props to the sellout crowd at the Moody Center to get there by 11 a.m. to see that victory. That was a lot of fun. A lot of viral videos from that. They need. Oh man,
you're right.
Yeah, especially coming off the controversy and the things were trending in a bad direction. But again, for perspective, same record as Chris Beard's team. And I remember Chris would come on with us, Coach Beard, every week, and he kept saying our biggest challenge is time. Like how quickly can we build the chemistry? And I think Rodney Terry's team is dealing with that time issue of chemistry, but also when Dylan Dessou was out all the way until Christmas, Rod.
That was big.
So these guys are still trying to get used to playing with one another, and now getting used to playing with Dylan Dessou, and the offense kind of runs through him. So still a work in progress, but that was a huge win. But you got to keep progressing, Rod.
Yeah.
Here.
No, it's going to be it's going to be a tough road.
They play in Norman tomorrow night. They play at Norman tomorrow night, and Porter Mosier's doing a real good job. That team ranked in the top 15 as well.
Yeah, but if they play like that, they'll
got a chance.
They'll give themselves a chance.
Scoring won't be the problem for Texas this year.
Defense.
Scoring with Chris Beard's first year, scoring was the problem. I don't think scoring will be the problem. It's defense and turnovers. They protect the ball, take care of it, and plays a good brand of defense. They've got a chance against anybody that they play, I believe.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. All right, so Texas football, there are some recruiting nuggets. We can get to those a little bit later. But I thought it was interesting. A lot of people have been wondering what they're going to do about the analyst role, the defense analyst role, especially because Coach Akina, shout out and congratulations.
DC.
He was named a defensive coordinator at Arizona. So he was holding out for a good reason. So he went from analyst to people thought, oh, man, maybe they may offer him an assistant job. So maybe that's why he was being offered the defensive coordinator role. So shout out to Coach Akina.
At Arizona, yeah.
Yes. So
very cool.
Yeah, no doubt. So congratulations to Coach Akina. But a lot of people are wondering now who's going to fill that vacancy as the defensive analyst for Texas football. Well, they brought in William Gay. He is the longtime NFL defensive back. Was recently he actually coached too. He coached in college for one season, coached, I think, as a coaching assistant with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but he spent 12 years in the league, and I believe 10 of those 12 were with the Steelers. So he's been with the Steelers in two different stints. He started out his career with the Steelers, and then went to the Arizona Cardinals, and then came back to be with the Steelers again for another stint. Dick LeBeau was his defensive back coach. Dick LeBeau is known as one of the greatest defensive minds in the history of football, and one of the great DB coaches too. So that actually is of course, Mike Tomlin was his coach there when he was with the Steelers, and Mike Tomlin famously was my DB coach when I was with the Tampa Bay Bucks. So Mike Tomlin comes from a defensive back mind and a defensive background, I should say, and he is a guy that he has also known for his defensive acumen. He doesn't call plays defensively, but that's how he got his skins on the wall. His resume is as a defensive guru back in the day. So if you're looking for a guy, William Gay, who's been around great defensive minds and been around the Steelers, all right, in multiple stints, that's not how much they liked him. And they actually had him come back as an assistant coach at one point, an intern, I think a coaching intern. I think that bodes well for at least what knowledge he could bring to Texas. It could help you with some of those troublesome concepts that you had trouble defending last season, like closely clustered groups of receivers, bunch formations, the leverage on inside breaking routes, the deep ball. I'm sure this is a guy that can come in, do some self-scouting, advanced scouting. Remember, he can't do any on-field coaching or recruiting, but at least give you some ideas, some solutions about some issues that plagued this secondary and pass defense last season.
Pretty good stuff. I think it's a great hire. I mean, I think just on its face, someone who can help, as they're trying to cross-train these DBs, and as you said, make them more malleable in the back end with all the speed and coverage and size that they're looking to build back there. You like that hire with young guy with NFL experience. You can tell that, and we're still waiting on the Texas Steve Sarkisian to hire a defensive line coach. Yeah. And a lot of people have pointed at Rod Wright, the former Longhorn player who's now coaching with the Texans. You wonder if something comes down on that now that the Texans season has come to an end.
He was with Missouri State most recently. Sorry, that's who it was.
Okay.
Coaching with Bobby Petrino, actually.
Nice. All right, so we'll keep an eye. Good stuff, Rod. Behind the Vern North Court in basketball and football. We'll get the latest on the big recruiting weekend. Also coming up, some What the Facts.
What the Facts.
Including an absolute stunning weekend in golf. Rod, a unicorn on the PGA Tour. We'll get you details on that and some of the facts from it. Also, the numbers continue to just boggle the mind with Patrick Mahomes and what he does this time of year in the NFL.
It's ridiculous.
Get you that coming up. It's What the Facts coming next on a rainy Monday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let's talk about Dr. U. I call him Dr. U, and we all call him Dr. U, but Dr. Eckert, he is the best dentist around, and you hear us talk about him all the time. You hear the testimonials about my man E going to him. I've gone to Dr. Eckert, my man Patrick Davis. Everybody around here on this station is going to Dr. Eckert because he's a dentist that you can trust. You've heard us talk about him hooking people up with a brand new, beautiful smile. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but it doesn't matter what your dental needs are, Dr. U is the spot for you. I guarantee you that. Now, it's appropriate that he's Dr. U because he's all about you. He's all about the patient, making sure you're getting the best quality dental care available. So it doesn't matter if it's just general dentistry, teeth whitening, dentures, porcelain, crowns, veneers, dental implants, full mouth reconstruction, even root canal therapy, whatever it takes to ensure you're getting the best quality dental care available. That's what Dr. Greg Eckert and his all-star team are all about. And right now, he can give you a brand new smile in just one day. Now, he's always on the cutting edge of the latest technological advances in general dentistry. And right now, he has the ability to give you a brand new smile in just one day. No time spent without teeth. You get temporary fixtures until they can complete your permanent smile, and you'll smile again with confidence and eat freely without pain or discomfort. We're talking about a lifelike permanent solution. So if you've been told your teeth need to be replaced, call Dr. Eckert today to learn about this revolutionary alternative to dentures. It's a brand new smile in just one day. I know it sounds too good to be true. It's not. It's just Dr. U. So call today for a complimentary consultation, which means you got nothing to lose but everything to gain, because Dr. U understands that the quality of your smile can truly affect the quality of your life, and he wants you to have a great quality of life. And he also understands that a confident smile can truly change your life. So change your life by calling Dr. Greg Eckert today. 512-345-3166. That's 512-345-3166. Or visit dreckert.com, DRUECKERT.com.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Oh, man, it is the Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B on a Monday morning. Ty Henderson back at the Horn headquarters. It is messy outside, so be careful. Obviously, slow it down. Pack your patience as you're up and out this morning.
That's right.
What the facts, Rod? What the facts? You know, the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good is Patrick Mahomes now in 16 career playoff games. He's 13-3, 4,561 yards, 38 touchdowns, only 7 interceptions. You know, back when I was growing up, Rod, there was a guy named Michael Jordan playing basketball. And there was a team in Cleveland called the Cavaliers who were this close.
Ooh.
This close. Seemed like they had Mark Price and Brad Daugherty, and they had really good players. And you're like, man, Cleveland's close.
I remember that group. The
They
short shorts back in the day.
Yeah, and they just couldn't get past this guy Jordan. And so they never accomplished, never even played in a championship series. And it reminds me of the Buffalo Bills. They're this close. As we mentioned, going into last night's game, in the last 6 matchups between the Chiefs and the Bills, they were 3-3. Total points scored by each team, 216. That's how close they are. But as you said, it feels like they're a mile away because they
feels
can't.
like that.
They're very close, and even last night's game was a field goal from going to overtime. But they're just like the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're a mile away.
I know.
They're a mile.
That's a great comparison. And like I said, I don't know what they do. I don't know what the move is for them. They just changed offensive coordinators. Sean McDermott's now calling defensive plays, and they were the hottest team in the league. They got home. They got the home field advantage. First road playoff game for Patrick Mahomes. They got him on the road. They see. I mean, what do you do now? You had the worst wide receiving core for Patrick Mahomes since he's been a starting quarterback. I don't know what the Bills do. They're outside of that 5-year window. Like I said, no head coach quarterback pairing has ever won their first Super Bowl outside of that 5-year window. That first 5 years together. If they're out of that 5 years, if they're on their sixth year together, I think you move on. Lamar Jackson and Baltimore Ravens are different because I think he didn't start to the middle of his first year. I think he was like 7-8 games in. And then I do count his injuries. He's missed so many games. He's missed like 8, 9.
The last 2 seasons.
Right, he's missed like 8, 9 games. So if you basically combine those games he's missed and him starting late, that's basically a season. So that's why. But they did bring in Todd Monken too. They changed some things.
Yeah, they dramatically changed the offense. And it's the best offense he's played in. There's more weapons there to throw to.
Yeah, to extend the window. So
yeah, they're really good.
All right, I'll give you a Texans stat that's mind blowing. You want to hear this one?
Yes.
About the Texans and the Ravens. So the Texans, other than the penalties, because the penalties killed them.
11.
Oh, killed them. They had 8 of them were pre-snap. 8 pre-snap penalties. But other than that, they actually played kind of a clean game because they didn't have any turnovers. Right? No sacks.
No sacks.
Texans set a record for the worst margin of defeat in NFL history for a team that had 0 turnovers and 0 sacks. They lost by 24 points. In fact, the Texans are the first NFL team since 1940, regular season or postseason, to lose by more than 10 points in a game where they had no offensive touchdowns, no sacks, and no turnovers.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, they were clean. They were well coached. I just don't think they were as good. I mean, there was a talent gap. And you throw 11 penalties, 8 pre-snap. Oh. I do think the crowd noise can give I talked to some folks who were on the sidelines there. It was definitely loud.
Yeah.
And I do think that affected the Texans, but at the same time, they're not as good as Baltimore. I don't know if anybody's as good as Baltimore. We'll find out because here comes Patrick Mahomes in a 13-3 postseason record in the championship game. So we have good, bad, and ugly, right? Good is Patrick Mahomes. Bad, how about this? With the Lions win, Cowboys and the Commanders now have gone the longest droughts of not making the NFC championship game in the NFC, Russ. 28 seasons for the Cowboys, 32 seasons for the Washington franchise.
Wow. And
can I take you to the ugly?
That's ugly.
If you're talking about Houston,
that's not ugly?
You're talking about Houston professional football teams, Rod. They haven't Houston, whether with the Oilers or the Texans, a Houston team has not played in the AFC Championship game since 1979.
Don't remind me, E.
Oh, it's ugly. But I think we can change that here in the coming years.
The future is very bright. That's why I don't even feel bad about
Cowboys
losing the way they did.
Who would have ever thought? Cowboys 28 seasons.
What do you do, Cowboys fans? What do you do?
Only the Commanders. And you know what the Cowboys and Commanders have had in common is a bad owner.
Yeah.
And Daniel Snyder and Jerry Jones. And bad owner meaning Jerry Jones won't get out of the way and hire a football
Great businessman.
Great businessman.
Yeah. But
Daniel Snyder wasn't even that.
And maybe he's a good owner, just not a good GM, because if he's a good GM, he'd have fired himself by now.
Well, a good owner would have fired the GM.
Good owner would have fired a good GM. So you could argue he's a bad owner. I guess so. Yeah.
28 seasons now. That's a fact.
Detroit Lions fans. Guys, this is Cowboys fans. The reason there's hope is because it doesn't take long. It don't take long. Right? It doesn't take long. It's not a long process when you figure out who the right people in charge need to be. And the Lions did that.
Ask Houston.
Yeah,
exactly.
Lead out
Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien, and now they got a great young GM and young coach, young quarterback.
Doesn't take that long.
And the future is bright.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about it more. Also, we'll get into some of the facts of this incredible event on the PGA Tour, Rod. Just what we saw over the weekend doesn't happen very often. It's a unicorn of a situation. We'll get you details. Pretty cool, but obviously a lot of football chatter as well. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Hook 'em Up rolls on hour 2 of our 5-hour Monday conversation. It's a busy one. A lot of NFL. We're down to the Final Four now, and yes, of course, it includes Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, 6 straight years. Of course, it doesn't include the Houston franchise or the Cowboys for another year. It's been a while. It does include an upstart in the Detroit Lions, first time in 32 years for that franchise, into the championship weekend. It also includes the 2 top seeds and favorites, the 49ers, by the hair of their chinny chin chin, Rod, on Saturday night, and the Ravens dominated the Texans.
Dominated. Well, it was good for that first half. It was good. Hell, they could have went into the halftime with a lead. Actually, they missed that field goal.
They did.
Yeah.
Kaimi Fairbairn, on a cold day in Baltimore. But a lot of good stuff over the weekend. Nothing better than we'll get more of this coming up at the turn at 8:30, Rod. But Nick Dunlap is a name to get to know. Nick Dunlap is a 20-year-old sophomore at Alabama.
Really?
20-year-old sophomore. He's just a kid, Rod, and he showed up in Palm Springs over the weekend on a sponsor's exemption and won the whole damn thing against a stacked field of the best players in golf.
How old is this?
What's that?
How old is he?
20.
20. Wow.
Yeah, he's an amateur.
I don't even know what to drink yet.
No, he's not. And yeah, he is your winner at the American Express Championship. Sam Burns, Justin Thomas. I mean, he's playing with Justin Thomas yesterday. Justin Thomas went to Alabama, so he knows the kid well. But how about this, Rod? He is the first amateur to win a PGA Tour event since Phil Mickelson in 1991. This is something Tiger Woods didn't do. But like Tiger Woods, Nick Dunlap won the junior amateur championship, and in college he won the national amateur last year at Alabama. So he did that. Tiger Woods did that as well, won the junior and the national amateur, and now wins a tour event as an amateur, which is Phil Mickelson did it in 91. But the last time it was done was 70 years ago, in the 50s, before Phil Mickelson did it.
Wow.
No, actually, no, Scott Verplank did it. So it's only the third time since the 50s that an amateur has won a PGA Tour event, and he's the youngest at 20 years old to do it since 1910, 113 years ago. So pretty awesome. Unicorn of an outlier of a situation there. But how about this, Rod? Since he's an amateur, even with NIL, he doesn't get the money.
Wow.
He doesn't get the check.
Well, because, yeah. Man, what happens to the check?
It goes to second place.
Oh.
The second place golfer gets the $1.5 million. How about him? Does he owe? How much of that does he have to slide Nick Dunlap's way at some point? I mean, he's not allowed to by NCAA rules, but yeah, Christian Bezuidenhout will get the $1.5 million.
Oh, he should. Man, can he gift some of that to the?
I don't know. I don't know what the rules are. Nick Dunlap can't take any of it now.
Can he get? Can I just give it to hey man, I'm gifting it to him. I'm gifting some of it to him.
Bezuidenhout.
Can I buy him a gift or something? Can I do something
for him? A car or something? I don't know.
Do something, man. Buy something. You should do something classy and buy him a nice watch or something. Can you do that?
I think the kid's gonna be okay, but that's $1.5 million that.
Buy him a nice watch, man. You can pawn this with.
Because if Nick Dunlap were able to take the check, and Christian Bezuidenhout would have gotten $635,000.
Come on. Okay, so that's the difference. All right,
it's about
so
$1 million difference.
Okay.
It's about $1 million difference.
Okay, so he should buy something nice for him. But I don't know what you could buy. They didn't go make up the difference, but still, he should do something. That should be a gesture, man. That's crazy.
And before we get to the headlines, can I play this? Ty, can you have the so his teammates at Alabama were sitting around a TV back in Tuscaloosa watching this. This is their teammate. This is their dude, right? He's out there beating the best players in the world. And could you have this, Ty, when he rolled in the par? He had to make a par on 18 to avoid a playoff with Mr. Bezuidenhout. And he had to make this putt. Do we have the sound of this, Ty, when he makes it and his teammates back in Tuscaloosa? Yeah.
Jubilation.
That is awesome. You know, it's really cool. He started the day with the lead, so he had to play with that pressure the whole time. It wasn't like he came out of nowhere. He was the 54-hole leader and had to play 18 holes with Justin Thomas and deal with the pressure and did it. This kid's going to be really, really special. He'll probably turn professional. He's not going to go back and play college golf now, is he?
No.
No, he's going to turn pro.
No, now you get the hot name now too.
Because now he's got it.
Sponsorships will be all on.
He gets to play in all these exemptions and tournaments, and
I
would imagine we'll hear Nick Dunlap turning professional this week.
Do that. Start getting paid for reps.
And
start getting paid for them reps, son.
His third round on Saturday, Rod, he shot a 60.
Yeah, now you're on the heater.
God.
How long does it take for you? You have to wait for the next season to turn pro?
No, he turned pro immediately.
You can turn pro immediately.
Yeah, he's got to drop out of school.
Just okay. Well, we don't encourage dropping out of school, but sometimes, kids, it's what's best for your career. And you got some people have some exceptions to the rule, and he's the exception to the rule. Usually, you don't drop out of school though.
Yes. So the first since Phil Mickelson in '91, the youngest since 1910.
Yeah.
Time to go pro.
Yeah. Well, you're in school to find a career. The young man's found his career. Boom. Some people just find it earlier than others.
Now the coach at Alabama was like, "Oh dang, just lost my best player," but he'll appreciate that. The decision is not hard to make.
But it's going to help you recruit the golfers, right? That guy's going to be out there representing.
Yeah, Coach, I don't need the practice anymore. I think I got this thing. I need to make my way. Hey, let's get to the other top stories and headlines on a busy Monday. Rod's got a rant, the first of two this morning. We'll get to that. Let's get to the news, though. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories. We'll start in the NFL Championship Sunday. Course is set coming out of divisional playoff weekend. Doubleheaders on Saturday and Sunday. Back on Saturday, top seed of Baltimore ended the Houston Texans upstart season with a dominating 34-10 win. Just 10-10 at the half, but 24-0 in the second half, and Baltimore advances. On Saturday night, top seeded San Francisco in the NFC had to hold on, or actually rally for a 24-21 win, then hold on. It was Brock Purdy leading them on a touchdown drive in the late stages of the fourth quarter to take the lead, then an interception for Dre Greenlaw, and they get the victory there. Then yesterday, Jared Goff threw a couple of touchdown passes. Detroit beats Tampa 31-23. The long-suffering Lions are into the NFC Championship game for the first time in 32 years and just the second time in franchise history. Fourth and final spot, of course, claimed by Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. They're going back to the Final Four for the sixth consecutive year. They win in Buffalo 27-24. For the Bills, another agonizing loss. Tyler Bass, their kicker, missed a potential game-tying field goal right from 44 yards, and they fall to the Chiefs in the divisional round for the third time in the last 4 seasons. So coming up this Sunday, Kansas City will travel to Baltimore in the early game, about 2 o'clock. That game is the AFC Championship game. Then San Francisco hosting Detroit in the nightcap in the NFC. Winners will meet in the Super Bowl. Texas football, Longhorns hosted a big Junior Day recruiting event on Saturday. It's already paying dividends for the program. On Saturday, Longhorns received a verbal commitment from 2026 Aledo running back Racine Guillory Jr. He helped lead Aledo to a 12th state title this year as a sophomore. Then yesterday, a big pledge from 2025 Texarkana Pleasant Grove defensive lineman Lance Jackson. Texas also welcomed another transfer portal possibility when defensive tackle Tia Oala Savea visited over the weekend. 6'4", 305-pounder entered the NCAA transfer portal on Friday after the recent departure of Arizona's head coach Jedd Fisch. Of course, he has a close relationship with the current new co-defense coordinator linebacker coach Johnny Nansen. He recruited Savea out of high school. College hoops, absolute parity of the Big 12 on full display this past week. Longhorns, of course, blew that 16-point lead and lost to Central Florida 77-71. A tough loss there, but they rebounded in a big way on Saturday at Moody Center, taking down 9th-ranked Baylor 75-73 on a coast-to-coast buzzer-beating layup by Tyrese Hunter. And then also on Saturday, Texas women secured another victory. They went to Stillwater and beat Oklahoma State 77-66.
Yeah, we'll talk about the Texans and their loss, and talk about really just Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in Rod's rant of the day. But the other games in division, they did not disappoint. By the way, you said your favorite round was the divisional round, and that was a great game. You had blowouts in the wild card round. You had some upsets, but blowouts. The only upset here was the Chiefs. I guess technically that's an upset, even though quarterback
kind of
advantage,
thought it'd be a coin flip game either way.
But you're right about the stat. I mean, it came down to the wire. I mean, the field goal kicker kept. I was upset because I was expecting overtime.
I know.
I was getting ready for overtime. I was like, oh man, a little bit more football. I was like, all right, you know what? A little overtime is going to be good. And then a little disappointing that we didn't get the overtime. But it is amazing though, and you kind of brought some of the stats last hour about Patrick Mahomes to go to 6 straight AFC title games. I mean, this is the greatest start to a career maybe in sports history. Yeah, major American pro sports history.
I mean, it's one thing to say 6 in a row, but he's gone every year. He's been the starting quarterback.
He's gone exactly.
So yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, who knows how many he'll go to? I mean, this is just where he goes.
And if you're the Buffalo Bills, this is now your task. If you're gonna keep the group together, keep the band together. Even though I say you got to change something even more drastic. Even though you changed the OC, your head coach is now calling the defensive plays. You'll be on the 7th year, basically, if you keep everything together of head coach and quarterback together. You're close, And even this year, you started at week 12, and you basically been in playoff mode since week 12. Hottest team in the league. Finally got the Patrick Mahomes, road playoff game. He hadn't played on the road, so you got him on the road. You got him at home, and you just came up short. So I don't know where they go from here, I will admit. And we talked about that earlier. I don't know what their move is. I also don't think the Chiefs are good enough to beat the Ravens. So I also would be shocked if that doesn't end up being a game that's won in a decided fashion pretty quickly by the Ravens. I just think they outmatched the Chiefs. They do.
They're the number one scoring defense in the league. So they don't give up a lot of points and they score a lot of points.
And the best QB in the league right now. And he's going to win the MVP. I'll just say that. I don't know if you call him the best QB in the league, but he's going to win the MVP this year.
And that offense with Todd Monken coming in there just really, really hard to get off the field. Houston, I thought, they didn't have a good plan for Lamar Jackson's legs, or at least they didn't execute the plan they had. And, just all too often he got loose.
It's just tough.
It is
really
tough. Very
is hard,
tough.
Man. It's hard.
It's really hard.
I actually like the game plan defensively. I really did. I talked about it last week. When he drops back the pass, you almost want him just handing off the football as much as you can.
Yeah.
You would love that because the ball out of his hands is a win for the defense in any way. Because even if it's a quick pass, that's why the game plan we'll get into the Raj round today actually. But the game plan I agreed with because it was similar to what I suggested they do last week. Get the ball out of his hand, blitz him, so you don't have to defend 3 plays in one when he drops back. You defend the initial play, you defend the scramble drill, and then defend him actually becoming a runner. You don't want to defend all those 3 plays. You blitz him, he has to make a declaration really quickly, and either he's going to get rid of the football or he's going to run. And you're right. Once they did run, they didn't. It's hard to in the open field. He's a menace. That's just in the open field. He's one of the most dangerous, if not the most dangerous player in the NFL in the open field too. When he becomes a runner, so that's not ideal.
Yeah, so it does favor the Ravens being at home, and early weather forecasts show rain and maybe some precipitation, not freezing rain, but we'll see. That's a week away now, all the way on Sunday. It's the early game since it's Eastern time zone, and then the Niners will host the Lions in the NFC game that evening. A couple of really good games. It's 1 and the 3. The 1 seeds against the 3 seeds, because as I said off the top, it feels like Buffalo is the AFC's version of the Cowboys.
Both lost at home.
Both were 2 seeds, both lost at home, both can't get over a hump in January, and they're both kind of at a crossroads of, okay, what do we do now? What's the next step? We kind of are what we are, and how do we fix it? I don't think Buffalo has a good answer for it. Both teams think they have their quarterback, but in big moments, because as disappointing as it was for Tyler Bass not to make that field goal so we get overtime, I was pretty disappointed in Josh Allen on the 2nd and 3rd down plays coming out of the 2-minute warning. It's like, look, don't settle for a kick here. Go win this game. You have this in your control. This is what you've wanted. 2 minutes to play. Ball at the 30-yard line. You have timeouts. You have a chance to go and not give this ball back to Patrick Mahomes. And instead, he threw 2 incompletions. They handed it off to James Cook on first down, got 2 yards. But then on a drop back on 2nd down, he tried to throw the post route to Shakir in the end zone.
Yep.
He had Stephon Diggs crossing wide open for who knows what game. It would have been a first down. No one covered him. And those are plays you got to make right there.
In the clutch. Yep.
Because you don't need a touchdown right there. Because if you score a touchdown, you're giving Patrick Mahomes a minute and 45 seconds. Take the underneath route on both occasions and work this clock. Get this ball in the end zone. If you do have to kick a field goal, don't leave any time on the clock and make it as short a field goal as possible. I didn't like Josh Allen's handling of that. I thought he played a pretty good ball game last night, but in that moment, after they got the good fortune of the fumble out of bounds in the end zone, the good fortune of the fumble that they recovered looked like it was going to be the end of the game. I just thought Josh Allen came up small in those last couple of throws that's how you got to beat Patrick Mahomes. He means Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
You got to execute right there.
You got to out-clutch the most clutch player arguably in the league.
And by the way, the post route to Shakur was open. He just underthrew it.
Yeah.
Kind of threw it at his feet. Now, I know he had to throw it over a line. It was a tougher throw than it looks like, but at the same time, I don't even know why you're trying to score a touchdown there. There's a minute and 45. You know who you're playing, right? I'm not saying don't score when you can score, but why do you want to score and leave that guy 2 minutes?
No, you don't.
You control this game right now with under 2 minutes to play, and I don't know.
At home.
That one will stick.
With some people say better team. And some people think the Buffalo Bills are a better team.
Well, they're right there, but that's again, close only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades. Rod, you're close as kind of like the Cowboys. You're close, but really, how close are you?
Yeah. I don't. Both of them have different tasks right now, but I think there's more clarity with the Bills, even though they are trying to extend this window as much as possible. They got to do one thing: they got to beat the Chiefs in the playoffs, because everything else they've pretty much figured out. They figured out how to win a division. They figured out, that hell they can. This is a team that when they had to win games to just keep themselves in the postseason hunt, they became the hottest team in the league.
And they beat the Chiefs.
And they beat the Chiefs. Yeah, exactly.
In Arrowhead.
So, but in the regular season.
Yep.
So they got to beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. For the Cowboys, I think their issues are less clear or less certain. I'm not sure exactly what they are. I'm not sure.
They claim to be close, but the evidence would indicate you have to actually win playoff games to be close. Win them. Your quarterback can't be 2-5 in 7 postseason games.
And yeah,
you're not really close at that point. If you're going to stick with that quarterback, which you're locked into him for a big number this year, So, but Buffalo, Dallas, kind of in the same spot.
I agree with you on that. They're right there.
They're really a good team, both of them. But man, quarterback
not
really
good,
but not good enough.
Not good enough.
And so, I think Josh Allen's a little bit the Dak Prescott parallel. All right, let's go ahead and dive into Rod's rant. He does them twice each morning. Let's hit it.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, let's talk about the Texans' loss to the Ravens. And the Ravens dominate the second half. The Texans just were at a severe talent disadvantage, and I think that ended up showing itself, especially in the second half down the stretch. And the Lamar Jackson halftime speech apparently was pretty powerful. We had some sounds, some guys talking about how powerful it was, and we'll hear that later on and who said that. But let's talk about the schematic adjustments or at least the game plan by DeMeco Ryans. Last week, I said, man, I think you got to blitz Lamar Jackson. You just can't allow Lamar Jackson to sit back there. When he drops back, you're going to have hell to pay if you have to defend those 3 plays in one that I discussed. Defending the initial play, defending the scramble drill once he extends the play, and then defending him as a runner. And he's elite in all of those areas. He's one of the best pocket passing quarterbacks in the league. He's really good when he's probably the best in the league when it comes to extending the play in the scramble drill, especially now that he has wide receivers. And in the open field, he's one of the most dangerous runners in the league. So I would rather him have to declare quickly rather than defend that process of 3 plays when he drops back, and that taking 8-9 seconds potentially to play out and my defense be exhausted. So my suggestion was DeMeco Ryans to blitz him, and blitz him he did. Lamar Jackson faced a career high 75% blitz rate. But he was 13 of 18 against the blitz, 120 yards, 2 touchdowns. He got rid of the ball more than a second quicker versus the blitz in the second half compared to the first half. First half, you actually were starting to, I think you started to affect him and impact him and slow his process down actually with the blitz, because he was looking at the pressure and also trying to process the coverage in the back end. So he was averaging at 3.5 seconds time to throw, which gave you time to get there with the blitz. Linebacker Christian Harris generated a team-high 6 pressures on 13 pass rushes, the most unblocked pressures by any pass rusher in a game this season. So you were getting to him. You really were getting to him. And remember, even in the first half, Texans blitzed in the first half 72% of the dropbacks against Lamar Jackson. They got 10 pressures and he got 3 sacks on those blitzes. So it worked in the first half. Unfortunately, Todd Monken, Lamar Jackson, that's the reason he's the MVP, and that's the reason their offense is so dangerous. They made the necessary adjustments, and their offense is so malleable. They can just morph into being a power run team whenever they want to with a +1 in the running game. Or now they can spread you out. Todd Monken is an air raid. He's an air raid admirer. So he'll just come out and start running air raid concepts with a +1 running back in the backfield to Lamar Jackson. Or come out in empty set. They right now they're just probably as dangerous as they've ever been because they finally can morph into both. They still have the power set ability from their time that Greg Roman, so they can still break out 21 personnel, 22 personnel, 13 personnel, with Mark Andrews, and that injury hurts him a little bit. They can still come out in power sets, but now they can come out in the spread sets too and be just as lethal and dangerous. And that's what they did in the second half. They really made great adjustments to give Lamar Jackson a little bit more time. Quarterback run game was a big part of the second half script or the second half adjustments for the Ravens. So I like the game plan by DeMeco Ryans. I mean, he had never blitzed on a majority of dropbacks in a game during his 3 seasons as a defensive play caller. So I always say you got to break tendency to win big games. He did break tendency. Sometimes it's just not enough. It just don't work. I mean, they were just that good. If you go look at the Texans defense blitzed 5+ on 21 of Lamar Jackson's dropbacks yesterday. 11 plays were 6+. They got 11 pressures and 3 sacks out of that. That's good, but most of that came, like I said, in the first half. When it came to the second half, the adjustments were made by Baltimore, and they just ate up the blitz for the Texans. Didn't matter. So I think DeMeco Ryans got a little out scheme too, and I don't know. Honestly, I don't think he had a counter. I think his counter was, I'm just going to gamble with this blitz. We make enough plays to give us a lead and we can hold it. And they did, and they ran out of fastballs. They ran out of pitches.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think the Texans need more dudes. I mean, you can only scheme so much. And
exactly.
Well, they really could have used Tank Dell in that game, could have used Noah Brown in that game. You got to have all your guys, and they didn't. And same time, they didn't run the ball. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're only going to run for 32 yards, and they're going to run for 200, you're going to lose that game. And so the Texans have work to do, and in the Ravens, I'll give them this credit, Rod. I mean, they've been building this. They've been building this roster. Going into the game, it was Lamar Jackson who was taking the heat of only 1-3 in the playoffs and only one playoff win. And can he step up? Well, this roster, his team's really good. I mean, his team is loaded, and he's a huge part of it. They're just when you allow the fewest points in the league, and then you have that offense that you just really can't get off the field
with the MVP.
That's why they're prohibitively going to be the favorites over the Chiefs. And I'll probably pick them. They've already beaten the Niners once this year, 33-19 at San Francisco on a Monday night.
Look at what Mike McDonald, their defensive coordinator, has done to all these Mike Shanahan offenses, whether it be Mike McDaniels or whether it be now it's Bobby Slowick, Shanahan himself. I mean, the only one, Sean McVay was probably the only one that really found a way to score some points against them. And after that, he made some serious adjustments. And you talked about what he did against Ben Johnson. The Detroit Lions,
6 points.
Yeah, young phenom at OC.
38-6.
Mike McDonald, and I think he's doing a lot of stuff that other teams do. I mean, they play a lot of pattern match, zone coverage, but the pressure packages. I'll give you a stat for the Ravens because the pressure packages they put together are unbelievable. So C.J. Stroud, the Ravens, first of all, they blitz C.J. Stroud a lot too. Speaking of blitz, they blitz C.J. Stroud. Sorry, they didn't blitz him a lot. They only blitzed him on 9 of his 21 dropbacks in the first half. But for them, it was a high number. That was their second highest rate in a game under Mike McDonald. So they don't blitz a lot. But they ended up, blitzing them. And this is I think my favorite number for the Ravens. 12 different pass rushers generated a pressure. 12 different pass rushers. So 12 different guys get a pressure. Think about that if you're a C.J. Stroud. They're coming from everywhere. They're bringing the pressure packages are so exotic, and they average their third quickest time to pressure of the season. So they got to him really quickly. It was actually at 2.4 seconds is what he had before somebody was in his face constantly. Remember how much time he had last week in that game versus the Browns? So that's a big part of it. And you're right, they couldn't run the ball. They need to overhaul that running back room too. There's a lot of things they got to do, but Devin Singletary just was inadequate. He had 9 rushes for 22 yards. He was stuffed on 5 of his 9 carries, either at the line or behind the line. They need the running back room needs also kind of an overhaul for them.
Well, and the O-line's got to get better. Now, remember, Houston had 2 of their, scheduled starting offensive linemen on injured reserve, and Kenyon Green and Titus Howard. Really, I can't count on Kenyon Green at this point. A former first-round pick who hadn't done much in 2 years.
Receiver injuries.
Yeah, but that's an offense that'll get better. They'll add pieces to it. They'll add pieces on defense. And, they're playing an elite team who's probably the best team in all of pro football this year. And it'll be a good year at the Harbaugh house. You could have a national championship and a Super Bowl championship in one season.
Yeah.
The Harbaughs are trending.
They are. No, you're right about that. They are trending. One last nugget before we hang it up. Bobby Slowick did break tendency for him. He ran 11 personnel 70% of the time last night. That's against Cleveland. He's usually around 50%. He likes a lot of variety in his personnel groupings. So they went with 11, and which was strange because they threw a lot of receivers out there with the receiver injuries they've had. They played John Mechie a lot, but he had 0 targets. Like, I don't understand why they played him 72% of the time, and yet he had 0 targets in that game. So that's kind of what he's getting at. The passing game was also exposed. They just need weapons on offense.
They need more. And Tank Dell was a huge one before his injury.
Yeah.
It was such a shame he got hurt on the goal line, trying to block for a goal line run.
Hey.
Like, what are you doing in there, little guy?
Yeah.
Get on out of there. But either got rolled up on from behind.
Yeah.
But, he'll be back next year. They'll add pieces, I think.
They miss him.
Give Baltimore some credit. The credit, I think most people will. And this says Mahomes even better than Michael Jordan, guys. At this point of his career, Jordan was Allen. He couldn't get past the Pistons.
Yep.
Yeah, it took Michael Jordan 7,
That's
8
right.
years
That's a good point. He was.
go on to his run.
He was Josh Allen.
It is. I mean,
in football, you don't have that long, though.
That's why when you say 6 straight AFC Championships games, that's factual. But it's every year he started. I mean, how many? I know we don't know what could have happened before, but he didn't start the first year.
He doesn't know. He knows nothing else.
He knows nothing else.
But going to the
there
AFC,
is no bad year for him.
That's all. That's all he knows is going to the AFC title game. This was his first road playoff game.
If they were to upset Baltimore, he'd be back in the Super Bowl for the 4th time in 6 years.
I just don't see that happening. Not with that wide receiver.
I don't either. But at the same time,
but if he went out there and just had this elite performance versus Baltimore and led them to the Super Bowl, nobody would be shocked because we're like, well, he's the best quarterback in the game for a reason.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, there's Rod's rant, first of 2 today. Texans season, a promising season comes to a disappointing end. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud and some of the Texans on that coming back, but just ran into a much better team, I believe, in that spot. We'll also get some bullish or BS for the end of the hour. It's a rainy, messy, sloppy Monday morning. Be careful out there, folks. As I say, pack your patience and take your time. You'll get where you need to get, but don't try to rush it. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Messy Monday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Be careful if you're in the 512 or beyond. It is pouring down rain. Has been all night long. Will continue to rain most of this day. It's going to be a wet Monday.
Be careful out there.
Recapping the divisional playoff weekend, which was nail-biters across the board outside of the Houston game, and even the Houston-Baltimore game was 10-10 at the half, and it felt like Texans had a chance to play Baltimore into a fourth quarter game, but too much Lamar Jackson, too much Baltimore in that second half, and they are the prohibitive favorites to get to the Super Bowl this year. And then we saw the 49ers on Saturday night. That was we talk about when we get to the combine, everybody freaks out when people talk about small hands. Right? They measure the hands. And I was like, well, who cares about hands? If you're a quarterback and you're playing in a rain, small hands can be a problem. And Brock Purdy was having a problem gripping the football on Saturday night and finding his accuracy. Then one of his maybe his top target, Deebo Samuel, got hurt early in the game, went out of the game.
I think that's probably more troubling.
And I thought, the Cowboys found it out a week previous, but Green Bay is a good young team.
Yep.
I thought they were schemed up pretty well. I thought they had a real good look at that. I thought the settling for 2 field goals early when they were moving the ball and not getting touchdowns. Remember, against the Cowboys, they punched those in and scored touchdowns early and really, staggered the Cowboys. The fact that the Niners gave up yards to Jordan Love but then held him to field goals.
Well, Niners have a better linebacking core.
They did better against Aaron Jones.
Yeah, so they're a better linebacking core. They're better equipped to be able to defend that power running game and the zone blocking scheme that Matt LaFleur has there. So I think I talked about this with the Cowboys earlier. It's not totally their fault. They did draft the linebacker to Marvin Overshown in the 3rd round. They, led Van Der Esch. They brought him back because they understood, but they lost both of those guys, and they were exposed because of their lack of linebacker play, and they had to use more sub packages and DBs, and then teams ran downhill on those DBs because they had more girth and more size than the Cowboys. So it's just a negative domino effect. And I think for the Cowboys, that's something they got to focus on. You look at these teams that are right now remaining in the postseason. Go look at the linebacking core. I mean, it's a devalued position. It's not a premium position, but the teams right now who are playing really good football, I don't think it's a coincidence that they have the best linebacking cores too. Off-ball linebackers, Patrick Queen with the Ravens. I mean, he's one of the best. Roquan Smith with the Ravens, they're great. Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw with the 49ers. Hell, the Lions even drafted one in the 1st round, even though it's not a premium position that teams drafted the 1st round. Got a lot of criticism for that, but I think somebody back there, Brad Holmes, is a football theorist and saying, hey, man, we need to make sure we solidify this linebacking core with more and more dual threat quarterbacks, with more and more RPO games, more and more of these running backs. How many check downs, flare routes, swing screens have we seen just to running backs these days? Running backs becoming more of a big part of the passing game. Sarkey's been a big fan of using running backs in the passing game. You got to have your linebackers ready to flow. And if they can't, you're in trouble.
Yeah, ask Houston.
Yes,
because they didn't have a good night. I mean, Christian Harris is going to be a good player there, and he made some plays in that game. But the other guys, Denzel Perryman, I think, is a little over his head at this point of his career, and Blake Cashman's a good player, not a great player. So you're right. I mean, the best linebacking cores in the league, I think if you rank them right now, it would be Baltimore 1, San Francisco 2, Kansas City 3.
You might be right
as far
about
as
that.
Best linebacker cores, and they're still playing.
Yeah,
it's not only reason they're still playing, but it's important in this day and age of football.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys, because of their injuries and lack of linebackers, maybe have the worst set of linebackers in the league at this point.
They got exposed there,
and that's where Aaron Jones. I mean, they're playing DBs because they don't have
Pretty
enough
much,
linebackers.
yeah.
And as you said all last week, Dan Quinn's going to take the heat. But if you really believe your 6th defensive back is better than any linebacker you have right now because of injuries, that's a problem.
That's a problem for the front office. They should have been looking at that going, guys, we got to bring in some linebackers.
Because it's not like when they weren't exposed, several weeks earlier when they played Buffalo, and Buffalo did the same thing, and they ran the same defense most of the night.
Exactly right. At that point, they should have been thinking, all right, guys, we got to do something about this linebacker issue.
Yeah.
And I don't think they really ever addressed it. So.
Well, and much like Buffalo's kryptonite is Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, then the Green Bay Packers' kryptonite are the 49ers. I mean, that one had to hurt because Aaron Rodgers couldn't get past, after winning that Super Bowl early, couldn't get past San Francisco time and time again, and now a game would look like it was there.
It was.
And in the worst cut of all for Packers fans, Jordan Love rolling to his right with all you need is a field goal. All you need is a field goal.
Oh,
and he throws across his body. All he has to do is throw it out of bounds, live to play another down, or just dump it off. Instead, he tries to throw across his body. The cardinal sin of all quarterbacks. Back across to the middle of the field to a waiting Dre Greenlaw.
I don't know what he was looking at.
I don't either.
Because that guy was like 3 49ers over there.
Two. He saw something quick, and then boom. The next thing you know, it's 3 guys.
And I thought he had a player running deep on the Niners. I forget what receiver it was, and they were in 1-on-1, and the DB was even with them, which is in that situation a bad decision. He was rolling right, and the receiver was running right. I thought he should just throw it up there and gave his guy a chance. And they were throwing flags in that game for PIs too.
Yeah, they were.
They were throwing PI calls, man. You should have telling you. I'd have thrown it up there.
See what happens.
That's a young quarterback. I think if an older quarterback would be like, no, I'm just going to throw it up there and see
Well,
if my
and
guy
it's
can
fair to
get it.
say Jordan Love made tremendous strides this year from where it started to where it finished, and at the end of the year he's playing as well as anybody. And that game was, that team's between Detroit's the favorite in that division now moving forward, but Green Bay's gonna be right there.
You're right about that. Yeah, man. That's to think about Detroit in that division. Detroit showed a lot of immaturity. I think that's the best way to put it. Because I didn't know, because they had that drive, and I think Collinsworth said it right before. He's like, all right, now we'll see.
Immaturity or maturity?
Maturity.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
I agree with
a lot
you.
of maturity. Because when they had that, they were up 7. I think it was like it may have been 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter, something like that, when they got the ball back and they were up a touchdown. And Collinsworth said, he's like, all right, we'll see if they go down and score. Because if they go down and score, they can really put this game out of reach. But that shows you they're a team that's ready, all right, for that stage of playing for a championship. And they did. It went down and scored. I think it was a Amon-Ra St. Brown touchdown, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be off about that. But they went out and got up 2 touchdowns, and that was it.
Yep.
That was that's maturity.
Yeah, when they went up 31-17 and kind of seized the ball game, they made Tampa chase them from that point on, kind of give up on their run game. And
they made it interesting. They went down.
Did you understand why Todd Bowles went for 2 when they scored that touchdown? I guess you're planning to try to not go to overtime. I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I felt like that kind of slowed some of their mojo a little bit to be down 8, not 7. I know in the end of the day it didn't matter. I just didn't understand the logic behind that.
I'm sure there's a green folder he has somewhere, the analytics that are telling Todd Bowles or the offensive staff to go for it. You're right. I mean, I'm not that deep into the analytics to tell you exactly why it happened, and I'd probably sound like an idiot if I tried to explain it to you. So no, I don't really know why either. I don't know why you go for it.
I guess I would have
then
understood it
instead of later
if,
on.
let's say they kick the extra point and then they go back down and score. On the road, I would have understood it the second touchdown, right? You get to 31-30 and you don't want to. But at this point now, you forced yourself to have to get 2 points the next time if you even get back down there. I don't know. I didn't love that call at all, but in the end, it didn't matter. And the Lions, who would have thought? Well, look, we picked them to win the division and thought they were going to be a better team. And but man, to
in the NFC title game,
be in the NFC title game.
Yes, they've won. The Lions the Lions since 1957, since the last time they won an NFL championship. From 1958 to 2022, they had 1 playoff win, and now they got 2 in this postseason alone.
Well, they were in the NFC Championship game in 1991, and they lost. They had Barry Sanders that year, and they lost to a really good Washington team. That was a Washington team, beat them like 38-6. That's the last time they've been to the NFC Championship game. Before that was the 50s. And long-suffering Lions fans are in love with Dan Campbell. Hey, Ty, can we have Dan Campbell listen to this? Now, this is from Hard Knocks, but this is more relevant because Dan Campbell, of course, former Texas A&M, Aggie, and doing a great job as a leader. Listen to this. This is from Hard Knocks, but this is what has led to what we saw from Detroit this season and yesterday.
I got a plan, I swear to you. All I think about is you guys. That's all I think about, man. That's all I think about is you guys and how I set you up for the best possible advantage I can give you to have a season. I swear to you, man. I just need you to trust me. That's all.
Just need you to trust me. And now here they are. They all talk about, all those players talk about what a leader he is, how he's the same guy every day. Consistent, genuine leader who, and they follow him. They absolutely follow him. And they have the young coordinator in Ben Johnson. They got Aaron Glenn coaching the defense, and they're a fun team. They really are. And their general manager Brad Holmes did an absolute stud job this offseason of filling holes.
He really did.
With the draft picks. If you feel like you're close, and you have 2 first-round draft picks, and that came from the Jared Goff trade, by the way. The Matt Stafford trade. They did a great job of using those picks to build this roster, the Penei Sewells of the world at tackle. But, man, to grab Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 after Bijan Robinson was off the board because they felt like they had signed David Montgomery, and now we had this other piece, and now we have a speed back. And, man, he was a couple shoelace tackles away yesterday, and that came from house calls. And then he did have the long touchdown run that kind of sealed the deal. For Jahmyr Gibbs, but then they took, as you said, the kid Jack Campbell, the linebacker from Iowa.
It's working out for him.
And then they took Sam Laporta, the tight end, in the second round.
They took some players not at premium positions, so they're kind of going anti.
They were looking for starting players.
They were looking for players to help them right now.
Holes. Yep.
Yeah. So he took running back early, and it's like people like running back. What are you doing? Running back and linebacker? Those aren't premium positions.
Yeah, they had 12 and 17 if memory serves, and they went running back, linebacker, and got criticized for it.
They did.
Then they took tight end.
Yeah.
in Sam Laporta.
Another position that's not a premium
Then they
position.
took Brian Branch, the safety, who's
not a premium position.
from Alabama, right? And they're all starters. They're all productive
but
players.
they're not premium positions.
Who cares?
Exactly. See, it's there are plenty of ways to skin a cat, man. As long as you're aligned. That's the beauty of what they have going. They're aligned. The owner, she made sure she got the GM, she got the head coach, and all of them are aligned. They're for the first time in a long time with that organization. Trust somebody who played for that organization.
Well, think about it this way. This is kind of where Houston can go now because the other thing that they didn't have to go premium position because they had the tackles, right? Mm-hmm. They have the best offensive line in the league. They felt like they had their quarterback, so they didn't have to go quarterback. They've got Amon-Ra St. Brown and weapons on the outside.
They had Aiden Hutchinson. He's their edge rusher.
They had taken Aiden Hutchinson, so they felt like the pass rush was going to be there and they could improve it. Mm-hmm. And they went to get starting quality players that had very low floors. They knew they could come in, and Jahmyr Gibbs would be an immediate impact. Hawkinson, there's Laporta would be an immediate impact at tight end.
They want to eliminate the bust rates.
Yes.
They wanted to decrease the bust rate as much as possible. Like, nah, man, bringing in guys, yes, he does a premium position, but what's the bust rate on this guy? This guy, he could be this, but, what's the floor? If he bottoms out, then we wasted a pick. But what if we bring in guys, like you said, who have a higher floor? Maybe the ceiling's not as high because it's not a premium position, but they can help us right away.
Yeah,
and we need to win right now.
Starters in the first
because Jared Goff, guys, we got to win right now.
Yeah, we got to go.
Because he's our quarterback right now. He ain't on a rookie deal.
Well, that's when I say to Houston, because they have the tackle, they have the quarterback, they've got one great receiver in Nico Collins. They've got the pass rushers.
You're right.
They've got corner Derek Stingley. You can. I don't know if they're there yet, but you got to get some dogs up front on defense. You got to get more tough in the interior offensive line. So yeah, you can take guard's not a premium position, center's not a premium, but you can
take them.
Well, last year they took two centers, so I don't think they're going there, but they got banged up.
And that was smart. They needed them.
Yeah, they need them both.
That was good roster construction.
Houston could be on the same trajectory as Detroit when the draft comes around, and they do have a first-round draft pick that's Cleveland's coming up. All right, yeah, good games, man. All of them good. They were all tough and tight, and we now have a Final Four that I think will be good. I think Baltimore is the early favorite over the Chiefs, even with Patrick Mahomes. And then what's your early feel on the Niners game? That was a scary game for Niners fans.
I am scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared of the Lions. That's weird to say. I am because Brock Purdy.
They play with no fear, don't they?
Yeah, Brock Purdy was clutch down. I'm glad he was clutch down the stretch, but man, he had an off game. Could just been the rain, everything like that. So I get it. But also that Deebo Samuel injury, it affects Shannon's play calling. He calls plays differently when Debo's not available to him, whether he knows that or not. That's just my observation. So, yeah, if Debo's not available, Brock's not feeling confident, maybe he is coming off of that performance. He shouldn't be. That I would be a little worried because this team, they have an emotional edge, this Detroit Lions team. That's the term I've been using for them all season long. I mean, all postseason long. And they play with that emotional edge. They do. And it's because Dan Campbell coaches like that. And it's also because the fans have now, because they haven't ever been in this position, like unless they got some fans who've been in like their 70s or something like that, 80s, whatever, way back when, they don't have any fans who've actually experienced this before. So everybody's riding this high as a city. They are. Like nobody's ever experienced this before as a Detroit Lions fan. Been able to win 2 playoff games in the same postseason. They haven't done that, guys, since the 50s. The 50s.
Awesome.
So I think that's why that worries me a little bit. That worries me.
Well, and as Texans fans as we are, the Texans are looking to break through into the Final Four for the first time as a Houston franchise since 1979. That's the ceiling that Oilers/Texans fans are dealing with. And I know the Oilers are now in Tennessee, but that's been since 1979 with Bum Phillips, since Houston has played this far. Cowboys since 1995. They and the Washington Commanders now the longest droughts between NFC Championship games appearances in the NFC, and of course Houston, man, it's been a bit. So maybe, and Detroit gives everybody hope. The Lions
they do.
If you hire the right people, draft the right people,
and
get a leader at the top, which Houston feels like they have in D'Amico Ryans. We'll see where they go. All right, we'll come back. The Cowboys still have Mike McCarthy.
Hey, Big Mac. 12 wins.
And Dak.
12 wins, baby.
Big Mac and Dak. Here we go. Let's roll. Let's roll. All right, we'll come back when we do some bullish or BS coming out of the weekend. Always fun. We'll get Ty involved as well on a rainy, messy, sloppy Monday morning. Be careful out there. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Final four is set in the NFL. We've got a 20-year-old who stunned the golf world over the weekend, won the event in Palm Springs, California. 20-year-old, sophomore, Alabama.
20.
Beat them all.
20. Man.
And now we're bullish. Rod, we agree he should just go ahead and turn pro, right? He doesn't need to play a collegiate season at Alabama.
No,
he's already the amateur champion.
Yeah,
he
you
won
can go back and get your degree later on.
School will still be there later.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. No doubt. You can donate once you get all that big money too. They'll really love you. They'll give you an honorary degree. Like, you ain't actually have to go back. They'll give you an honorary degree. You donate enough money back to them.
Yeah, and it was kind of cool. Nick Dunlap was playing. Nick Dunlap's his name. He was playing with Justin Thomas yesterday. And Justin Thomas is a Bama guy himself.
There you go.
And he grew up competing head-to-head with Jordan Spieth when Jordan was at Texas. And those guys are still good friends. But, yeah, I mean, Dunlap had already become the first golfer since Tiger Woods. I think we've heard of him.
Tiger
to win both the U.S. Junior Amateur and the U.S. Amateur. So, meaning as a junior, he won Best Player in the Nation. And then as a player at Alabama, won Best Player in the Nation in college, Best College Amateur. And now he's the first golfer since Phil Mickelson in 1991 to win an event on tour as an amateur. And he's the youngest to do it at 20 years old since 1910.
1910?
Yeah, 113 years.
Wow. So how long before we get the announcement that he's turning pro?
Today.
It's going to happen right now?
I mean,
you're predicting it's going to happen today?
Well, because now he's qualified to go play this weekend. I mean, he can.
So he can make some money.
Yeah, I won't be coming back to Tuscaloosa. It was pretty cool when he won yesterday. He had to make a nice, about a 6-foot par putt up the hill. Just nailed it. And because he played with the lead, he started the day with the lead, so he had to play with that pressure at 20 years old.
A young guy. Yeah.
Can he finish it was the question, and damned if he didn't. And as we said, the Bezuidenholt, he gets the first place check, though. I'm bullish on that. That's pretty cool. He didn't have to win the damn thing. He gets first place.
Now that's a good day. I guess he knew they were probably going into it, but still, man, that's a pretty nice payday for second place.
Yeah.
Second place.
Pretty nice. He's gonna have to gift something to Mr. Dunlap.
That's what I say, man. But I'm a nice watch or something because it's a big difference.
A nice Rolex, yeah.
Money, yeah, but I'm something, man. Seriously.
But it was cool when he won it. He made the putt, and his parents were there. He's got his brother was there, his friends. They had flown in. They weren't even. I mean, they flew in day of. They didn't expect.
They didn't know exactly. We didn't expect you to be leading this damn thing.
Even his girlfriend showed up. I think his girlfriend though, Rob, was like the last person he hugged. So maybe they're just started dating.
It depends on who's there. If Mama's there and Dad's there,
Mom's first.
I got to get sister in there. I can't, no. So the family's there. It's about the hierarchy of the family. You can't hug girlfriend. We see this in the draft all the time, right? In the NFL draft, NBA draft, girlfriend's there, mama's there, dad's there, uncle's there, whatever. Then you see the hierarchy of the hug and the celebration once they get drafted. You can't go girlfriend first. No, you got to go mama first. Then there's sister, brother, siblings, dad, whatever, and then you. Then the girlfriend.
But I don't. And she was lovely lady wearing
wife,
a yellow dress.
That's different.
Wife is probably first.
Wife is different.
And kids, if you got kids, that's first.
Yeah, that's different. But those things.
And he's 20 years old. He's a college sophomore. I don't even know how long
drink.
they've been dating. Right?
That's true.
Might be kind of a new relationship going on here.
Was she hot?
Yeah.
Was she amateur hot or pro golf hot? Amateur.
20. I mean, yeah, she was pretty.
Okay. All right,
brunette,
good. There you go. But also sometimes
she kind of fit your type, Rod.
Here you go. Before you blow up, though, you do want the one that was with you when you had nothing. Because she's with you for the right reasons. Once you become that guy, because you see he's a prodigy, he's a phenom, so he's gonna blow up pretty quickly and get all sponsors. He'll probably be worth, I don't know, $10 million by this time next season. Yeah, then you're not going to really be able to vet which ones want you for you and which ones just, hey, this is a great lifestyle I'm living right now. Which ain't nothing wrong with that. You still can have a great relationship that way. But my point is, you want somebody that wanted you if you was broke and down and out without a dime.
Coming up, bottom of next hour, we'll be at the turn. We'll get some more golf, including we kind of know, I think, where Tiger Woods is going. Since he dropped out since he divorced Nike. He's no longer Nike. We kind of see where Tiger's going now. We'll get you that at the turn. What do you have in bullish or BS, Rod?
There's a report that Chip Kelly's name is being dropped in several NFL circles, possibly interested in him as an OC, not head coach.
Coordinator, okay.
Not head coach.
This kind of the Cliff Kingsbury conversation.
Yes, not a head coach, but the OC is currently head coach at UCLA. But not the head coach, but he's as an offensive coordinator. Are we bullish or BS on this? And the name that's been dropped out there possibly was if Belichick gets the job with the Falcons. And the Falcons have interviewed everybody. They brought, the Falcons, you know what? Remember my theory that you should interview as many candidates as possible and just start stealing information from them and force them to give information? The Falcons may be doing that. They may actually be doing that. It's very possible because they are interviewing more candidates than any other vacancy in the NFL. But are we bullish or BS on Chip Kelly as a possible offensive coordinator candidate in the NFL?
Look, I don't doubt his offensive acumen and his ability to call plays. I would be interested in Chip Kelly in that role.
As an OC, yeah.
Yeah, because the word is that Cliff Kingsbury is going to be in demand, and he's going to be able to pick his jobs, but only one team can hire him. So if you're looking for a hotshot play caller and quarterback developer and run game I think Chip Kelly can do that. I wouldn't want him as my head coach. I think we saw that fail in Philadelphia and in San Francisco. But as an OC and an offensive mind, I like it. I do like it. And he's got the NFL experience, too.
Yes, he does.
And if you have a strong head coach. I'd be bullish on that.
I'm bullish on that, too. I actually think that him with those, if Belichick would hire him as the OC, if he gets the Atlanta job, a lot of ifs there, if, buts, candies, and nuts. But, man, the weapons he would have with Bijan and Kyle Pitts, Drake London in a Chip Kelly offense, that might be something interesting in that division.
Bullish or BS on this, on the same conversation, coaching carousel. So Bill Belichick, we know what agents' jobs are, right? Agents' jobs are to do good by your client. And we know just last week Jimmy Sexton in college did a master class in getting Steve Sarkisian a raise, getting Mike Norvell a raise, who are both his clients, all with the Alabama job being open, right? Nick Saban was a client. Nick Saban steps aside, uses the job to get Steve Sarkisian the big raise here at Texas. Mike Norvell gets the big raise, and he also got another one of his clients, Kalen DeBoer, the head coaching job at Alabama. So he did the triple threat.
The kingmaker.
But something smells like an agent here, because the Falcons, as you just said, have interviewed everybody. And they've interviewed Bill Belichick twice.
Yep.
And the word into the weekend was that only the Falcons are talking to Bill Belichick. Now Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, reports that multiple clubs are quietly considering Bill Belichick.
Oh.
Is that an agent plant to kind of push the Falcons? Hey, can we get this done? We've met twice.
Yeah.
We've already talked. What are we doing now?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we hit kind of a stall here.
And this would sound like an agent plant to me, because maybe there are multiple clubs. But as of Saturday,
it was only one. That was Atlanta.
And now, according to Florio, there are multiple clubs quietly considering a run at Bill Belichick.
Hey, agents working hard behind the scenes. That's your job. Drum up interest.
Well, and if you're Bill Belichick and whatever the last couple of years have been, you got 7 rings. You're like, what am I doing? They're interviewing this coordinator? Can we just get this done? Do you want me or not?
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. You're right. That makes sense that the agent's working. I don't even know who his agent is.
I don't either.
Yeah, I got to figure that out. But you're right. Probably behind the scenes. He's working on it.
Hey, were you bullish on the Raiders making it official with Antonio Pierce?
Ooh. Yeah, for them I am. I'm for the Raiders I am, because the players apparently were getting ready to revolt. Like Max Crosby.
They didn't hire him.
Yeah, he was going to demand a trade. Devontae Adams, the last interim they had really did well for him. Rich Bisaccia, and Antonio Pierce was good in that role. So why not hire the interim this time and see how it works out?
Yeah, and reports are bringing Marvin Lewis in, a former Bengals coach, to be a top advisor to him, which got of experience there. Yeah. All right, we'll see. We'll keep it going on Bullish or BS. Your thoughts coming back. Hook them up with Ian Rodby.
We're rolling. Take A. We're rolling. Take overdub. 5. Double dub.
Hook 'em up with E and Rod B rolls on. We'll be at the bottom of the hour. We'll be at our halfway point, so we'll go after the turn. Talk about the golf phenom prodigy stealing the thunder over the weekend. Plenty of it. Also, playoff time, Rod.
Playoffs?
Somebody on the text line took issue with me, my analysis of Josh Allen last hour. Look, I mean, this is the time of year where your performance in the clutch moments are what matter, right? Because somebody said, well, he played awesome. Did you see him in the first half? And look, Josh Allen led the Bills to 7 second-half points and 0 in the fourth. In the playoffs, that's what you're going to be judged on. I mean, and it's not all him. I'm not saying the kicker missed a kick, but he had opportunities at home to rise up and take his team into the end zone. And I was not real happy with his decision-making on that final drive that led to the field goal. How about this, Rod? Jordan Love, as good as he was, first 6 possessions against the Niners, 15 of 22, 168 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, passer rating of 120.3. Final 4 possessions, 6 for 12, 30 yards, no touchdowns, 2 picks, quarterback rating of 16.
Yeah.
So this is that time of year, y'all. This is the playoffs.
I mean, look at Purdy. He was terrible.
Terrible.
The whole damn game. And then for a game-winning drive scenario, he was able to pull out, a game-winning drive. And he did it. I had no faith at all. I was like, there's no damn way the way this dude look, he's gonna be able to do it.
He was missing. He was getting to grip the ball.
Yeah.
Which, if you're a coach and you're trying to call plays and your quarterback can't grip a ball in a rain, it's raining. What are you gonna do?
That's for a game-winning drive. That's when small hands. That's when it matters.
Small hands.
Usually it's not a big deal, but I'll admit Brock Purdy made a fool out of me because I told my wife, there's no way. There's no way this dude's going to do it. He hadn't looked great all season in that situation because he hadn't been in that situation a lot.
Well, because what is the number? Kyle Shanahan teams are 0-30 before that.
That was their first win in that situation.
Down 5 or more
Yeah.
into the fourth quarter, and they were 0-30. They won that one.
Yeah.
And Kyle Shanahan kind of wears that. It's your good buddy, but
well,
same
he's
time,
a front runner. The way he's built this team is they get a lead and then they just grind you, all right? Because
their pass rush gets after you.
Yeah, because you become predictable, because you become desperate, and then you get behind and you got to throw the football. So, but if you can, they are the Mike Tyson blueprint as well. Like if you can get them into the fourth quarter, into a competitive game in the fourth quarter with a lead or with them just within one score, you got a shot.
Yes.
You got a shot against San Fran. The problem is most teams don't get there.
They don't. They stretch the lead.
Yeah,
but, I think Brock Purdy quieted a lot of doubters. Now, he created doubt because he was rough, but when it mattered, he took them on a game-winning drive. And Jordan Love, after being really good for most of the game, when the final 4 drives, when it really mattered, he was not good. And you give the Niners defense big props for stepping up. But, the Chiefs are advancing because their defense, who allowed 17 first-half points, and Josh Allen was kind of going up and down the field. They couldn't stop the run. They were physical, just kind of pounding.
Yeah.
The Chiefs, they made adjustments, and
yes, they did.
They held them to 7 points, and those 7 points came in the third quarter. They didn't score a point in the fourth in a winnable game. So, again, it's not to sit here and say that Josh Allen choked or wasn't was the problem, but those are the moments where in this time of year, you have to rise up. You have to play your best.
You elevate. You separate and elevate in those moments. And Patrick Mahomes, he has done. Honestly, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens did it. I mean, it was a 10-10 game at halftime.
It was.
And by the way, the Ravens were a team that as a front runner as well. Like they had outscored their opponents, I believe, in the first half by like 170 something points. I mean, they were dominating teams early on, and then playing with that big lead. Remember, they only losses most of their losses this season have been fourth quarter collapses after having double digit leads, multiple score leads. So to be in it with them at halftime, I thought, oh man, Texans got a nice game plan, and the game plan was good. We talked about it, but the adjustments the Ravens made, and then Lamar Jackson, his performance after halftime, that separated. They elevated.
Well, and he lit up his team at
there you
halftime.
go. Big part of it
we'll
too.
Hear that again coming up. But if you like up your team, you better perform, right? I mean, if you're going to say it, you got to back it up. And he certainly did. And the Texans were on the receiving end of that bad boy. And I thought Jared Goff for the second straight playoff game really rose up in the big moments when it was a close game and everybody's nervous and they go on 2 touchdown drives and go up 24-17, then 31-17.
Yep.
That's clutch. And again, it's not to be overly critical. It's just this is how legacies are created. This is how games are judged at this time of year. And look, Dak Prescott has this tag just like Josh Allen. Last 2 years before this collapse last Sunday, Dak and the Cowboys had the ball in a game you can go win. And against San Francisco, 1 at home and 1 on the road, and in both instances he wasn't able to take his team down the field. Those are. Is that unfair to judge a quarterback on that? If you're going to be among the elite, if you're going to be up there with Patrick Mahomes, right, and these type of players and Tom Brady, this is the conversation. And I thought in the biggest moment of that game, Josh Allen came up small. He fumbled, which was lucky to get back.
Side. He was lucky to get that back. It was a great effort.
The fumble was you got to protect the ball in that spot if you're going to take off and run. And I just thought the second and third down play ahead of the field goal, he didn't make good reads. He tried to force it down the field, and then when he had open receivers underneath, they had the clock in their favor. They had a chance to really take that game, win that game, in my opinion, and not even give Mahomes the ball back.
Yep.
And he threw 2 incomplete passes that were not good throws, and in the end, they settled for a 45-yard field goal on a windy night, and he missed it.
He missed it. Yep.
To me, if I'm Josh Allen, I'm not going to settle for a field goal. I'm going to take what they give me and milk this clock and get this ball in the end zone. Even if I got to run it my damn self when I get down there, I will.
Which he can do.
Which, then all of a sudden you go from you're the hero.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not calling him the GOAT. I'm just saying I don't think he played big enough in that moment to get his team there. Jordan Love, same thing. That game was right there for the Packers.
It's amazing.
Now, Jordan Love was in that situation for the first time. Josh Allen's been here many times.
You're right. Yeah, I mean that's the whole point, right? They can't get past this
this guy.
hurdle right now. Yeah, I mean Patrick Mahomes is on a historic run. We haven't seen anything like this in all the sports, and it seems like it's just unfortunate bad luck that Josh Allen ended up in that conference against Patrick Mahomes in his prime. And you got that right now. That's your task if you're Buffalo. You got to find a way to beat Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in the playoffs. How do you do that? Now, it may end up coming down to it's just natural attrition is why the run for the Chiefs will at one point inevitably, right? It'll end, and maybe they're on the cusp of that because we haven't seen anything like this since Brady, and I don't know how they can continue with this if Andy Reid retires. If there's been rumors and discussion about that, Pro Football Talk reported that he's discussed it. There's been discussions about you brought up Travis Kelce
might be done.
That he might end up hanging things up. I mean, those are 2 huge pieces. So I don't know how long it can last. And so maybe Josh Allen can wait it out. But right now, their number one task as an organization to figure out what are they lacking that is keeping them from beating the Chiefs in the playoffs in money time. Because right now you're talking about 3-0, right? Kansas City versus the Bills in the playoffs.
3 in the last 4 years they've beaten them.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, that's what you got to figure out.
I guess to my point, maybe I'm overly critical of Josh Allen, but I just felt like in that moment, I was saying this, to myself and watching the game, and out of the 2-minute warning at the 30-some yard line, you're like, okay, you got this game.
Mm-hmm.
This is we do in the NBA with guys, right? Who's taking over this game in these moments? NFL. Who's going to step up and take over? This is your chance, Josh. You get to punch your ticket past Patrick Mahomes at home with the ball, with timeouts, crowd behind you. Come up big here. Come up big. Mm-hmm. And 2 incompletions later, and they're kicking a field goal. And I know it was the kicker's got to make the kick. Tyler Bass said it after.
He's got to make that kick.
But you had the ball, and that's where legends are made. It really is. That's where legacies are created. In those moments, we've seen it over and over again from the best of the best. And I think Josh Allen's a really good player. But those are the moments. And Dak Prescott in that same role in my mind. And, Jordan Love, at least for one game, came up small in the fourth quarter. But, if that becomes an ongoing conversation, Because let's also be fair, a couple of years ago when Josh Allen outplayed Patrick Mahomes, but then they couldn't stop him for 13 seconds, right? That was on the defense.
Yep.
And, so
That's true.
He has come up big at times. He beat Patrick Mahomes this season in the regular season about 6 weeks ago. But that was quite a game. And by the way, to your point about Travis Kelce, I mentioned earlier, Michelle Tafoya was the one that the former NBC sideline reporter. She reported before the game on an interview that she's hearing from sources that Travis Kelce is ready to be done when the season is over. And that he's looking to the future, which everybody's going to talk about Taylor Swift at that point. But she said it's more that it sounds like there's a network out there, Rod, that wants to mimic what the Manning brothers are doing with the Kelce brothers and do a show during games. And, of course, the Manning thing's been very successful, and I'm sure they make a lot of money doing that.
That's good.
Then maybe a Fox or an NBC or somebody who's got the NFL is going to say, hey, Amazon, I don't know. I mean, somebody's throwing some money around.
I never thought about that, but that's money. That's good. That's a good idea.
If you're Travis Kelce, you're going, okay, I'm 35. I've already won a couple of Super Bowls.
That's a good idea.
We'll see what happens here. My next career is already in front of me.
Your name's never been hotter.
No.
Your the Kelce name, period, has never been hotter.
And somebody's offering me what to do, to sit and watch a game and talk about it as it happens?
Yeah.
Because of the chemistry they've shown on their podcast that they do.
Oh, it's great.
So in mid-30s, you're kind of thinking, that's a soft landing. That's a good gig.
That's a great gig.
Do it in my basement, in my underwear.
No, you're right about that. I hadn't thought about that, but if they're going to do that style broadcast, they would kill it.
Yeah, it would be very well done. And obviously, it's a copycat league on the field, but it's a copycat league in the broadcast booth, too.
Of course.
If someone's doing something that's
working
and advertisers like it.
No doubt.
I mean, there's so much product placement you can do, and, there's a lot you can do with those shows, Rod. We did it with On Texas Football during Texas games, and we had games where we had, hundreds of thousands of people tuning in, tens of thousands of people tuning in, watching with us, which is, people like commentary about the game while they're watching it.
Well, people want to socialize. That's why sports bars do what they do, right?
Absolutely.
Nobody wants to watch a sporting event alone. You'd rather watch it with someone else. You want to talk and have comments, and it's a social agent.
That's right.
It's a social agent.
It's a connector. All right, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. Coming up, big news for Texas football. Let's get to the top stories and headlines, too, to start this hour. We know the Final Four is set, but let's get the other headlines of a Monday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment in their brand new location brings you the headlines. And we know the Final Four is set in the NFL coming out of the divisional playoffs. Kansas City will travel to Baltimore to face the Ravens in the AFC Championship game, early game this coming Sunday. Then San Francisco will host Detroit in the NFC. Houston Texans' upstart season comes to an end on Saturday against Baltimore. Texas football Longhorns posted a Junior Day recruiting event on Saturday. It's already paying dividends on the recruiting trail. On Saturday, Texas received a verbal commitment from 2026 Aledo running back Racine Guillory Jr. Speedster, who's a sophomore, helped Aledo win their 12th state title all time. Then yesterday, a big pledge from 2025 Texarkana Pleasant Grove defensive lineman Lance Jackson, big-time athlete, 6'5" and 245, also plays tight end for that Pleasant Grove team. Texas also welcomed another portal prospect to campus this weekend. Arizona Wildcat transfer defensive tackle Tia Iola Savea visited for an official visit over the weekend. 6'4", 305, entered the portal on Friday following the departure of Arizona head coach Jed Fish to Washington. New Texas co-defensive coordinator linebackers coach Johnny Nansen obviously has a close tie with Savea. Spent the last 2 seasons as his defensive coordinator at Arizona. Also served as Savea's primary recruiter when he came out of high school. College hoops, the absolute parity of the Big 12 Conference on full display this week. Texas Longhorns, of course, blew that 16-point lead and lost to Central Florida last Tuesday, 77-71. How about the turnaround they had on Saturday? The rebounding massively at the Mood. They took down 9th-ranked Baylor, their first win over a top 10 team this year, 75-73. It happened on a coast-to-coast buzzer-beating layup by Tyrese Hunter. What a nail-biter that was. Great finish, though. Longhorns get the big win. They'll play Oklahoma at Oklahoma tomorrow night. Also Saturday, the 11th-ranked Texas women secured another win. They went to Stillwater, took down Oklahoma State 77-66.
What the hell is going on with Cowboys Twitter and Cowboys family members?
Oh, I was going to mention that off the record, but yes, that was not a good Saturday for Dak Prescott.
What is happening? Okay, so for those who have not heard,
or don't maybe subscribe to X.
Yes, we don't hang out in the Twitterverse. That's why we're here. Several Cowboys family members came out and had very controversial things to say, criticizing the team and some of the players. So it is, like I said, we got multiple accounts here. So first, CeeDee Lamb's mom.
Can't make this up.
Exactly. This is the Dallas Cowboys. You can't make this stuff up. CeeDee Lamb's mom took to social media to criticize Dak Prescott. She was on Facebook. These are these snapshots. I'm sure by now she's taking it down, but it lives up there forever. So her name is Alita Ramirez, and she tweeted out in all caps, "Dak isn't it." And then
we deserve better or something along those lines.
And then the comments, because people started commenting with her, and the comment was, "Tell the youngin to come to the home team. CJ would love him." Talking about CJ Stroud. She comments,
CD is from Houston,
Houston
area.
I wish he would. CJ is great.
So this is Mrs. CD Lamb's mama.
And then she goes on to talk to someone else. She's obviously in a conversation and on Facebook with some of these people commenting on her post. And then she says they need to get rid of his blank, his arse. If guys on the team that wants a ring, they work too hard. Yeah.
And then we had Micah Parsons' brother, right?
And then she went on to say, someone else said, Letitia Moulton says, I know damn well Lil Cuz wants a ring. He works his butt off all year long. I think they're talking about CD. They must be kinfolk here. Then CD's mom says, yes, he does, and he deserves better. And she went on to say, tell about Dak, nope, he don't want a ring. I don't know what. I have no idea why she went on this Facebook rant. Okay, so you just brought up, and then in addition to CD's mom going off, what I said, I don't know why CD's mom went off. Micah Parsons' brother, Terrence Parsons Jr., he had several very controversial opinions about the Cowboys and the way they utilize Micah Parsons, or where they're misusing Micah Parsons. He was commenting on a Pro Football Focus post that featured Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, and he said they're the highest grade defenders from Saturday's game. And he said, quote, his quote tweet was, "This is why Micah at linebacker first and second down with the option to rush the passer is what we will always need, and we pay him what he's worth regardless because we want to win championships." He also went on to say about the Cowboys. He said, when basically, because him and his brother have gone back and forth, but not in a bad way. But they just been talking on Twitter, and Lance, this guy here, his name is Terrence Parsons. He went on to say about Micah Parsons, literally, I have my own voice. I have said nothing to disrespect any player. Been a Cowboys fan since birth. I want nothing but the best for every person and player, part of our organization, twisting my words to try to make clickbait. He also posted, I can't wait because y'all are really clueless out here. The greatest crimes to this man is being done by his own organization. Y'all going to miss him when he gone. And then there's some emojis here. And that was Micah Parsons' brother, Terrence
Saturday,
Parsons
right?
Jr. This is all happening over the week. And then they're unrelated. They're not even talking to each other. These are separate incidents, different sides of the ball. And also, apparently, Dak Prescott's brother, Tad, he got in on this too.
Oh, yeah, he's been.
Yeah, don't forget about Tad. He says, Cowboys fans, why continue to DM me? Trust me, if I could get Dak to leave Dallas, I would. I want him out of Dallas too. The city and organization have been great to he and our family, but done with drama and so-called fans. But he loves his team and wants to bring in rings. He said, those who really follow me or know me knows I've never spoken badly about the Cowboys as an organization or a team. I've never spoken badly about a player on the team or the city of Dallas. It's the so-called fans I have an issue with. So he's getting into it with the fans. So, yeah, you got a lot going on. And it was also reported by James Slater. Yeah, I know. It's a lot of drama. James Slater actually is reporting that anonymous players were criticizing Dak in one of her reports. According to NFL reporter James Slater, one player said Dak Prescott panics when he has to go through his progressions. There are also concerns about stubbornness from Mike McCarthy for not adapting the team's schemes. Another player said he was frustrated with a stubbornness to stick to schemes on both sides of the ball. Slater wrote this in Sports Illustrated, quote, motion offenses, killing defenses, and concerned that Dak panics when the first read is not there.
All right, well, that's drama, and obviously there's frustration in Cowboy land, without a doubt. Everyone understood how important this year was and where they're headed, and the Mike McCarthy news, stay the course, as we said, Rod. I mean, as we said all last week, what are you selling now, Jerry? What's the plan moving forward? And stay the course was not going to resonate very well. Stay the course was not going to be responded. I mean, had it been, no, Mike's not coming back and we're going to go after Bill Belichick, that would have at least played better. Was it going to solve the problem? I don't know. But saying we're keeping this coach in place and moving forward might have been the right move, but it wasn't going to play well. And I think that's part of what the frustration is, that, oh, really? We're just going to keep doing what we're doing? Like we've been doing? With the same people, that hasn't gone well.
Definition of insanity.
Yeah. So I think, I mean, I don't know. When Twitter's a weird place, X is a weird place. I like keeping up with news there, and because, by the way, CD Lamb, that's funny that his mom did that, because not funny, it's interesting. CD still has one of the great viral moments in social media history on the night of draft night. If you remember when he was drafted by the Cowboys, he's got 2 cell phones. And he's on one of them, and his really pretty girlfriend grabs the other and starts to look at it. And he grabs it without even looking down, like grabs it from her. It's like, you can't look at that. It was such a smooth move.
Great peripheral vision.
Like he almost acted like, no.
You don't need to look at that.
You can't look
at that. Boom. That was great. That was fantastic.
That was a great piece of.
I knew
it's just so smooth.
We knew then he was going to be a great player. We knew then he was a player. Right?
No, and then she just looked at him, and he's like.
Are they still together? I would like to know. Are they still together?
I don't know.
Not a chance they're together.
Not a chance.
It's not surprising. And Ty, you're the Cowboys fan. I mean, you understand. I watched the game yesterday, the Lions game. Good buddy of mine here in the neighborhood's a big Lions fan, so he had some people over and we watched that game. But they're also Cowboy fans, and it's frustrating. And the plan to get it better is not. It's underwhelming, to say the least.
Yep.
So it's like, okay, well, people are going to voice their displeasure. It's just going to happen, and some of them happen to be relatives of players.
Yeah.
Ty, where are you on this? This is soap opera drama, but not surprising.
Yeah, no, it's to be expected. I think we're seeing a lot of frustration from the family members that general Cowboys fans like myself are feeling and have been feeling for years. So I don't think it's very surprising at all.
I think the frustration from the family members, though, I do think they're in some way, not probably entirely, but they are voicing some of the frustration of some of the people they are close to.
Sure.
Which is CD and Dak and Micah Parsons. These are arguably the 3 most important foundational pieces on your team, and their family members are speaking out probably because their family members have had discussions with them and heard their frustrations as well. So that would be the concern.
Well, it's a frustrating team. There's no doubt about it.
And like you said, there's hopelessness.
Yes.
It seems like there's a hopelessness that's set in.
Because I've always felt like Jerry, he's now 26, 27 years without being in the NFC Championship game. He sells hope. He does sell the hope. And what he sold last week is not very hopeful. Because he's always been good at, sensing and reading the room. And, we need to make a change. I mean, he stuck with Jason Garrett 10 years.
He did.
10 seasons, Jason Garrett.
Yeah.
And you talk about your 5-year windows. There was never any point where you felt like Jason Garrett, well, he did have the 13-win season in
that 2014?
The Dez
2014
no catch
season. That was the only one, really.
But if you go look at Jason Garrett's record, he would have a great season, then a terrible season.
Mm-hmm.
Then he'd have a great season, then he'd have a terrible season. He'd be on the hot seat. Then he'd have a good season. It was a roller coaster ride. At least Mike McCarthy has stabilized it, and I think that's what Jerry's looking at. Plus, Jerry doesn't like to pay people not to be there. He doesn't want to pay a guy not to work for him, and Mike McCarthy has 1 more year. So the report also came out over the weekend that he's not getting an extension.
That's part of it too. I think that led to a lot of those outcries, whatever, on social media. You lame ducked your coach. You've lame ducked this coach.
You're bringing him back, but you're not giving him an extension.
So which says I don't trust him to lead you guys for the future. I don't have confidence in him yet. Yeah, this is your coach.
Which is going to make it hard for Mike McCarthy in that locker room moving forward.
Come on.
Because they know he's lame duck.
Yeah.
And, the other part, I kept saying it last week, I don't know how they fixed the $59.5 million cap hit, but at some time could you absorb it and move forward? I saw a couple of things over the weekend that one of the reasons Mike McCarthy was kept, you might have saw this too, is they want him to continue to work with Trey Lance.
Yeah.
But they like how they're progressing.
I like that.
And then maybe come summer, if they get a full summer where Mike McCarthy, who's seen as a developer of quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers, now Dak Prescott, can continue to work with Trey Lance, do they have something there? Trey Lance was a 3rd pick in the draft who they traded for. And now all of a sudden, okay, we're going to absorb this Dak mess. We're not going to extend him. And we're going to work towards Trey Lance being our future. Is there something there? I don't know. But that was, again, people, organizations use the media to leak things they want out there.
Mm-hmm.
That story, I think it was Jane Slater that put that out there that They really like how the relationship between Mike McCarthy and Lance, and maybe there's something there. So
I love that idea. Nobody's been more critical of the Cowboys' irresponsible organizational habit of not drafting quarterbacks and the lack of quarterback development and long term for the Cowboys. That would be, to me, a move that signals they really got a shift in their organizational thought and mentality. If they're willing to do that, that's a smart move. Talk about, look at the circuitous route of all of these quarterbacks that we've seen in the playoffs. Baker Mayfield, former first-round pick. Jared Goff, from a number one overall pick. Jared Goff, former number one overall pick. I mean, nobody thought they'd be with their second teams, winning playoff games with a second team already. Baker Mayfield's been on his fourth team. We're seeing more and more of these types of stories, these rehabilitation, resuscitation of skill sets with quarterbacks with other teams. I think that's a great idea if that's what the Cowboys are going. Loved it.
But that would mean not extending Dak, which would mean you're going to have to figure out your cap for the next 2 years, and you're going to lose a lot of good players because he's a pretty huge cap hit at this point. But how do you figure that out? But I think it would be the smart move. I really do. You take a year or two of pain to come out the other side with a higher ceiling quarterback if you've seen enough from Trey Lance. Because remember, when Trey Lance was drafted, he hadn't played much, right? He was just a prospect. Is he growing up? Is he growing into it like we've seen some of these QBs do? That's at least he was drafted third overall by a really smart organization for a reason.
Exactly.
And, they traded him because they found Brock Purdy and they liked Sam Darnold as their backup. And so they got a fourth-round pick from the Cowboys for it. But if that can translate into a future quarterback, then maybe they're not just staying the course. They're staying the course while trying to find the replacement, which I think is a smart way to go potentially. But to the point of the drama on social media, I get it. Cowboys fans are frustrated as hell because they're having the same conversations we're having on this show all the time, and have been for 30 years at this point.
Pretty much.
And, the owner's trying to stay the course, and that's not what anybody wants to hear right now. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we will pick up by the way, seeing the Detroit Lions go past you? The Detroit Lions.
Come on, man.
The Detroit Lions.
Yes, exactly. Let that set in. They got to the NFC title game before you did.
Yeah, that's rough.
That took a while, man.
We will come back when we do. Well, wasn't Dan Campbell on their coaching staff at one point with Bill Parcells, or was that somewhere else? I mean, I know Parcells had Dan Campbell and Todd Bowles on his coaching staff. I think it was in Dallas.
You might be right.
I think it was in Dallas.
He had a stacked coaching staff.
We will come back, and when we do, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain, very as they usually are these days. Very busy weekend on the 40 acres. We now know what Dwayne Aquina is officially doing in Arizona. Also, the Longhorns looking to fill some holes on the defensive line, Rod. Looking at an Arizona Wildcat potentially in the portal, and some signees through the recruiting trail. And Rodney Terry's Texas Hoop Squad picked up a huge win on Saturday, safe to say. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. All right, at the turn, we're halfway through our 5-hour Monday conversation. 9 holes out, 9 to go. No golf today, though, if you're looking outside. The rain continues to pour. It's going to be soggy. So put the sticks away. Maybe get out to Golfinity or one of those places you can be indoors, Rod. Play some golf.
No doubt.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you want to work on the swing or whatnot, but you're not doing it on the course.
Not today.
I just looked out the back door, and the 10th hole here at Onion Creek, we back up to the 10th, 10 North, and so it's a lake.
Puddles out
there. Puddles,
yeah,
big-time puddles.
Yeah,
you're not playing golf today. They were playing golf over the weekend out in Palm Springs, California. We've talked a lot this morning about the college sophomore at Alabama, Nick Dunlap, who became the first amateur Rod. He's just a kid, college kid, showing up and
drink yet.
He said, after he was the 54-hole leader of this event, he met with the Golf Channel guy like Brandel Chambly and the guys, and he was asked about how are you handling this. He says, man, I show up because remember I told you they play 3 different courses in this tournament. They play one course on Thursday, different course Friday, different course Saturday, then they finish on the stadium course. So they play one of those courses twice. And he said, man, I show up. I don't even know where to go register. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to follow people around. I've never done.
Yeah, exactly. Well, why would he know?
Why would he know? And so through all that, to show up, and we talked last week and at the turn how stacked the field was. I think you had 10 of the top 20 players in the world playing and teeing it up, including Scotty Scheffler and his Alabama buddy Justin Thomas, and 29 under won this thing. Not like anybody played bad. They were tearing this course apart. He wins it at 29 under, had to make a big par putt. So good for Nick Dunlap. Awesome story. He wins the American Express. First amateur since Phil Mickelson in 1991, the youngest amateur since 1910, and only the third amateur to do it since the 50s. So
he won't be an amateur for long.
He will turn pro.
Yeah, that ain't. Yeah,
and he's already accomplished. We've mentioned. He's in the Tiger Woods conversation because he and Tiger Woods are the only 2 golfers to win the U.S. Junior Amateur and the U.S. Amateur. And now he's still in golf. And now he's going to be a pro.
He's very Friday.
Yeah, he's a unicorn without a doubt.
That's next level.
Speaking of Tiger Woods, by the way,
Tiger Woods.
We told you, when the surprising news came that after almost 30 years with Nike, the two were splitting. That Tiger Woods would no longer be a Nike ambassador. And Nike, both put out real nice statements. We thought, okay, where's he going? He's not done golfing. He's not done selling apparel or clubs or whatnot. But here it is. The answer to the question may be TaylorMade. TaylorMade, of course, who have apparel but also clubs and balls.
Oh, okay.
TaylorMade. Because according to this report right here, that TaylorMade, who's made equipment since 2017, it's been brought to the public's attention that the manufacturer filed multiple trademarks for Sunday Red, a brand called Sunday Red. And there's a logo that they've signed for that kind of looks like a cryptic tiger. And it's surprising to me that they're not moving forward with just the TW brand. Like the TW, which Tiger has used. Maybe they will. But there's even a new brand that's kind of a cool-looking outline of a tiger that's going to be probably the brand of Sunday Red.
Yeah, I wonder if Tiger didn't own the TW brand.
I think he still does.
The symbol of it. I wonder.
I guess TaylorMade wanted their own. I guess, but So Sunday Red is the name, and of course Tiger always famous for wearing the Sunday red on Sundays because it's blood.
Okay.
Time to win.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like the X move to me. Like Elon Musk ditching Twitter for X, and it's like, why ditch all of the name recognition and why ditch all the credibility that you've earned? Right, the market credibility you've earned by going X. And I guess in 10, 15 years, I guess people will call it X, but right now people still call it Twitter. And the same thing with the TW brand. Like, if you know what it means when you see TW, if he owns it, rather than them going with, what did you say, Sunday Red?
Sunday Red.
And it's like people are like, what the hell is Sunday Red? What is that? What is that? When you see TW, you go, oh, that's Tiger Woods' brand. You think it's discreet and yet still recognizable.
Yeah, that's an interesting development. We knew he was going somewhere, and we tried to where's it going to be? It looks like TaylorMade would be the spot.
Okay.
All right, that's at the turn. Of course, congratulations to Nick Dunlap. Brought to you by our friends at Callahan's General Store, locally owned, family operated since 1978, right there at 501 Bastrop Highway. Get over and see them at Callahan's General Store. They bring you At the Turn every morning here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain.
All right, there are several headlines that I want to hit when we go behind the burnt orange curtain here. We didn't talk any of the recruiting nuggets, but it was a big recruiting weekend for the Longhorns this weekend. And they ended up getting a commitment for the 2025 class, a defensive lineman, Lance Jackson. He ends up being their 2025 the number 9 defensive lineman in the country. And over the course of the weekend, the junior days, and he hosted a lot of different players. He decided to commit to the Longhorns. We spoke to him yesterday, actually, on the On Texas Football live stream, and asked him exactly, why did you choose Texas? What was the reason? He essentially said it's PK. PK got such a great relationship with PK. Also a great relationship with Blake Gideon, who I'm assuming was one of the lead recruiters. But he talked about PK and how, PK and he have such a great relationship that they don't talk about football oftentimes when they talk, that it's a very personal connection that they have, and that he's looking forward to coming here and playing for PK. That's why he wants to come here. And I think they have him, I believe, classified now as a buck in, as their buck in. So that's what they visualize for him coming in. But he's great. I mean, in terms of a natural, raw pass rusher. I asked him about his pass rushing moves. He was like, I don't have any. I'm not joking. I asked him, I was like, what are your repertoire pass rush moves? Because I was just watching him. It didn't seem like he had any, and he admitted, he was brutally honest, he said, I don't have any. I'm just bigger and stronger and faster. And that's what he said. I'm not joking. That's really good news, because you're going to teach him pass rush moves. In addition to the freakish athleticism that he's being recruited for, you're going to teach him a repertoire of pass rushing moves. And once he starts learning that and executing those and cultivating those pass rushing moves, he's going to be even better. And what it tells me, though, is that they're recruiting pass rush ability. Remember, I told you some things you can't coach and you can't develop. You got to recruit those things you can't coach, you can't develop, can't coach coverage, can't coach pass rushing ability. I think it's a kind of a natural, innate trait. And he's one of those guys that can just kind of get after the passer naturally. And like, even though he's got no moves, I'm glad he was honest about that. Usually guys try to fake it. He's like, no, I'm just bigger, stronger, and faster than everybody else. So he just says he loves the way PK coaches. So 6'5". Actually, he said he's 6'6". He said everybody
plays tight end too, doesn't he?
Yeah, everybody keeps listening at 6'5". He says he's about 6'6".
And 245.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he's a two-way player in Texarkana.
Yeah.
And he looks like a pretty good-looking tight end, too. So just a really good athlete that's got that uncoachable size and length and explosiveness, and a good baseball player, too, Rod.
Yeah, he said, actually, it's a great point you bring it up. He said his first love was baseball.
Yep.
He said his first love was baseball, and he ended up kind of settling into football because, I think it's more of his body. And he lives in Texas. Texas is hard to have a body like that and be an athlete like that, and coaches not be nudging you toward football all the time. He said his first love actually was baseball, and I believe he's still playing baseball.
Yeah,
he's actually still playing baseball too. So he's a really good player and a great young man too. But
very cool. On the On Texas Football channel, be checking that out for great content, talking to guys like that. And his brother plays at Arkansas, correct?
Yes, Landon Jackson, I believe is his brother's name, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Landon Jackson is his brother's name. Yep, plays at Arkansas.
Cool.
And so he's, like I said, I think this is the type of guys they're going to start recruiting, guys who can just naturally rush the passer. We'll teach him everything else. Teach him some pass rush moves. We'll teach him about taking on blocks to the right shoulder. We'll teach him about leverage. We can add weight, nutrition, strength and conditioning. There are certain traits you just got to start, recruiting naturally, and he's one of those guys, I think. So good for him and good for Texas. I think that's a nice pickup by them. All right, other news. We were waiting on news about Coach Akina. At least now we know why he's not going to be an analyst at Texas, because he was being patient. Patience is a virtue, and it does pay off for Coach Akina. He is now has been announced over the weekend, I should say. He's now the defensive coordinator for Arizona. So Brent Brennan, the new head coach there, who was from San Jose State, has decided to name Coach Akina as their new defensive coordinator. So congrats to him. That means he won't be the defensive analyst for Texas. That would have been a hell of a that'd have been a hell of a get if Texas would have been able to get a guy of his ilk. And they've got some great ones, right? You had Gary Patterson, special assistant to the head coach. Paul Chryst is coming back as a special assistant to the head coach. I do think that William Gay, who they're bringing in as a defensive analyst, I guess once they got the Coach Akina news, they moved quickly. William Gay is a longtime NFL player, 12 years in the league total, 10 of those years with the Pittsburgh Steelers, 2 different stints with the Steelers. He was drafted originally by the Steelers, played his first contract with the Steelers, and then left to go to Arizona for 1 year, came back with the Steelers, and then the Steelers, after he was done playing, they brought him back again as a coaching intern. And that's I think Mike Tomlin the entire time. So Mike Tomlin's a big fan of. Mike Tomlin was my DB coach when I was with the Tampa Bay Bucks. So Mike Tomlin has a DB background, and he was known as being a defensive guru before he became a head coach. Dick LeBeau was his defensive coordinator. Dick LeBeau, known for being one of the greatest defensive minds in the history of football. So he had time to siphon a lot of information from two great defensive minds, one Mike Tomlin, one Dick LeBeau, and the Steelers organization, which is a organization about straight class homie. Right, they traded away a Super Bowl MVP because it was like, man, this guy's shady. They got rid of Antonio Brown early, even though he was an All-Pro. Like, nah, man, we don't like the way this guy's conducting himself. They don't mess around, so he's gonna bring a nice culture with him too. He's aware of culture and how much it means. He won't be recruiting. He won't be an on-field coach. As an analyst, though, he can be a advanced scouting analyst for you, or he can do a lot of self-scouting for you. I think you should put him more in a self-scouting role right now. I would have him trying to come up with solutions and trying to come up with options for you to solve some of the troublesome concepts that you had trying to defend last season, that you had trouble defending last season, I should say, which was, bunch formations, inside breaking routes. Your leverage was off a lot of the times. The deep ball, we saw that against Washington. Deep ball, they had issues defending the deep ball, panic plans. That's what I would do if I was Coach Sark. I'd put him on self-scouting with my DBs, trying to figure out ways to help those young DBs get a whole lot better. Makuba adding talent is going to help, but also I think conceptually, schematically, they need some help, some solutions to some of those troublesome concepts that really they never solved all season long. They were always rearing their ugly head.
Yeah, and that's a nice one. 12 years in the NFL, and it does feel like Sark keeps wanting to plug into the National Football League. Chris Jackson,
yep.
Tashard Choice with an NFL background before he got into college. William Gay, also now in, and we'll see if Rod Wright is the answer at defensive line coach.
Still haven't heard it. I mean, if
of course, Houston season ended on Saturday. We'll keep an eye on that. I'd also say, Rod, we were talking about defensive line depth as a concern for Texas, and I wonder if your new co-defensive coordinator has some ties back at Arizona, and what do you know? Tia Olaya Savea, Rod.
Yep.
Tia Olai.
Yeah.
Tia Olai Savea had an official visit over the weekend, 6'4", 305.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, and he seemed like
2 years at Arizona. Was it at UCLA to start his career?
He seemed enthusiastic. Longhorn fans thought it was going to be a foregone conclusion that he was just going to commit the way he was posting on social media. But my friends over at On Texas Football with my man CJ Vogel and Bobby Burden, they said they have confirmed that, no, he is not ready to commit. And I think a reason he may be hesitant is because they don't know who the D-line coach is going to be. Now, he could be different because he's got roots going back with Johnny Nansen. Right, you said Johnny Nansen recruited him.
Yeah, at UCLA.
And exactly, and it transferred over and was with him in his time in Arizona as well. So it could be different, and maybe he's not hesitant because he's got such a great relationship with Johnny Nansen, who's the co-DC now. But I will throw out there, I think it's going to be tough to bring in transfer portal additions on that D-line until you get a D-line coach.
Yeah, they want to know who their position coach is. Yeah. Anybody would.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, obviously, if you're in on this player and you kind of know who you want, or you feel like you might want to. They might hear something today on that.
I think so. If it's an NFL guy, if it's Rod Wright, you should hear something pretty soon here.
Agreed.
Because their season's over with.
Yep, and got back from Baltimore on Saturday. We'll see if something comes from that situation. Good stuff right there, Rod. Behind the burnt orange curtain, we'll also talk more about Rodney Terry and hear from Rodney Terry after the big win, after Tyrese Hunter went coast to coast. What a ball game, by the way. I watched that game front to back. That was an awesome basketball game.
It was.
That was a really good basketball game.
It was a great game.
High scoring in the first half. Both teams shot the lights out in the first half. Defense improved in the second half. Both teams were in the 40s in the first half, and both teams struggled to get to 30 in the second. Both teams tightened up on D and ended up with Baylor making a rainbow three to tie it. Kid Bridges nails the three, but without calling a timeout, Tyrese Hunter goes coast to coast. A great pass by Dylan DeSue, Rod, to hit Tyrese Hunter in stride, so he was running full speed, and it was kind of a Tyus Edney, old UCLA finish to lay that ball in and beat the buzzer.
Great play.
Great win, because you thought when he made that, you're thinking, oh, man, they may end up in overtime. That's not what you want against this Baylor team, and they end up getting the win. And that's the Tyrese Hunter they need the rest of the year, Rod. A 21-point Tyrese Hunter who was red hot in the first half, played with energy, and that's the kind of defense they have to play, Rod.
Yeah.
The big keys for Texas in that. You got Dylan DeSue and Max Aismas doing normal things. Tyrese Hunter stepped up with 21. You only turned the ball over 7 times, and you played better defense. They held Baylor to 38% in the second half. after over 50 in the first half. Both teams were just red hot. That was an awesome basketball game. If that's more of the signs of things to come for Texas, don't give up on this Texas team just yet, because now they go to Oklahoma tomorrow night. Oklahoma's a top 20 team as well with Porter Moser. But I will remind Texas fans, as I mentioned in the 6 o'clock hour, through his first through this many games, Chris Beard's first year at Texas, he was 13-5, and it took him all the way to January to get a quad 1 win with essentially a brand new roster, learning to play together. Rodney Terry, 13-5, took till January 20th to post a quad 1 win over Baylor. We'll see, because that team ended up a 22-win team, went 22-12, made the tournament, and we know that the guts of that team all came back for the following year, and they made a run to the Final Four, almost to the Final Four. So we'll see. But yeah, Rodney Terry's got to keep that consistency. That's going to be the key now, okay? Because a lot of times in coaching, Rod, you on the football, okay, we've now seen it. That's it, guys. We played the kind of game we have to play. That second half is how we have to play. We're going to win games.
Don't let it be a flash.
Yes.
Start putting it together. It's going to be tough in the Big 12, though.
Yeah, it will.
No nights off.
You don't get any nights off. But at least you've played. We hadn't seen Texas play to that level yet.
At least they know they can do it.
They know they can do it.
It's possible.
And, okay, that's the recipe, y'all. And you know what? You got to find something there, because Brock Cunningham didn't play much in the second half. Kendall Weaver played a bunch. The UT Arlington transfer, and he was making those hustle plays that were critical. Dylan DeSue was in foul trouble again, but the offense was kind of running through him. They're doing the 2-man game with he and Max Asmus, and then Tyrese Hunter getting his buckets off of that. So again, the recipe's there. Now Rodney Terry's got to keep it growing. But we'll come back in the next hour, Rod, and play Rodney Terry's apology after the game.
He did. He apologized to I think his peers and to Longhorn fans. I believe it was directed towards.
Yeah, for the controversy after the Central Florida game. That it was the first time we got to hear from Rodney since that Tuesday night loss. Guy. Yeah, we'll hear from Rodney coming up. We'll also go off the record coming up, Rod. Some stories you've probably missed from a busy weekend, but need to hear. They'll be talked about today. I promise you. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodney. Oh, it's off the record time. Never sucks, but Rod, did Jim Nantz really have to go wide right for Bills fans? Wide right from Scott Norwood fame of the Super Bowl.
It's a low blow. Slow blow. He knew what he was doing.
He's a broadcasting Hall of Fame legend.
Slow blow, man. Come on.
Wide right, Tyler Bass. Yeah, that was tough. Meanwhile, Patrick Mahomes was having to be pelted with snowballs as he was trying to leave the field. Snowballs to the head. And thanks to Travis Kelce's brother Jason for upstaging Taylor Swift and taking all the headlines for his shirtless craziness in the booth.
He was pretty cool. He's a man of the people. He was going out and taking pictures with people.
Yeah, so Jason Kelce was there to root on the Chiefs and his brother, but he was in the parking lot, as a good offensive lineman will do. Tailgating, taking shots out of bowling balls.
I mean, he was plastered. He had to be.
Ty, have you ever Ty has told us before he has a couple of bowling balls. He's a bowler.
I went bowling last night.
You did? What'd you roll?
Rolled like a 140,
nice.
And then a much worse score than that before. My warm-up game was not very good, but it was the first time me and my girlfriend had gone together, and I brought my bag with my bowling balls, talking a big game, and she was not impressed with my skills. I'll just say that.
You have your own bowling ball. You are a serious bowler.
I have three.
Damn.
They have names too, Rod.
Wow.
Not
what
yet.
are the names of your balls?
Not yet. They were my grandpa. I've told y'all before, my family's really into bowling.
Right?
He got kicked out of Oklahoma State, but he was on a bowling scholarship,
I remember that.
Apple doesn't fall.
So he died a few years ago, so I got all of his balls when he passed away.
Nice. But so, have you ever taken a shot out of one?
No, I haven't. But that sounds like probably worse than taking a shot out of your shoe, considering how gross bowling balls typically are.
Oh, disgusting.
I don't know what was in the shot, but yeah, there's video of Jason Kelce surely, with the Bills Mafia taking a shot, and then of course now he's a little fueled up, and he's up in the suite with his shirt off, jumping in and out of the suite.
Yeah.
Pretty athletic. You can see us 320-pounder jumping up and down, and just kind of hopped right back up into that suite.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just happy he took some of the shine away from Taylor Swift. There's more people talking about him and his antics, which I'm not the biggest fan of his either, but at least he's a football guy and knows what he's talking about for the most part.
Well, and now Taylor Swift will be on display in Baltimore this weekend because the Chiefs did win that game, and they're going to the FC Championship game for the 6th consecutive year.
Hey, I told y'all to get your Chiefs Super Bowl bets in. Well, they were still like plus 800 last week, and probably gone down a lot since then.
I don't think they're beating Baltimore.
I don't either. I don't think they're going to the Super Bowl.
I don't think they have the horses to beat Baltimore. Baltimore's got the horsepower, man. They're best scoring defense in the league, so they don't give up a lot, and that offense in Kansas City still scuffles at times. And remember, part of why the Chiefs won this game is the injury issue with Buffalo. I mean, Buffalo was down, they had one linebacker healthy in this game, kind of like the Cowboys did. And so who's your primary coverage on Travis Kelce?
You're right.
Your tight ends. And, he scored 2 touchdowns. Mm-hmm. The Ravens will do a better job on Travis Kelce.
Hey, the Chiefs lost 2 starters on defense during that game, too.
Oh, I know. I'm just talking about the Ravens, though. The Ravens, Kyle Hamilton, and then Roquan Smith.
Patrick Mahomes versus Lamar Jackson. How many playoff wins does Lamar Jackson have? 1?
2.
2 now?
I know. Usually I would take Mahomes because I think Mahomes is a better quarterback overall, and I would take the better head coach. But I don't know if that is this. I don't know in this situation if that advantage is that much of a glaring factor. Considering I think the roster of the Ravens is much better, and they got an MVP. He's not better than Patrick Mahomes, but he is the best quarterback this season. And John Harbaugh, honestly, and Andy Reid. I think Andy Reid is a better coach, but John Harbaugh is not far behind him.
Well, and I think
you can argue John Harbaugh is better if you want to.
Well, and obviously, Patrick Mahomes' record, he's 13-3 in the playoffs. His record speaks for itself.
Yeah.
But Lamar Jackson's now 2-3, and having watched this game and watched Lamar Jackson all year, this is the right offense for him. He was playing in an offense where he had no weapons in previous. He had to carry the team.
He won MVP though, running that offense.
I know he did,
and he was a unanimous MVP. So I don't know if it was he can. The thing is, he can play in any of them. He can play. That's why nobody contacting him about trading him was stupid because he can play in any offense, guys.
Well, and he's thriving in this offense because the weapons force you to have Zay Flowers out there and Odell Beckham Jr. and they may get Mark Andrews back because he almost played in this game.
That'll be scary.
And if Mark Andrews comes back, well, you have to account for him, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there were times with Baltimore when they get in the playoffs where you just had to account for Mark Andrews, and you feel pretty good about everywhere else, kind of like the Chiefs have right now. Well, now you got really good weapons on the outside, so you have to account for it, which leaves the running lanes for him when it's the final option. He'll take off and run, right? And they had that fourth down play where he went out around the end. I don't know how you stop that with all the they're just really good everywhere. Really good everywhere.
Yeah.
And they allow the fewest points in the league, and they score in 30s most times. I like the Ravens in that game.
I do too. I'm with you. No doubt.
Rod, we'll get some more off the records coming up because there's some good stories out there, including what is our national day today. It's pouring down rain here, by the way. National Hot Sauce Day. You a hot sauce fan? Tabasco? That kind of thing?
Yeah, of course, man. I like a little spicy.
Okay.
I like things a little spicy, man. Put it on lots of stuff.
Ty, are you a Tabasco guy?
I love hot sauce. If we're talking Tabasco, I'm more of a the jalapeno, the green one for Tabasco.
Ooh, a little Cholula. Is that what they call that? Cholula is good always too. All right, so National Hot Sauce Day. We'll come back with more off the record. Rod's got another rant coming up at the 9 o'clock hour. We're rolling on now, talking about the Final Four in the NFL Championship Sunday, coaching carousels, Longhorn news, and more on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod Big.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let's talk about traffic just for a second. All right, traffic can be unbearable. It can be miserable, actually, here in Austin at times. The only thing that can improve your experience in traffic is if you're sitting in traffic in a car that you really want, in a car that improves your quality of your driving experience, and that's what Apple Leasing can do for you. So, in theory, Apple Leasing can actually make the traffic experience a whole lot better for you. If you're thinking about getting a new car, if you're thinking about leasing a new car, you need to reach out to our good friends over at Apple Leasing. They're in the business of saving you time and money. That's what they do. They know that time is money. They're going to save you both. Save your time, save your money, and find you tremendous value. The professionals over at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. All it takes is one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. We know that navigating the car market can be really stressful. It can be time-consuming. It can be something that can really give you a lot of headaches, and you want to avoid all that stress. You want to avoid those headaches. That's what Apple Leasing is here for. You reach out to them. You let them know all the details. You let them know exactly what kind of car you want, the make, the model. You give them your price point. You let them know exactly what your budget is, what you're willing to spend, what kind of lease you're already in, and let Apple Leasing do the rest. They will do all the vetting for you. They will vet the dealers. They will do the price shopping for you. They will also make sure that you get the most bang for your buck. That's what I love about Apple Leasing, and you'll love it too. They have what they call a simple interest easy lease that makes things, well, simple for you. So give them a call. Find out how easy it can be to get into one of these simple interest easy leases from Apple Leasing. 512-346-9977. That's 512-346-9977. Remember, they get all the same discounts and all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing. They like to pass those savings on to you, the customer. So give them a call, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com.
Hook 'em up indeed. We roll on. Mr. Rainey just saw a note where this neck of the woods, Rod, we're in Onion Creek, South Austin, the Onion Creek compound this morning again. Just not far from here down in Buda. It's had all 4 inches of rain since midnight.
Whoa.
And I will tell you,
that's way more than they expected.
Yes, I mean it's been. You can expect Onion Creek, which is this golf course we're looking at runs along Onion Creek, to fill up quite quickly with all that rain. 4 inches in 9 hours now? Man. Inside 9 hours. So yeah, it's been coming down. And I heard it last night about 1-2 o'clock.
Slept like a baby last night because of it.
Oh man, it just started. Now there's no lightning or thunder. Just a training shower from south to north, and it's just dropping a lot of rain. So be advised that's going to continue today. It's bringing some warmer air, so it won't be as cold as it's been. But you're going to deal with it. So be safe out there if you're even now. It's been a rough morning commute, obviously. We're talking about the divisional playoffs and the 4 games this weekend. All very compelling. I mean, the Houston game turned out to be the widest margin. It was 10-10 at the half, and the Ravens flexed in a big way in the second half. But all the games were close, tough, and tight. The other 3 all the way to the end, including the game last night where Tyler Bass missed a 44-yard field goal that could have tied that game with 1:47 to go. But as I'm sitting there, Rod, I'm kind of playing the game with him. I'm like, you're really going to go for it? This is why I was kind of disappointed in Josh Allen's decision-making there in that last drive after the 2-minute warning. 2 incomplete passes. When he took a couple deep shots when he had guys open underneath. I mean, even if you kick that field goal, do you really think you're going to win the game with Patrick Mahomes and 1:47 to go?
No, not with that guy.
Yeah, I mean, you got to know who you're playing here.
Yeah, it matters.
And that's where, I mean, and I think Josh Allen's a really, really good player. I mean, he's a great football player, but in that moment, this is where the really great ones rise up, Rod, and say, okay, we're not settling for a field goal here. We're putting this ball in the end zone, and we're going to try to leave as little time as we can on the clock. I know you can't control everything, but I just felt like the 2 incomplete passes were not good decisions. They just weren't, and it turned out so you end up stopping the clock twice. So even if you make the field goal, I guess you could go to overtime, but you got Patrick Mahomes with almost 2 minutes and a timeout left or two. Harrison Butker's a good cold weather kicker.
Yeah, but Patrick Mahomes' clutch gene is unbelievable.
Off the charts.
Yeah, so I'm with you on that. Even if they did tie it up, you leave him too much time. Yeah.
I thought they were putting themselves in peril anyhow. But yeah, the wind got hold of that kick and just pushed it off to the right. So that was disappointing for the Bills. And it's funny that how we started the show, and so there was the stat that was shown during the game that in the previous 6 matchups between these two teams, Bills and Chiefs, they're 3-3 against one another, and both teams coming into the game had scored an identical 216 points. So they seemingly are this close. Like they couldn't be more evenly matched. Yet, as you point out, they seem to be miles apart. Like it's like when it matters most, who do you trust? And again, total same amount of points, 3 wins. But in the clutch moments in the AFC playoffs, like it's those moments that matter. It really is. And even this one, if he makes the kick, he might end up in overtime. So it's, whatever 216 plus 27 is. I mean, you've scored the same amount of points, but it just feels like the Chiefs are head and shoulders better than the Bills, even though the numbers would tell you they're really not. It's very close. But, that's hand grenades and horseshoes, Rod.
Yeah, they can't beat Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in the playoffs. And no matter how much they evolve this blueprint they have. They got Sean McDermott not calling the defensive plays. They made Joe Brady the offensive coordinator. All those things led to them, I think having the hottest winning streak in the league since week 12. I mean, they were the hottest team in the league. Nobody wanted to play the Bills, and you see why, because they are a really tough team to defend, but in clutch time, you need him to elevate and separate. And I hope people don't think we're dogging Josh Allen, because we're not dogging Josh Allen. No, Josh Allen is playing at an elite level. He's one of the elite quarterbacks in the league. But if you're going to beat Patrick Mahomes, who is kind of the Michael Jordan right now, and some people make the great point on the text line, his career is actually off to a better start than Michael Jordan's career. So if you're going to beat right now the best quarterback in the game, who has the best start to a pro sports career, probably in American pro sports history, you're going to have to elevate in clutch time and be more clutch than he is. And I don't think Josh Allen did that. I don't know if he was able in that point to elevate his play to being better than Patrick Mahomes in that moment, and that's what you're asking for. And that's the game right now. That's the game of inches we're talking about.
That's the magnifying glass that go on to these games, because it really is.
I mean, yeah.
And look, with 1:50 to go, you're coming out of the 2-minute warning. That has to be on, and I'm sure it was, on everybody in the Bills. Guys, we have a chance to control this game. We've got the ball. We've got a couple timeouts. Let's go win this thing. Let's end this game. And obviously, first down run goes for nothing almost. Then 2 back-to-back passes that end up incomplete, and you're settling for a long field goal. I don't know. It's football. There's 11 guys on the field. I'm not putting it all on Josh Allen. I'm just saying that's when the great teams, the great players elevate. And I didn't see him elevate last night in that spot. And let's be honest, after a great first half where the Bills scored 17 points and Josh Allen scored 2 with his own legs, they only scored 7 in the second half, and they didn't score any in the fourth quarter.
Take some props to the Chiefs defense.
And that goes to the script of the Chiefs. They give up the fewest second half points of any team in the league.
Yep.
Steve Spagnuolo and that defense made great adjustments. So again, credit where credit is due, but it's also the game we talk about. And it's funny that ESPN this morning, Dan Orlovsky keeps showing the same 2 plays I'm talking about on 2nd and 3rd down, where Josh Allen, he had opportunities to hit Stephon Diggs and get a first down, and inch closer, bleed some clock, try to get yourself a touchdown. Heck, Josh Allen inside the 10-yard line is the ultimate weapon run.
Oh, yeah.
His legs, ability to run through people.
It's unbelievable.
I don't know why we're throwing post routes. Yeah, and even again, I'm like, Josh, even if you hit Shakur with a touchdown, there's still 1:50 to go. The clock is your enemy too. You've got to take this opportunity from the 30-something yard line to use as much clock as possible, not give that dude the ball back, and end this game in your own building, and be a hero.
And they couldn't do it.
Yeah, disappointing. Meanwhile, it was the opposite way in the Green Bay San Francisco game on Saturday night, where it looked for all the world the whole game like the 49ers were going to blow that game and the Packers were going to take it and do like they did to the Cowboys and just shock the world. And Brock Purdy had played miserable the whole night, Rod, and what a drive.
Clutch gene.
What a drive.
Just because you had a clutch gene doesn't make you a great player. Doesn't necessarily mean you played great, but when they needed you to be at your best in that critical moment, that's when he showed up. And apparently with 6:18 left on the clock, this comes from Odyssey Sports, said from 6:18 left on the clock, San Francisco 49ers were trailing by 4 points. Brock Purdy said to the guys in the huddle, according to Chris Conley, who was the wide receiver that caught that 7 route. By the way, that was the first catch that Chris Conley had from Brock Purdy all season long.
Crazy.
Was on that game-winning drive. Isn't that crazy? But he said to the guys this time, according to Chris Conley, "Hey guys, lock in. The time is now. This might be our last opportunity. Lock in. Let's go."
You took them on a 60-some yard drive and stuck it in the end zone, and they win the game because as I mentioned, Jordan Love was red hot for 3 quarters. His last 4 drives, he had a quarterback rating of 16, and threw a interception you can't throw with still some time on the clock. So these are the games that get magnified. We know that it just is. It's how it goes. I mean, Houston had a great year, but not being able to score an offensive touchdown in 8 quarters against the Ravens is something they're going to have to look into. Because the Ravens are a team you're going to have to beat again next year. So got to figure some things out. So we'll talk about these games. The Lions did show the clutch gene. They kind of took over in the second half, built a 31-17 lead over the Buccaneers, and ended up winning that game 31-23. And the game last night was quite the classic. So we've got our Final Four set in the NFL. Rod will have a rant here coming up. This says, guys, last night Romo said Patrick Mahomes has never missed the AFC Championship game since he joined the league. Is that right? Well, no. Since he's become the starting quarterback in Kansas City, he's always made the AFC Championship game 6 straight years.
That's crazy.
This is the first time he'll be playing home, though, right?
On the road.
The road.
This will be the first road AFC Championship game for him.
We just had his first road playoff game.
Yeah, and he's taking shots from the snowballs in Buffalo. But, it's one of those. Look, what can you say more about Patrick Mahomes? I mean, and guess what? Against the Ravens, I think the Ravens have the advantage at really every other position on the field.
Yeah,
but everybody will give the Chiefs a chance because they got 15.
You just wouldn't be shocked if they were able to pull it out just because of how good he is.
Yeah, because he's got that gene that they can keep it close into the fourth quarter. They do have a real good defense in Kansas City. That's kind of their identity this year. So, yeah, that'll be a fun one. I think, as you said, you're a Niners fan. Kyle Shanahan's one of your best friends. That Lions team is scary. I mean, they knew they were good, but, man, back-to-back tough, hard-fought wins in the playoffs. They've got some maturity. They've grown up a little bit here. Okay. And that second half, those 2 touchdown drives that showed some stones. Let's go get this thing. That's what I'm talking about. Jared Goff said, let's go.
Well, I think Jared Goff is the key, right? He's playing his best football of his career right now, and he's playing with confidence, and they're infusing him with confidence. They keep relying on him in clutch time to make clutch plays, and even that when they threw the touchdown to Amon-Ra St. Brown, I mean, touchdown was on the money, and that drive that sealed the game for them. That drive went through Jared Goff. The confidence that Ben Johnson has in Jared Goff, that the organization has in Jared Goff, it is really paying huge dividends because you tell now he is playing more confident now than he was playing with Sean McVay when he went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he is.
He looks like a different player then, and he was a really good. That was his best year, probably his best year prior to this year.
Yeah, he was 30 of 43, 287, and 2 touchdowns, and those 2 second-half touchdown drives were huge. Jahmyr Gibbs broke off that big 21-yard touchdown run, showing that speed to the corner, big-time player. So, yeah, I mean, this will, I think the Niners will be favored in the game, but at the same time,
they're scary. Detroit's scary.
Detroit has.
They got an emotional edge right now they're playing with that is just damn near scary. And Dan Campbell. Listen, this guy's the beauty of Dan Campbell. This is the beauty and the curse, really, to Dan Campbell. It is his genius, but also I think it could end up being also his insanity. He's never been a coordinator, so he doesn't think like a coordinator.
Yeah,
like what I mean. Most coaches have been a coordinator one place, so they think like a coordinator. He doesn't. And he's just a position coach. And that's why the fourth quarter tendencies they have are wild and crazy and risque, and extreme. And some of the stuff that he does down on the goal line, also extreme. So he plays four down football a lot. So instead of you thinking, oh man, we got 3 downs, no, you got 4 downs a lot of the time, especially when you creep close to the 50. He's a 4 down guy. And it seems like usually the bigger the moment, the bigger the stage, most coaches, I think they get less risky in their approach. He takes more gambles the bigger the game. Remember that Cowboys game? He just kept going, like the penalty. But that's because he's not a coordinator. That's the gift and the curse. The curse is also that if he's a coordinator, he decide, all right, guys, we're going to just kick this field goal and we'll just play for overtime. No, he's not. So emotion also drives his coaching philosophy. That's good and that's bad because he doesn't have that coordinator within him that's going to bring rationality and like reason to the situation. He's working all on emotion. I'm upset. Let's go. Let's show him.
Well, and it can bite you if you're playing them, or you can use it to your advantage.
Yes. Either one.
And I'll say this. I mean, I if I'm the Niners, I'm thinking, remember after the Texans walloped the Browns, Kevin Stefanski's message was, we picked a real bad day to have a bad day. I think the Niners had a bad day, and they still won the game. Mm-hmm. Deebo Samuel got hurt. Brock Purdy couldn't grip the football. He was having a hell of a time. It just felt all the world like they were not going to win this game. And you're thinking, well, you know what? Now you've seen the light. You know what I mean? You don't wonder if the Niners come out and play their best football, and we'll get an update on Deebo Samuel as the week goes on. But I do agree. The Lions, I mean, I know not just because they're from Detroit and the Cars, but they've got a lot of horsepower, Rod. Yeah, they got a really good offensive line. They got a really confident quarterback. They've got 2 really good running backs. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a problem. Sam Laporta, the rookie tight end, is a problem. Much like the Niners, they just have really good players.
They're well constructed. Yeah. The roster is well constructed. And I think, we talked about earlier, you really got to give them some props from the way that they approached roster building. Even recently when they had those picks, they were criticized for drafting non-premium positions pretty high. And those non-premium position guys have really been an asset for them. We talking about Jahmyr Gibbs. We talking about Jack Campbell. They drafted them high, but they trusted their evaluations. They trusted their draft board. And they're so aligned with what the coach needs and with what the GM, right, can acquire. They're so aligned there. That's why they don't have a lot of holes.
No, they do not.
Because the coach
secondary, but both. That's kind of like the Niners too. Their hole would be the secondary.
Yes, but it's in a salary cap league. You're gonna have a hole. You're gonna have some holes. So I mean, you can't have. Nobody's gonna let you have a perfect roster construction because that's what the salary cap is all about. You got to decide where you want to build, where you want to spend your money and resources. And the 49ers is all about the front, right? The front 7. They're like, we draft in the front 7, we pay front 7. Secondary, well, we'll figure that out. They invest in pass rush and pressure. They don't invest in coverage. And it's interesting what the Detroit Lions. It seems like they've invested more in the front. Makes sense with Dan Campbell too, and less in coverage. But that Brian Branch, That was a nice pickup for them, and a non-premium position. That Brian Branch pickup, he's one of their top 3 best defensive players now.
100%. And again, I was going to say that's a big part of that, why they are so good, because they hit on all 4 of those rookies.
They did.
And those guys are cheap labor, Rod. Those guys are the affordable labor that you need, and they're all 4, not just starters, but huge contributors.
But not at premium positions.
Yes.
which is going, it's kind of counter to what the NFL is doing right now. They're going against the grain a little bit.
Well, and currently you have a pretty quarterback-friendly contract for Jared Goff because the big balloon was played by the Rams, and you have to decide on him. He's an unrestricted free agent after this season's over. They'll probably franchise tag him, but they got to figure out the Jared Goff thing too. But he's friendly currently as far as the cap hit and the contract goes, as compared to the other top quarterbacks in this league.
Oh yeah.
So hitting on rookies and having a friendly quarterback contract helps a lot in roster construction. Niners have that too with the Brock Purdy situation.
Makes life easy.
Has to play a better game. All right, we'll pick up those conversations. We're talking all things divisional playoffs and looking forward to the championship Sunday. Also, Longhorn conversation right now. Let's get Rod's second rant of a Monday.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real. My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've got it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, I want to talk about the Texans and their loss to the Ravens. First of all, the Ravens are just a better team. We've been talking about that all day long, and we talked about it all week long last week too. But I was surprised the Texans actually kept it close. It was a 10 tie at halftime, but after that we saw the Ravens pull away. We even heard from Lamar Jackson about his now kind of famous halftime speech. We're from some other guys describing his halftime speech a little bit later on and who said that. But I always point out in big games, you got to break tendency. If you want to win a big game, a lot of focus on your trends, a lot of focus on the patterns and the tendencies of teams, your habits. And last week, I said that, if DeMeco Ryans, considering the talent deficit, he's not, and the Texans are a good team. They won a division, but compared to the Ravens, they're at a talent disadvantage. And considering that, you need to gamble. You're going to have to gamble. You're just going to have to stay in this game. And they did. They gambled on defense early on this game. I said you got to blitz Lamar Jackson only because when he drops back, instead of having to defend 3 plays in one, you only have to defend 1 play. All right, if you let him drop back without a blitz, you got to defend the initial play, then you got to defend the scramble drill, then you got to defend him as a runner. And he's elite in all those categories. He's an elite pocket passer. He's elite when he's extending the play, second reaction plays, and the scramble drill. And he's elite once he decides to tuck the ball as a runner. He's one of the more elusive ball carriers in all of the NFL. So you just don't want to have to defend all 3 of those plays or scenarios in one because your defense will be worn out, and then that's the chance for them to get a big play downfield because you got to cover for 7, 8, 9 seconds. Your defense is worn out, and then he starts tucking the ball and running, and your guys just don't have the juice to keep up, or you just can't keep up defending that scenario for 4 quarters. It'll just wear you down too much. DeMeco Ryans seemed to agree. Lamar Jackson faced a career high 75% blitz rate. He's the MVP, so, you only can do so much, but he had a 75% blitz rate against him, completing 13 of 18 passes against the blitz for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. He got rid of the ball quicker in the second half. The key was, in the first half, you were getting to him. You had 3 sacks, 11 pressures, when you were blitzing him in the first half. Second back 10 pressures is what they say here in Next Gen Stats. 10 pressures, 3 sacks just on blitzes alone in the first half. So and they only had 10 points. That was the key. And he took longer to get rid of the football. He was processing, not only seeing the pressure, but he's also trying to process what was happening with the coverages downfield. And he held on to the ball for 3.5 seconds on average. In the second half, he got rid of the football in 2.2 seconds. Which means he didn't have to process much. He knew exactly what he was seeing. They made the right adjustments. They went with a lot more quarterback run game, which with Lamar Jackson makes a lot of sense. And also, they had some great adjustments too in their red zone packages. But I like DeMeco Ryans initial game plan. It was to gamble, and he gambled. It just the adjustments by the Ravens, and in the second half, those gambles did not pay off as much because they made, I think, the adjustments to the hot routes, to the screen game, and Christian Harris, who had one of his best games of the season. He generated a team-high 6 pressures on 13 pass rushes, the most unblocked pressure by any pass rusher in a game this season. So you had some really sophisticated pressure packages that were able to get some guys in there unblocked. It just couldn't last. I mean, you were able to do it for 2 quarters. After that, they were able to make the necessary adjustments, and you just couldn't defend Lamar Jackson in all, like I said, in all of those different areas. Him as a runner, him as a pocket passer, him as a second reaction player. That's a lot. That's a lot. And there's a reason they're the toughest offense to defend in the league right now.
Yeah, and the stingiest defense.
Along with the best. They said I believe the last time you had an MVP that also was paired up with the top scoring defense, they said it was Brett Favre.
Oh.
That was the last time you had an MVP paired up with a top scoring defense in the NFL. It's tough. It's just going to be really tough to defend that offense no matter who you are.
Well, I mean, it's January too, and you go for 230 rushing yards versus 38.
Yeah.
And if you're Houston, you only rush for 38 yards and you have 11 penalties. So you're putting yourself against the change about a run game. Yeah, 8 pre-snap. To a player, the Texans talked about the crowd noise at MT and Bank Stadium, or MT Bank, or whatever they call it, was deafening. You could hear it even through the TV, and they were having a hard time. George Fant struggled. I mean, I think everybody took turns jumping off sides, and got a young quarterback in that crowd, in that environment. I mean, that's why the home field advantage matters. And it was unfortunate for Houston fans because it seemed like they'd have a good drive going. They'd cross into where you're approaching, field goal range or even scoring zone, and then you'd have an offsides, and then you'd push it back, and then so now you're 2nd and 15 without a run game. I think Bobby Slowick's a really good play caller. He had a hard time at that point when you're playing against the chains, against a good defense, and that the other thing the crowd noise does, Rod, is that you jump off sides, but your linemen are half step slow getting off the line, right? Because now they're worried about jumping off sides,
exactly
and
right.
that gives the defense the advantage and get immediate pressure, and they're really good. I mean, they're really a good team, obviously, giving up the fewest points per game. I mentioned this earlier, but as we get ready for this game this weekend, so we're now down to 4 teams, Rod. The Ravens have not played the Chiefs yet this year, but they have played Detroit and San Francisco, and now Houston twice. In those 4 matchups with good teams, Detroit scored 6 points. San Francisco scored 19. They beat them 33-19. Houston played them twice and didn't score a touchdown offensively in 8 quarters.
Wow.
And they combined to score 56 points in the 2 games. So they score a lot, and they're hard to get off the field, and they don't give up a lot of points. I mean, that's a great recipe to win a lot of football games.
Yeah, also held Mike McDaniel on that Miami offense to 19 points, too.
Beat them 56-19.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're getting better.
Shano, yeah. I mean, they definitely know. Mike McDonald, excuse me. He definitely knows something about defending the Mick Shanahan tree of coaches. He's figured out something, because you talked about Slowick. He did the same thing as Shanahan, Mike McDaniel. The only one he didn't really have a ton of success defending was Sean McVay's Rams. Right when they got going, I think they scored like 31
points, yeah.
31 points, maybe something like that. So that may be the only one, but everybody else, even Ben Johnson, it's not from the McShanahan tree. He's just a great offensive mind.
6.
Made that guy look pedestrian. He making everybody look bad. And they're not doing anything exotic. I mean, they run pattern match zone. They don't blitz a ton. Hell, he had his 2nd highest blitz rate of the season in the first half versus the Texans.
Yeah.
He's just brilliant at being able to really scheme up creative pressure packages.
Well, I think your assessment last week opened my eyes and was a great point. That the Rams, I watched that whole Rams game, and the Rams really picked them apart with Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, and it's almost like, as you said, that's the McShanahan offense, that's Sean McVay, and they learned from it, because then they played Kyle Shanahan and stumped them. And then they played Mike McDonald, and they stuffed him. I mean, now they're playing Bobby Slowick, so they have the recipe for that. Now you're going to get Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Yeah, and if they get to play Shanahan again, man, they said they got the recipe.
They do, and Lamar is playing really relaxed and really confident football right now. He's, his 100 yards rushing were killers. I mean, that's really. You said you like the Texans' defensive game plan. They just don't have the horses right now, especially at linebacker, I don't think. And that Lamar just is really what makes him a problem. I mean, you cover everybody, you do a good job behind it, and that guy's legs are still a real problem.
It's the biggest problem in the NFL right now. Like there's no tougher problem to solve than the Lamar Jackson problem,
because he can really throw it.
He can really run it.
I mean, Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, Isaiah Likely, Aguilar and Beckham. I mean, they got pieces, and they may get Mark Andrews back, and I would lean towards guessing that Mark Andrews will play because he almost played in this game. And so he's got another week to heal up. I would guess you see Mark Andrews out there in an AFC Championship.
Yeah, because I just got 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, so you can put him out there. If he re-injures it, you'd have 2 more weeks to get him ready. But I don't think Greg Roman, and the crazy thing about it, Lamar Jackson about to win his second MVP, running a totally different system. Not a system even similar to what he ran. I mean, with Greg Roman, you're running 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends, 21 personnel. You're having more running backs and tight ends on the field than wide receivers at time, and he wins unanimous MVP running that system. And now, fast forward, he's basically kind of running the Kaepernick system from back in the day. Now you fast forward, and now he's running essentially Todd Monken's air raid offense where he's spreading teams out. And then you realize, I don't know if there's an offense he couldn't run.
Yeah.
He can run all of them, but this one is easily the more dangerous because Greg Roman was doing us a favor by not spreading him out enough. But now they still use the Greg Roman stuff. They'll still come out there with multiple tight ends and running backs, but now they can just come out and also spread you out the next down with 3 and 4 wide receivers, and that is just unfair.
Yeah,
it's unfair.
When he spreads you out, now you got a real problem.
Oh,
you got to have someone who can spy him or run with him, and who has that?
Who has that? Then they bring in dragging routes right behind the spy, and if the spy if he spends too much time and resources worried about Lamar Jackson, then I got crossing routes right behind him. If he's worried too much about the crossing route, leaves too much grass for Lamar, there's really no right answer.
It's good stuff, and that's why the matchups against the really good teams in the league have been really one-sided in Ravens' favor, including this one, 34-10. All right, there's Rod's rant. Good stuff right there. Texans' really big step forward season comes to an end, but remember the Texans have a lot to like about their team. They have the 3rd most cap space in the league and draft capital to go improve upon what was a divisional playoff appearance this year, and hopefully more next for Texans fans. We'll come back. When we do, we'll get back into these conversations, also reset some of our off-the-record stories. And Rod, got to play some Who Said That before the end of this hour. Let's hook them up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Hey, Rod, we mentioned Longhorns hosted a big defensive tackle from Arizona over the weekend who has ties to the Longhorns' new linebackers coach.
Oh, yeah.
The big winner in the transfer portal over the weekend, Ohio State. Ohio State, after Alabama freshman quarterback Julian Sayin announced he is backing out of his Alabama commitment, he is now headed to Ohio State, as is
Caleb
Downs, the number one player in the transfer portal, the safety. And by all accounts, they got outbid by Georgia. I saw a story from a Georgia insider, Rod, that Georgia, all the way up to the president's office, were pretty certain that Caleb Downs was coming to Georgia.
Yeah, because I think his DB coach went there.
Yes.
Something like that. So that's why people were certain.
Well, and when he came out of high school, he was down to Georgia and Alabama.
Okay.
But Caleb Downs is a freshman All-American, and like the insider said, we got the word from our source in the president's office that they were getting him enrolled and that kind of stuff, classes taken care of.
So it might have come down to the wire then.
And then the Ohio State with a massive offer, essentially.
Well, I will say this about Ohio State, 'cause I don't know how much this was involved in the young man's decision. But I will say that Jim Knowles, who's the defensive coordinator there at Ohio State, who Longhorn fans know from his time at Oklahoma State, he uses that 3 high safety package. He uses the 3 high safety, and he uses more 3 safety than anybody else. He might have just a better pitch overall. Like money-wise, I don't know if there was that big of a difference between Ohio State and NIL resources than in Ohio State and Georgia. But I wonder if when it came to showing him exactly how he was going to be weaponized and utilized, if Jim Knowles did a better job.
Yeah. This insider made it seem like it was a money situation with Ohio State. But either way, that's the NIL today. And the Buckeyes, they're desperate. Their rival just won the national championship. They're not happy in Columbus, Rod. Also over the weekend, the 5-star Alabama tackle, Caden Proctor.
He's also born in Georgia.
Yeah, he was born in Georgia.
He was born in Georgia.
Caleb Downs, yeah. So Iowa is where Caden Proctor is going to go. Remember Caden Proctor, the 5-star who was starting at left tackle for Alabama this year. He's from the state of Iowa, though. He's from Des Moines.
Okay.
And so he's going back to play at Iowa in the Big Ten. And so, Rob, when you look at the schools that have made the biggest jump through the portal, Texas has had a good run in the portal this offseason, filling holes and bringing in productive players at need positions. Oregon has had a really good run here with players they have added, quarterbacks, and a lot of good players going to Oregon. And Ohio State has had a pretty good run too, including Will Howard, the quarterback. And the Bill O'Brien news took us by surprise last week, but it looks like Bill O'Brien is going to be coming in to be the offensive coordinator at Ohio State. So Ryan Day is trying to make some moves to combat what's happening up at Michigan. We still haven't heard anything from Jim Harbaugh.
No.
Other than he's taking interviews in the NFL. He hasn't left yet, though.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. It's taking a while. I think it's going to take a while to play out. By the time he makes his decision, it's going to be too late for any of those players to hit the transfer portal, and might be too late for a coaching search at that time. All your good candidates could be gone. It's Michigan. You can always poach somebody else, but, man, a lot of contracts being signed, a lot of extensions being signed, buyouts being raised and increased. I don't know. It's for Michigan. You run out of options the longer you wait, I guess.
Yes. Well, and today is an interesting day in the NFL because a new rule they adopted for this season prohibited in-person interviews of coaching candidates under contract with other teams until the conclusion of the divisional round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
So that's why Bill Belichick was able to have an in-person
Zoom interviews.
Because he's not under contract anymore. He's been let out of his contract but you can do Zooms. So a lot of these guys were doing Zooms. But today is when you can sit down. So Ben Johnson with the Lions could do a sit-down interview.
Bobby Slowick's probably going to get a couple.
Bobby Slowick.
Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn. That's another good example of that from the Cowboys. They were all Zoom calls, and we all do Zooms and those kind of things, live streams. It's more impactful to be face-to-face with somebody and talk to somebody and be able to sit down with them for, several hours and have good conversations. So that begins today. So you can expect that the spinning cycle of coaches maybe speeds up today. Potentially.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, because, I think it kind of died out. There was a lot of hype about the coaching carousel, and I guess they're going to wait until they can get those face-to-face interviews.
Yeah.
I thought with the pool of coaching candidates that, you might have some teams act a little hasty, but no, they're going to do their due diligence. Good
Only one that's done is Antonio Pierce to the Raiders, right?
And I don't know if they had a choice because you had players talking about they wanted to be traded or they wanted they wanted out if Antonio Pierce wasn't hired. So they might have been forced tail wagging the dog there.
Early reports, by the way, we were talking about earlier here, that Deebo Samuel 50-50 to be able to play in the NFC title game this weekend. And
it's not good.
The early lines are out. What do you make of this? The Ravens favored by 3.5 over the Chiefs, which is the 3 in the hook, and the 49ers favored by 7 over the Detroit Lions.
49ers favored by 7.
A touchdown. That's a big number.
It's a big number considering Deebo may not play. Yeah, that's a big, because that offense changes. Anytime you're missing any of their important pieces, he's built that. He's built that offense as a kind of a malleable kind of a monster of multiplicity, right? It's all these different movable chess pieces that can all be matchup nightmares depending on what your defense presents and what kind of personnel you have. And that's Deebo. I can put him in the backfield, put him at wide receiver. That's Christian McCaffrey, backfield wide receiver as well. That's Kittle. I can put him at, slide. I can put him at tight end, inline tight end. I can put him in the backfield as an H-back. Even Juszczyk, same thing, right? I got 4 different guys to the movable chess pieces. And I will say when he loses one of those, it makes the offense a lot easier to defend. Like, especially when you use one like Deebo, because he's your all-pro kind of malleable hybrid piece there. But Brandon Ayuk, it makes him easier to defend, right? Because teams just can double Brandon Ayuk then. And that takes Brandon Ayuk away because he's your man beater. And all that stuff, you have all these movable chess pieces, but you got one guy who's going to, most of the time, because you'll have your opponents devoting resources to pass off all of your different movable chess pieces in coverage and prior to the snap, you're going to be using a lot of your resources, all right, just to make sure that you have as many interchangeable and you're as malleable as possible. Usually you just put your cornerback out there, your best corner, and say, all right, stop Ayuk, because Ayuk's the one guy that don't move around. They don't put him in the backfield. All right, don't put him in the slot much. Usually on the outside, and that's where Ayuk does his work out there on the outside, and that's why he's a 1,000-yard receiver this year. Because usually he's just getting man coverage. He's got to beat man coverage. He can do it consistently. No Deebo means I double Ayuk, so I take him away, and then that makes everybody else easier to defend.
100%, yeah.
Because I can put a DB on Kittle. And since I have the one less receiver to defend. Rest of those guys play man coverage, put a DB on Kittle because Kittle's great, but Kittle's not Kelsey.
No.
Not in the pass game. So a DB can handle Kittle pretty much. What you can't handle Kittle is when he starts blocking because then he'll make a DB look bad there, a run defender. So you can handle Kittle with just a DB, and then all you're worried about is McCaffrey. Yeah. All the weapons don't seem as lethal anymore.
Give the Packers a lot of credit, by the way. They had a heck of a game plan, and they just didn't execute late and gave that game kind of, I don't know if they gave it away, but had their opportunities early and then late to have that game and be advancing here. And then Detroit how about that crazy place yesterday would have hosted the NFC Championship game, and the Packers found a way to win that game, and they dang near did. By the way, that game, this is an interesting factoid, Rod, has just come down. The Packers-Niners game was the most watched Saturday TV broadcast since the Nancy Kerrigan, Tanya Harding fueled 1994 Olympics.
Get out of here. Are you serious?
37.5 million viewers for Packers 49ers. Most watched Saturday TV broadcast since Kerrigan Harding.
Damn.
40 years ago.
Whoa. And that was a big...
Or 30 years ago.
I mean, you talk about a different entertainment ecosystem, period. Like that back then, you can get big numbers like that because we didn't have a lot of choices, right? And that was actually a huge event. That was a big event back in the day.
I was in college, and it was because everybody knows what happened with Nancy Kerrigan and the lead pipe.
Oh yeah, that thing was huge. They had a feud and all that. That was
every soap opera piece of drama you would ever want.
Oh man,
villains, good people, bad people. And Nancy Kerrigan was kind of America's sweetheart.
Yeah.
Tanya Harding was the trailer trash girl with the criminal boyfriends.
You couldn't write it. It was too good. It was too good. And for this game, this past weekend, to be able to compete with that in this entertainment ecosystem where you don't have close to as many eyeballs
crazy
on one television broadcast as you used to, NFL's king. The NFL is king. They're the number one TV show in America, and second place is like Grand Canyon sized gap behind.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close. And
Nothing.
I haven't seen the ratings for last night's game in Buffalo. I'm assuming they were monstrous, and
man.
that had Travis Kelce and
the
Taylor
Swifties
Swift
and it was a good game.
And it was a great game all the way to the final play,
to
the final kick. All right, so that's there. Real quick, Rod, let me ask you this: from that Bills Chiefs game, I got into some Twitter battles with some folks about that fumble through the end zone out of bounds. That turns into a touchback.
People hate this rule.
I know, and my only, because immediately everybody jumped on and says that's the worst rule in sports. Which, again, but my argument was no one ever argues what the rule should be. Because, again, you have to go into why the rule is what it is. It's a touchback because the ball, uncontrolled ball, into the end zone, out of the end zone. Your job as a defender, Rod, is defend the goal line.
Yeah, you're right.
And so if the offensive team fumbles the ball into the end zone, doesn't control it to – we know all it's got to do is touch the front of the goal line, right, and it's a touchdown. But if they don't possess the ball, you as a defender have done your job. You should be rewarded for that, and the offense should be penalized. Because people will say, well, if it happens out of bounds, they still get the ball back. But that's still in the field of play.
That is true.
That's not in the end zone. That's why it's a touchback. So I guess not even my argument, my question is, if you want to change the rule, what do you change it to?
Yeah, because the other one is basically the consequence is too punitive, right?
Yes. That's
what we believe. It's just that's too much of a consequence you have to pay for fumbling the ball through the end zone when you're on the goal line.
Yes.
But what should be the penalty is what we're asking.
I've heard it offered that you take it back to the 20, you give it a touchback, but you keep it with the offense. But then the argument becomes
go back to their 20?
No, go back to the 25-yard line.
So go back to the so their 20 or the opposing team's 20? Which 20?
Your 20. So you're still in field goal range.
I don't know. I don't know if that's punishment enough.
Agreed.
That's too easy.
I don't disagree.
You get fresh downs to get back there. What if you fumbled it on 3rd or 4th down?
Yeah.
You fresh downs on the 20?
Again, field of play is different than the end zone, Rod. And you play defense for your whole career. Defending the goal line is your goal. That's your mission.
Yeah.
Do not let them cross the goal line.
Period.
Keep them out of the end zone, period. And if they don't possess the ball and the ball goes into the end zone and then out of bounds, you've done your job as a defender. There has to be a punitive punishment for the offense.
And a reward for the defense.
That's correct.
Because you did your job.
You did your job.
Yep. I actually don't know what that should be. That's a great question. Because I don't think the 20 is punishment enough. Because you're a defender, man. It's like, so back defending the red zone. This is my reward. I got to back defend 4 downs in the red zone again after I just oh man, because the down, whatever down is fumbled on also kind of matters.
It does matter.
You fumble that thing on 3rd or 4th down. It's way different than fumbling on 1st. Oh man, that's a good question.
All right, so we'll take your thoughts on that. Yeah. What should the rule be? And again, this has been a rule in the NFL for a long, long time. This is not a new rule. And if it was the worst rule in sports, the way the NFL does it, they would have changed this rule long ago, in my opinion. This has been debated, I'm sure, in the competition committee meetings.
It has been.
And I think my answer would be that they haven't come up with a good solution yet, because it does have to be punitive.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah, no, that's a violation of the highest order, and for the football gods, you got to be punished for that. You on the goal line, you fumble the ball through the touchdown.
We've seen knuckleheads drop the ball before they get there to the goal line, right? I mean, we see balls roll through. I mean, it's a very punitive rule, no doubt, because the opposing team then gets the ball, and the argument is, well, they never recovered it. But the end zone is their end zone, right? They're trying to defend that end zone. I think that's part of the argument why, if you kick a ball, punted ball goes through the end zone, or a kickoff, it's touchback, going back the other way. I don't, because again, the only thing I can say that makes some sense is that you're defending your goal line, you did your job. Some sense meaning to explain it, because it's not in the field of play. It's not out of bounds. That's still, you can mark that at a line of scrimmage. You can see where it went out of bounds, and that's where it belongs, or it goes back to where the player fumbled it. But that's still in the field of play, not in the end zone.
Maybe we should go back to their own 20.
Ooh. On first down or what? 1st and 10?
Yeah, like a regular old touchback. You just go all the way. You got to start all the way over again. You screw it up, you got to start all the way over again. Go back to your 20, 25, whatever it is. Go touchback and start over again.
And if the
ball... Then the defense will feel defense would feel good because they would feel rewarded. Like, all right, at least we got them backed up again. And the offense will be like, at least we got the ball back. We got the ball back.
That might be one. I mean, we'll see if
Start your own 20.
Typically when a rule gets changed, an organization will put it out there for conversation, and if it gets voted through, that would be an interesting one. Because look, if you fumble the ball into your own end zone, it's either and you go through it, it's going to be a safety. That's 2 points and the ball. I mean, that's very punitive to have a safety.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're awarding 2 points to the team, and they get the ball on a free kick.
So you're saying, yeah. You're right about that. I mean, but that's a safety is supposed to be
punitive.
Like you're supposed to be penalized for it in a harsh way, because as you talked about, that's one of the biggest violations. That's one of the biggest violations of football. All right, the football gods will see that you fumble the football in your own end zone, backed up like that. You got to get the safety, and as a safety, you got to give up the football. And in addition to giving your other team points, I think they should start at the 25. It should be a touchback. They get it at their own 20 or 25, because essentially you treat football, the end zones are supposed to extend indefinitely, right? They extend into infinity. So essentially going back, if you go to the back of the opposing team's end zone, then shouldn't it just come back out through the other end zone other way?
I think to your
if
argument there,
indefinitely,
and your rules change, you would still have to explain to me why the offense gets to keep the ball. No one recovered it. Why the defense is the one that defended the goal line?
They did.
That's their job.
Yeah.
Why don't they get the ball? And that becomes the conversation.
Because possession is 9/10 of the law, and the last team that possessed it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Was the offense.
The last team to possess it was offense.
Last team
that's
possessed
a fair
it.
answer.
So if you want the ball, you got to take the ball. That's defense, baby. You got to take the ball. Nobody has a right to the ball, and the offense has it. You can go take the football, but you don't just get the football.
But you fumbled it through my end zone.
That's true. But you didn't possess the ball. Why should you get it when you never possessed the ball?
Yeah, but then why should you get? You were the last one.
I possessed the ball. I was the last one to have the ball.
You're right.
I was the last one, so I get the ball back because I was the last one to have it. But I get it back, obviously, with a penalty, and the penalty is go back to your own touchback. So whatever it is, 25 or the 20.
Lesson for the kids: don't fumble the ball going into the end
zone.
No, wrap that bad boy up. Don't reach for the end zone.
Man. It's those are the two most valuable things about the game: football and the end zone.
Can you imagine if that had cost the Chiefs and it was Mecole Hardman, another one of these receivers making a big mistake in a critical moment? If Josh Allen could have made him pay for it,
yeah.
These receivers over and over and over all year long,
don't trust them,
making big mistakes.
We'll
come back when we do. Who said that, Rod? A little round of audio from the weekend. There's plenty of it. We'll also pick up and get into the fabulous fifth hour on a Monday. I took him up with Ian Rod B. Who Said It time at the end of the 4th hour, headed into our fabulous 5th hour. I wanted to play this for you, Rod, and you can decide.
Sir.
I think you'll know who it is, but I think it's an intriguing conversation because it happened on this radio station.
Oh, yeah.
On Friday or Thursday or Friday of last week.
I think I heard this.
Who said this, Rod Babers, about whom?
Before he was a Texan and before he was a Buckeye, C.J. Stroud was a Steeler.
Yes, sir. A Pomona Steeler.
A Pomona Steeler.
Yes, sir.
And there, look at that kid.
But it was multiple teams in my league that were outstanding, that produced some great kids. The Compton Vikings produced Lenore and Keyshawn Mixon. The LA Demos produced Romeo Dobbs. So excited watching these games. Now, I don't even watch for the win of it all. I watch for the thrill to see that these kids have turned into grown men and they playing big roles on these teams. And they used to these bright lights because they were put in these positions as kids. This is it's like a proud father, because every kid that plays in my league is considered my baby. Because more than likely they come in as babies and they leave as men. So they may outgrow my lap, but they'll never outgrow my heart.
Well, in terms of his personal
There
life
you go.
as well.
How about that, Rod? Who said that?
Oh, that's Snoop Dogg right there.
Talk about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
played in his league. Played as quarterback with the Pomona Steelers.
Yes, Snoop Dogg's he's got a nice little list of
awesome.
players who made it all the way to the league now. He's been doing those youth leagues for probably more than 15 years now, something like that.
And then there a movie out about that?
I played on a 7-on-7 team that played one of his teams in Vegas in a tournament one time. We beat them.
That's cool.
But
we beat them.
They had a tour bus with Snoop Dogg and they were the most swagged out team there for sure.
I imagine that.
I bet they thought they were going to beat us by 50 points, but we stomped them. Go Chaps.
Go Chaps.
Yeah, go Chaps.
That's pretty cool.
That
That's
is
a nice
really
sentiment by Snoop Dogg, and now rooting for C.J. Stroud, who, of course, and they went on. That was on Rich Eisen, of course, here on the station, and they went into, his father was in prison and still in prison, and his coach of the team really took him under his wing. Was a father figure. It's just a great story of how sports can help keep kids out of trouble and they get them on a good path.
Agreed. Yeah. Transform lives.
No doubt.
Forever. All right. So, Ty, I sent you a few of these clips. So, just dial any one of them up. We can play Who Said That.
We know what we're capable of, and we wasn't putting that out on the field. So when you got guys like Lamar who's upset about that kind of stuff, who usually don't tend to talk that much, but when he does, it's very vocal. You just gotta sit up and listen. The guy got something good to say, and he was rightfully so in the right place to say what he said. So that's when it's our job to just keep giving them the ball back and let them do what they do. We know what we can.
Is that Roquan Smith or?
Oh, you're close. Patrick Queen.
Patrick Queen,
you're
the
right
other linebacker.
You're close, yeah.
Well, obviously, we played it earlier. Lamar Jackson was asked about what happened at halftime, and he said, I can't say it in this press conference, but we had some words because we were 10-10, and we had to start bringing it. They outscored Houston 24-0 in the second half.
That's what leaders do.
That's what leaders do.
Yeah, somebody tried to get up and give his team a good, dog cussing because they weren't getting it done. And, by the way, but you can't do that if you're not going to be the guy to lead by example.
To show up
you
in
can
the
only
second half.
Yeah, you can only be that guy if you're right. You're gonna lead out by getting out in front of the group and going, all right, watch me. All right, I just told y'all what I'm gonna do. Now I'm watching me go out there and do it, and then y'all follow me.
Well,
That's
if
what
you can understand Lamar Jackson, he's heard all the noise about a 1-3 playoff record. And it's 10-10 with Houston at the half, and it's like,
hey,
yeah, what are we doing here? That team can't get out of its own way with turnover, with penalties and things. Let's just go take this game over, and they did. Yeah. They were awesome from that point on. All right, Rod, who said this? It's somebody we talked about throughout the morning, but you haven't heard his voice. Here we go.
You told me the other day you were nervous out here. While enjoying it, you were nervous. What were the emotions like, especially coming down the stretch?
Nothing like I've ever felt. It's so cool. I told Sam numerous times, it is so cool to be out here and experience this as an amateur. And whether I had made that or missed that, and if you'd have told me that, come Wednesday night I'd have a putt to win this golf tournament, I wouldn't believe you.
What was the walk like for you down 18, and how aware were you of that you only had a one-shot lead?
I wasn't. I thought I had a two-shot lead, and that's kind of – our line was almost right of the green. It's like, just don't hit this in the water kind of. But no, and then obviously I think I hit somebody, so I'm sorry whoever that was, but got a great break and was able to give myself a good look.
You had a 6-footer to win on the PGA Tour.
There you go. There's your winner.
Nick Dunlap?
Nick Dunlap, the 20-year-old unicorn, Rod. Youngest amateur to win a PGA Tour event since 1910.
That's a long time. It's 100+ years. It's a long time, man.
And the first amateur since Phil Mickelson in '91. Now, Phil was upperclassman at Arizona State when he won his on the tour. This kid's a sophomore.
Yeah, he won't be. We're waiting on that announcement that he's turning pro any hour now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
At any point today.
Somebody will correct me, but I'm pretty sure Jordan Spieth turned pro at 20. After he had some success on the tour, right? He had those exemptions that he played, the Byron Nelson, and he had shown that he can hang. He didn't win, though. Tiger Woods didn't win.
This dude's winning.
4 years at Stanford.
I don't know what you're waiting on.
3 years at Stanford.
What you waiting on, dude? Let's go.
Let's go.
Time to turn pro.
Well, because now he has all the exemption. I mean, he can go play. He's won an event. Now, he didn't get to keep the $1.5 million.
Ooh, that's why you need to leave.
Yeah.
That's why it's time to go pro.
He'll get that trophy.
Need that 1.5.
I think he gets the trophy, whatever the trophy looks like for the American Express.
Man, everybody gets a trophy. I want that cash.
And you know what? As we said, the rule is if an amateur wins, which almost never happens, second place gets the first place check.
Man, you need to buy that dude. You need to buy young Nick Dunlap a Rolex or something nice, something real nice.
Yeah,
something real nice.
Zudenhoek is going to have to send him a couple watches.
Buy him a new iPhone, new iPad.
Well, the minute he goes pro, it won't be an NCAA issue, so we can just send him whatever he wants. Buy him a car.
Gift of cash.
Yeah. Wire him some
Give
cash.
him a bag, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, we'll come back. We'll pick up the fabulous fifth hour. There's some Who Said That on Hook 'em Up on a Monday morning.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Quite the weekend. It was cold and windy here in Austin, Texas, so it was a good weekend to sit inside and watch a lot of football.
Ooh.
Maybe make some soup or chili.
Oh, yeah, we had some tortilla soup, which was really good.
Ooh.
Yeah, wifey cooked tortilla soup. So, yeah, that's something. You're right. Great soup weather. Great soup and chili weather. I'm with you. No doubt about that.
We had a neighbor of ours who, for the New Year, dropped off a nice soup in a bag kind of thing, and you just add the meat, and it was wonderful. Little bean soup.
Soup in a bag.
Well, they just give you all the ingredients, all the spices and whatnot, and all we had to do is add some meat, whatever meat we wanted.
That's legit right there.
It's good. Nice gift, by the way. Nice gift. Thank you to the Melders. Very nice people. Yeah, so we had some soup and watched some football. And it was cold. It was darn cold. And obviously the Texans game did not end up as Rod and I as fans would have liked to have seen, but tip your cap to that group because they're really damn good.
Yeah, the Texans are way ahead of schedule, and you saw that in that game. They were exposed. But listen, they fought for an entire half, considering how good Baltimore is. I was surprised Texans had no turnovers. They allowed 0 sacks. You point out what really killed them with those pre-snap penalties. They had 8 pre-snap penalties, 11 penalties overall. Here's a nice little. It's good and bad. It's a factoid that will make you feel good and a little bit anxious as a Texans fan. The Texans set a record for the worst margin of defeat, 24 points, in NFL history for a team that had 0 turnovers and 0 sacks in the game. So other than the penalties, they were a relatively clean team. As a matter of fact, they were the first NFL team since 1940, regular season or postseason, to lose by more than 10 points in a game where they had 0 offensive touchdowns, no sacks, and no turnovers. Yeah,
it was frustrating because when they would get something mounted, a drive mounted. Then there would be penalties. Then they'd be against the chains. And then you knew against that defense it was going to get tougher to call plays. And they're just really good. And when you're shooting yourself in the foot and taking the momentum away from yourself, the inability to score points, it's now 8 quarters they played against that defense and still haven't found the end zone offensively.
Yeah. Your margin for error is really – and they had a lot of penalties in the first matchup too, didn't they?
They did.
They had a ton of penalties in that first matchup. Your margin for error is already – pretty slim, minuscule when it comes to this matchup for the Texans versus the Ravens, and you kept hurting yourself and being your own worst enemy with those penalties, getting behind the chains against this defense, best scoring defense in the league, led the NFL in takeaways too. You don't want to be behind the chains against them. And Mike McDaniel, I mean, he dialed up some brilliant pressure packages. And they didn't really get to CJ that often because CJ's great at being able to move around in the pocket, buy himself some time. But I gave that stat earlier. If you go look at the amount of players, the different defenders, they were able to apply pressure on CJ Stroud. It was remarkable. You had 12 different pass rushers generate at least one pressure for the Ravens. That's amazing. That just shows you they were coming from everywhere, from every different angle. That's some of the brilliance of Mike McDaniel and what he does with those pressure packages. You just never know where it's coming from. And they got a lot of guys that can just win one-on-ones.
Yeah.
Davion Clowney's like a role player on that team.
I know. I mean,
he's like a role player.
Yeah, they are stacked. That's the reason they've been so good this year. I would also say that there are a couple plays I've seen now in replay. There was a screen pass they threw to Devin Singletary that would have gone for a touchdown, but George Fant missed his block. Big right tackle got out there, and all he has to do is get a body, and there's nobody behind it. I mean, it's one of those where, he still has a convoy of linemen and tight ends in front of him. And it was just a great play call against a blitz. They beat it, and, one guy missed a block, and it's a big dude trying to block a little dude, and sometimes you lose the leverage. But that was that kind of game. And, you tip your cap. Ravens were the better team. They were reading their favor by 10 points going in. They're just a really good team, and that's what the Chiefs will deal with. And I would also say, I said going into the weekend, I thought Detroit maybe had the best home field advantage just because of the rabid nature of that crowd, and it's indoors.
It's crazy.
Baltimore has a great home field advantage. Baltimore, that place is loud.
It gets rocking.
Oh, my gosh.
They're outside, too.
And that was a big part of Houston jumping off sides. They really couldn't hear, and they got a really good pass rush coming at you, so you're trying to, not be late.
Trying to get a little jump yourself.
You're facing a really good that'll be a factor for the Chiefs this week. And whatever we say about the Chiefs and 6 straight AFC Championship games, that is remarkable, historically good. But at the same time, they haven't played a road AFC Championship game, so they'll have to deal with that this weekend. They just dealt with Buffalo, and did fine. And that was quite the performance by Patrick Mahomes, but really it was about mistakes from the Bills late in that game, and then that Chiefs defense limiting the because remember, if you go back to the first half, the Chiefs were getting pushed around by the Bills. They were pushing them and just gouging them with the run game, and Josh Allen. They stiffened up, and gives Batiste that's been their calling card this year on defense. They've allowed the fewest second-half points in the league.
Great adjustments.
Yep.
Steve Spagnuolo's done a great job of making those adjustments.
7 in that game.
Yeah.
After a 17-point first half, just 7 in the second half.
And you got to get surprised. Man, I'm telling you, Chris Jones, Junk Jones, as he's been called awesome. Ever since his junk was exposed at the combine because he was running in some. It was him.
I know. I remember.
He was running in some compression
shorts. I was watching that live.
I think we all were in compression shorts, and his junk just would not be suppressed or compressed, and it just popped out. And he kept running. He just put his arm down there and kept running through his 40. I don't even know what his 40 is. I don't think anybody cares. But anyway, ever since then, I call him Junk Jones. And that play, one of those plays you're talking about, you got to go watch how he may not even get the sack. He may not
push the lineman right into Josh.
Right into him. You saw it?
Yeah.
And Josh Allen, if he throws accurately and he stays on that spot without Chris Jones,
might have been a touchdown.
pushing that lineman into his face, because he pushed it right when he's getting ready to finish the throwing motion. Right at that second, Chris Jones pushes the lineman into him, and he just can't complete. He gets knocked just ever so slightly off of his throwing motion, and that made the pass go a little awry and a little erratic, and that's why it was off, because he was open. And if he had a clean throwing motion and he was not necessarily harassed in the pocket by Chris Jones, that's a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's a touchdown.
And that's the stuff. That's the magnifying glass of these games. And then you give a play like that, might have saved your season. I mean, and the kid, the guy for I don't think Houston was going to win that game, but the guy for Baltimore who beat the block, that if he gets blocked, it might have been a touchdown and a different kind of game in the second half. Those are the kind of things that flip games, and that's why we point them out, right? And that's why, as much as you want to criticize Brock Purdy for the 49ers game, when they needed it most, he was great, and when when the Packers needed Jordan Love the most, he wasn't great. As I mentioned, he had 116 passer rating in the first, 3 quarters of the game. In the last 4 drives, he had a 16 passer rating. So, that's how games go. But we don't. This is about winning the game, and Brock Purdy is as bad as he looked. And I'd also say this: there are a lot of subplots to all these games, and we talked a lot about Jason Kelce and his shirt off and doing his antics, which was a lot of fun up in the suite there. But did you see the scene where I hadn't seen this, where Jason Kelce was jumping in and out of the suite? I mean, he was drunk.
I saw that. Yeah, I know he was pretty tipsy,
and he was hanging out with the Bills Mafia before the game and enjoying bowling ball shots and things like that. Well, so he jumped down into the crowd, and he brought a little girl back into the suite to meet Taylor Swift.
I saw that.
How cool is that? That little girl.
Yeah. He's a man of the people.
That's a man. And I mentioned that the big story that broke before the game, I haven't seen anybody talking about it, because this is a major story, that according to Michelle Tafoya, she is the former NBC sideline reporter. She did an interview with CBS Sports Radio host Mark Ryan, and she said she's been told and believes that Travis Kelce will hang up his cleats after the season. Whenever the season ends, he's going to be done. And she said, quote, "I think Travis is retiring after the season like his brother. I think there's a ton of motivation for them to do this. I think they're highly motivated. I can't reveal my source, but I can say he's looking into future plans. Now with his brother retiring, I could totally see those pulling a Peyton and Eli Manning sort of gig, maybe on Peacock to be the companion piece to Sunday Night Football."
It makes perfect sense. They would kill it, too.
And Tafoya obviously used to work at NBC. She's got sources at NBC. Mm-hmm. That sounds like she's got it on good account that the Manning cast has been so successful for ESPN on Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't we do one for Sunday Night Football?
And they'd be so good because essentially, man, they would make so much money off of that. They'd pay them some ridiculous amount, and they still keep their podcast, which has become highly successful since he started.
Yeah, it's their podcast, right?
Dating, Taylor Swift. They've got a whole new demographic, right, that they've attracted to the podcast. So between the podcast and just that alone, dude, they'd be making a few $1 million a year easily.
More than that. I mean, who knows what the Mannings are making? And of course, that's all. Peyton Manning and his Omaha Productions, right? That was kind of their brainchild to bring that thing today. Well, now everyone's going to want one, but the key to doing it is having the right personality.
Well, the chemistry.
Yeah.
They got brothers.
Yeah.
That's the key. You can't just bring 2 people in. You're like brothers. That's chemistry that you cannot quantify.
Right, and Peyton and Eli ribbing each other. That's what makes the show go.
Yep.
And these guys are funnier than those two.
Kelce's are funnier than the Mannings.
Yes. And, you got Jason's a little more understated, and then Travis is a little goofier. But you got
and they're going to have Taylor Swift on their show.
Oh, sure.
So all the stars, everything, they're going to get stars too.
Well, think about what Michelle Tafoya is saying. Well, so if you're going to watch the game on Sunday Night Football, okay, but if you want to watch the Kelce's with maybe Taylor Swift hanging out, you got to get Peacock. You got to stream it on Peacock.
Yep.
That's where you're going to watch that. You're not watching it on ESPN2 like you're on ESPN. You got to stream it.
Yep.
And that will obviously explode their streaming numbers, which why they'll pay him. And if you're Travis Kelce, you're thinking, okay, I've done this long enough. I've won a couple Super Bowls. I may win another one this year. If I don't, I've made a lot of money. I still have my relatively good health, and that's a cush job, Rod. I mean,
that's a job you could do for the next 20 years, depending on what happens.
You get to do it with your brother.
Just get to hang out.
You already know you like a lot.
It's pretty stress-free. And he's been complaining about injuries for the last 2 years, talking about how the surgeries that he's had and all the different injuries that have accumulated and piled up for him. Once guys start, tracking those things and complaining about them publicly, Bill Parcells always said that you're at the beginning of the end. You might as well just hang it up now. If you're talking about retirement, you're already in your mind. You're already checked out.
Yeah, because
it's a hard game.
It's a physical game.
Yeah,
especially when you won a lot, and now maybe you found the girl that you're gonna settle down with and whatnot. We'll see.
That can't have anything to do with it. Come on.
What do you mean?
Never mind. I'm not even gonna get into it. Not even gonna get into it.
He thinks that Taylor Swift thing can't have anything to do with, or shouldn't have anything to do with his retirement.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't. It might. It should not have.
I didn't say anything about Taylor Swift. She might be on this podcast. I'm saying that
he's talking about the retirement of Travis Kelce is partly because he met the right woman.
Sure.
But he's saying that can't be the case. That's what he's saying.
I know. He still thinks it's a ruse.
Yes.
Was he? Did he flash up the heart sign to Travis Kelce or Taylor Swift? Who was it for?
He flashed the heart to the booth. You can decide who that was
That's
for.
his boo thing.
That's his boo.
Yeah, come on,
That's my boo girl.
I'm on. I think they're going to win the Super Bowl, and I think it's part of the script. The NFL is scripted, as we know.
Of course it is. Yes.
And but I want them to lose so bad, so this can be over. Or
you think Kansas City's going to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
I just don't.
I told you that last week.
I think Kansas City's the third best team right now left. I think San Francisco's better if they're healthier. If they're healthy, and I think Lamar and the Ravens are better.
I do too.
Well, San Francisco's they're choke artists. They'll find a way to blow this. And I'm saying Patrick Mahomes. He's a 2-time Super Bowl champion. I think he's most likely to get there and win it again.
And
not
because
with them
it's scripted, I guess. No.
If
they beat Baltimore, it won't be. I mean, Baltimore's really damn good. I don't understand. I guess I understand if you're bothered by the Taylor Swift thing. I just don't understand it ruining the game for you. I hear people talking about how it's ruining the game.
Well, I didn't watch the game. That's partly part of the reason why.
Really? Why?
Because I can't stand it. It's like they keep on putting it up, and they know either way. Like, first of all, no Swifties are watching that game just to see Taylor Swift. I don't think
that's not true.
I don't think we've seen a inflation of numbers. Basically,
we have. They have, yeah. Of young women, of young teen girls. They have
still.
Yeah.
Months into this, they're still watching. It's more of like they know that people are going to hate on this. I don't know I know y'all don't do social. Y'all do socials, but you don't look into like Instagram comments probably as hard as I do. 95% of the comments is just like, why are you still posting this? Like it's all hate views. Like more people are going to hate Taylor Swift from all this going on than are going to like be new fans of hers. I can promise you that's the case. And I used to be a fan of hers, and I hate her now.
See, I can pretty much pick out what that demographic is too, by the way, but that's okay.
No, these are not just sports accounts.
It doesn't even matter. It's a football. I'm watching the football game.
Exactly. It's a football game. Why are we have to see Taylor Swift every 5 minutes?
What did we see her about 6 times in this game?
Why did you see her once?
We wouldn't have seen her at all. But why does that bother you so bad?
They always show, this, Ty. They always show significant others and girlfriends.
Yes.
Now they show her more because she's a pop star. They always show girlfriends and wives and stuff.
Okay, it's one thing to show a girlfriend or wife one time on the broadcast briefly, but to show it 5 to 12 times and then have to see it on Instagram and every single social media platform and then have to come to work and talk about it every single day. It's a little frustrating for me. I'm sorry.
I understand being bothered by it. What I don't understand is how it goes for people like you, and I hear a lot of people that it's like anger, like they're so mad.
It's not like I dislike her. I don't dislike. She's probably a great person. Whatever. Yeah. Well, I don't have cable right now, so that's part of the reason why. But also, I mean, it's not about her. It's just about the fact the way the media is pushing it so hard. And I know her and the Kelce's team has to have something to do with that. I know it's not just randomness going on. Like I don't know. It's just part of it's really annoying to me.
Non-professional opinion. It's misplaced anger, Ty. That would be what I would call it.
No, I want to watch football. I don't care. Taylor Swift and the NFL should not be in the same circle. They are completely
NFL
separate.
disagrees.
But it is.
The NFL disagrees.
But there was no part of that ruined. I actually enjoyed it because it was really about Jason Kelce. That was hilarious. And Jason Kelce did, beer bong and beers.
That's
and
fine.
taking his
That's
shirt
cool.
Off. That
He's
was
he's in the NFL. And he is Travis
and they-
Kelce's brother. That's fine.
Then he brought a young girl fan to meet Taylor
That was
Swift,
cool.
which is kind of a sweet moment. I don't get the visceral anger that I hear from a lot of people. It's okay. It can be bothersome. That's not a big deal, but it certainly did not take anything away from the game for me, Rod. I enjoyed the game a heck of a lot.
I think, and I don't disagree necessarily with some of the takes that Ty is coming up with in terms of how some Americans feel about it. I will say this, and I go back to the old Dark Knight quote because I think it applies to a lot of different things. Either you die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. When you've been on top and been a pop icon, as long as she has, you're bound to become a villain at one point. Remember the old Lou Holtz quote where he said, after 10 years, you lose like 10% of your fan base? After 10 years on the job, you lose 10% of your fan base every year after that. So by the time you get to year 15, 50% of your fan base hates you. They're against you. Ask Mac Brown. Right? And I think there's this, in a sense, that is what she is going through too. I think after a while, just being on top the way she has, you're going to end up having a lot of haters and a lot of people that just don't like you, period. Ask Drake. As anybody who's been around. If you've been around for that long, Beyonce. There's a ton of people that hate on Beyonce. Like, it's just, if you've been around for that long and been on top for that long, look at the Golden State Warriors. Remember I told you about that? They became like villains at one point. Everybody loved them. The Astros. Now we know the Astros are villains because of the cheating scandal. But at one point, you're gonna become. Everybody's gonna love you. You're gonna be the considered, the favorite son, whatever it is. And then at one point, you're gonna flip. LeBron James. You're gonna flip and turn, and you're gonna become the villain because you've been around for too damn long. Nobody's gonna love you for that long. Ask LeBron. Now LeBron, there are more haters for LeBron than there are people that love LeBron now, right? Because he's been around for so long, guys. I went to the NFL when LeBron came out of high school to go to the league. That's how long he's been around.
No, I agree. I just don't. I don't see Taylor Swift becoming a villain with her own fan base and the people who love her. I see her becoming a villain with guys like Ty who get angry about it because they're on her football game. But she shouldn't be vilified for dating a football player.
But she knows what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing, and so does Travis Kelce. Like, come on, like we're gonna act like this is just a random love story that just like is just.
I actually think it is.
Well, maybe it's not set up. Maybe they do like each other and they met, but everything they're doing now and every game day and all that jazz, the jacket last week that Juszczyk's wife made, like that's all planned. That's all that it's all planned. The heart sign was planned. Like, come on.
I don't disagree that there was some planning behind trying to get them together and some marketing behind it. Because even the Kyle Juszczyk thing, the NFL's about to sign a deal with Kyle Juszczyk's wife.
Yeah, the NFL
so that she can make they can make the jackets.
Pretty good gig.
So if you're on a conspiracy theory on the grassy knoll, I do get it. There's some evidence to suggest that this could all have been orchestrated. But now I think they actually like each other. It could have been orchestration from the jump, but now I think they've actually grown to care about each other.
I think it works for both parties at the same time. But, she just goes to the games and she wants to root for her boyfriend. Ty, you have to stay off Reddit and Instagram and stop getting so angry about things that don't matter. They don't matter.
You cannot escape it.
Matter.
You cannot escape her.
You absolutely can.
No, you can't. She's everywhere. She's
everywhere.
I used to be a huge fan. I know all of her. Like, I know all the old songs. Like, I know all the words. I told y'all in drama class in 7th grade, I did my lip sync project to "Love Story" by her. Dressed up like Juliet, wore a wig and a dress, did it all. Like, it's not about her. It's about the situation in which that they've put us as NFL fans.
You better find some pack your patience. I talked about the drivers one because it's not going anywhere. They're going to play this weekend. Might go to the Super Bowl, and Travis Kelce's about to have a TV show with his brother.
And she's gonna be a regular guest on it, coming on every now and then.
Yeah.
And there's a jeweler. There was a page 6 at this jeweler owner, Steven Singer Jewelers, has offered them a $1 million engagement ring for free.
Yeah.
If he decides to marry Taylor Swift. Oh, it ain't going nowhere, Ty. It might get even worse, man.
Yeah, probably so.
Oh, it will. And like one day I'll accept it, but it's hard. It's very hard.
No, it's so easy. It's just a game. You just watch the game.
But it's not exactly. It is just a game. It's not about Taylor Swift. Like it is just a football game. It's not a red carpet event for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. He's just as bad too.
Okay.
Yeah, he is. What people don't know about Travis Kelce's been kind of a media whore. He loves. He's on reality TV show.
Reality TV show.
He has his own reality TV show. He likes this lifestyle. That's why he may decide to hell with football. I actually prefer being a socialite.
100%, and that doesn't ruin the football game for me. I mean, if that there are personalities in every game that are a little off the nose, a little unorthodox, and I enjoyed. There's nothing about that bothered me watching the game. I thought the game was
it takes away from the game. It takes away from our show every day having to talk about it.
No, we don't have to. We were talking
about.
We
just do, though. We do. I think if I go back and count it every day, this entire football season, I guarantee you, we've talked about Taylor Swift at least once every day.
Well, Ty, we were talking about Travis Kelce possibly retiring from the game when his season is over, which is a pretty damn big story. He's arguably the greatest tight end ever to play the position.
He is.
Who's talking about retiring? That's a fairly big story, and Taylor Swift happens to be a part of that conversation, but it certainly was not the start of the conversation. Those two are probably going to retire together, possibly go in the Hall of Fame together, because if they retire the same year, they can go into the Hall of Fame 5 years later, and they're going to have a show on Peacock. So that's at least what Michelle Tafoya is saying. That's what led us to this conversation. On the heels of a hell of a football game that ended 27-24, Bills go down to the Chiefs, who are headed to Baltimore. But yes, that is certainly part of the conversation this morning. In addition to that, it's the Niners and Lions. The upstart Lions, first trip to the NFC Championship game in 32 years. And now if you're a Cowboys fan, you hate to hear it. But and really, if you're a football fan in Texas, it really sucks that no Houston pro team or the Cowboys haven't been there since 95. So it's 29 years to the NFC Championship game. A Houston pro sports team hasn't been to the AFC Championship game since 1979, Rod.
Yeah. Been a while. Not in my lifetime.
God.
Not in my lifetime.
So I moved to Houston in 1980. I'd lived in Ohio.
I was born in 1980.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I moved there right after the Love You. I was the middle of the Love You Blue hysteria.
Mm-hmm.
But they had just when we moved I think we moved into Houston in March. Or end of February into March. So the whole Pittsburgh Steeler game 79 thing had just happened.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It just happened. And it was brutal. It's brutal. And but it was still a hysteria for the Royals. But that's how long they still haven't been back. Since Bum Phillips.
And that's how hard it is to get back.
I mean, if you're combining years now, you're talking about 70, 80 years in the state of Texas for being to the conference championship game. We got to turn that around.
Well, what's happened? Yeah, you're right about that. You got to turn it around. What really happened to the Texans too? We talked about this earlier with Patrick Mahomes, right? That unfortunately, Josh Allen has to deal with. Even though he's a great player, he's dealing with being in the shadow of the greatest start of a career in the history of pro sports. Mm-hmm. Not your fault, but Patrick Mahomes is just. You're in that era, so you got to deal with that. Michael Jordan was the same way. We underrate a lot of players in Michael Jordan's era because, hey man, you just didn't get a chance to shine. That was just Michael Jordan's era.
He took your shine.
Yeah, and I think the same thing for not overall for the Houston pro football franchises. Man, think about what happened after like in those 90s and in the 2000s. You had your Peyton Manning, Tom Brady in the AFC era that went on for what? 15 years, something like that, where it was just Peyton Manning and somebody, and then Big Ben thrown in there. Look, those three from the quality organizations sprinkled in there, and that was the AFC in a nutshell for probably
100%.
15.
I mean,
basically 2 decades. The AFC was Brady, Manning, and Big Ben Roethlisberger, and I think that also hurt the Texans.
And Manning was in your own division for a majority of that.
Oh man, that was brutal.
And you had some decent teams in there.
But it didn't matter.
And when Houston was their best, and they didn't, because the early '90s, the run and shoot Oilers that should have made the conference.
The Buddy Ryan one.
Yeah, the Chiefs. That's why I say that lost Joe Montana and the Chiefs was still the worst one, worse than the Buffalo collapse, because that was. That was on the road, but the '93 year with Buddy Ryan, you were the number 1 seed. You had home games all the way to the Super Bowl, and you couldn't punch the ticket. I mean, Joe Montana beat you, but that's brutal. But to your point, you're right, and that's why Texans fans are optimistic that maybe they have one of these quarterbacks now. They have one of these guys who's going to be in the conversation every year for the next decade plus. Joining Patrick Mahomes, because look, Josh Allen is now Dak Prescott of the AFC. I mean, Josh Allen is that guy who you're going to get you to a point, and that's it.
Yep.
They've lost 3 of the last 4 years to Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. This was the year you had him in your building.
He just wish he was in NFC though. If he was in NFC, he'd have a shot. And I said that's why I feel like a lot of it's just like bad timing, man. It
is bad timing. That's why I mentioned earlier that when Michael Jordan was building his first three-peat, there was a team called the Cleveland Cavaliers who were pretty damn good. Most people who saw them said they could beat anybody if they could get to the finals. They beat anybody in the West.
Except
they couldn't beat Jordan.
Yeah.
They couldn't beat
But
Jordan.
remember, Jordan had to go through it too, right? Couldn't beat the Pistons and the Celtics in
right.
the East, and then finally. So if you're Josh Allen, you're hoping that is your story, is that
they'll bring a new coach.
Yes, at one point you break through,
and he might. And I think he's more likely to do it than Dak Prescott. That would be my opinion.
Yes, because a higher ceiling.
Yeah, but right now the Bills and Cowboys are very parallel. They're get a lot of headlines. They're pretty damn good. They got a quarterback that puts up big regular season numbers, but come postseason, they can't get over that hump. And the Cowboys' problem, what's more frustrating, is they're not dealing with Patrick Mahomes, and they still can't get over the hump.
It's a different team for them than hump. Somebody could be the Eagles, could be the Rams, could be the 49ers.
It's been the Packers and Niners most.
Yes, so it's a different team. That's why, honestly, that's probably even more troubling. You're right, because why can't that be you then? If it's a different team in the NFC that's stepping up year after year, why isn't that you? Why haven't you been one of those teams? The Lions of this year.
Now the Lions just went past you.
Yeah, so why is it, out of all of this, kind of randomness in the NFC, which is great, how come it doesn't randomly become your year one year?
That's why I think, as we talked about, you got family members popping off angry like Ty on social media because they're angry because look, the Lions have gone past you in 3 short years.
The Philadelphia Eagles have reinvented themselves like twice,
right?
And went back to the Super Bowl since you
won a Super Bowl, and we're in it last year.
Yeah,
and the Packers look like they're in a better place right now than you are.
And the 49ers have done it. The 49ers have done it multiple times. They did it with Jim Harbaugh's group.
That's right.
Did it with Shanahan's group.
Think about what the Packers just did. Now the Packers are going to come in next year more favored to win the NFC than you are because Jordan Love looks like a high ceiling quarterback. They found another one.
So why not us? Is what Cowboys fans saying. Why not us? If the damn Lions can do it, then why not us? Why is it randomly out here? You want to know why, Cowboys fans? Because it's not random. It takes good leadership from the top down, making good decisions. Yes, right. Because it's not random.
And guess what? that leader last week decided to sell the fan base, stay the course. And they know that ain't working.
With a lame duck coach. I'm not going to extend this guy, believe in this guy, but I'm not going to extend him.
Yeah, no extension, but we're keeping him because I don't want to pay him not to be here.
Right.
I don't like doing that, even though I'm a multi-billionaire. I would also say, what's Detroit going to say? I mean, what is Buffalo going to say this week? What are the new ownership there? Are they going to stay the course, or are they going to make a big change? I mean, fans are in Buffalo in the same sense as the Cowboys. They're like, what are we going to do to get over this hump? What's the plan, guys?
They just changed those season.
That was kind of mid-season.
called the DC. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know.
Do you keep Joe Brady?
Because it went well enough for you to.
Yeah, the team rallied around their coach. I mean, you cannot not
so
argue.
They like him.
Well, and that was the Cowboys. They like Mike McCarthy, but when it's time to play,
yeah,
what happened?
What likes got nothing to do with it at that point, I guess. But you're right. Yeah, I think they both are in a similar situation, and I don't know if there are any easy answers or solutions for
guess
either
what?
one of them.
Patrick Mahomes is going to be in that conference again next year. You
gotta pray and hope that Kelsey retires and Andy Reid retires, and that they don't fill those voids immediately with.
That would be. If Texans fans are hoping that too, that because the Texans want to become one of those power brokers in the AFC now moving forward.
That's true.
And with a good offseason, another good draft, and pieces around C.J. Stroud, because it does feel like they can take control of the AFC South, right? Jacksonville kind of still feels like a pretender. Colts are in a rebuild. Their owner is like trying to. Still dealing with a lot of issues, and we know where Tennessee is. They're starting over now, so you can take control of that division, which puts you in the tournament every year. And it's not an AFC North situation where Baltimore's got to deal with Cleveland and Cincinnati and Joe Burrow and Pittsburgh, whoever they end up as quarterback. South is winnable. So if you're Houston, you'd love to see Kansas City take some attrition.
Man, AFC is just so loaded. When Joe Burrow comes back, it's loaded with QB play.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. We do have finality on the Dwayne Akina situation out in the desert.
Yes, sir.
We do have a former Arizona defensive lineman who's into the portal who visited Austin this weekend. Couple of commitments over a big recruiting weekend for Texas. Plenty to do. Coming back, hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Okay, you ready? All right, before we go behind the burnt orange curtain, can we hear how it ended on Saturday? Your Saturday before divisional playoffs, we had a heck of a basketball game played over at Moody Center. Longhorns finally played some really good basketball. It's been a frustrating year so far for Texas, but especially against really good competition. And then they lost a game to Central Florida on Tuesday that they were in full control of, ended up blowing a 16-point lead, losing at the end. And we know what happened afterwards. We'll hear Rodney Terry talking about that coming up. Can I play the sound, Rod, from ESPN? It was the main crew, right? It was Jay Billis and crew, primetime game. It was a hell of a game from front to back. The higher scoring in the first half. Both teams were red hot. Defenses ratcheted up in the second half, and it went to the wire. Texas had a 3-point lead. Kendall Weaver had made an incredible hustle play that allowed the Longhorns to get the ball back and make some free throws to make it a 3-point game. So I think you feel pretty good. You can, if you can run the clock down a little bit, and you can foul them and make them go to the line with a 3-point lead. But, man, before they could even think about that, the kid Bridges for Baylor nails a rainbow three-pointer that just touched. I mean, it was so pure. And now we're tied at 75. But Tyrese Hunter and the Longhorns with one last chance. Here's how it sounded.
Bridges with a 3 to tie the game. Plenty of time to get a shot here. And here comes Hunter. Coast to coast. Oh! They're going to look at it, but I thought he got it off.
All right, there it was. He did get it off. It wasn't even close. If you saw it in real time, you saw the ball go through, and then the big bright light went on after the ball went through the net, so it was clearly out of his hand. But a great play for Tyrese Hunter. We'll see if this jump starts that team, Rod. Can this be a moment that kind of pivots the team? And they kind of rallied around their coach. I mean, they all know what the controversy was on Tuesday.
Yeah, that thing blew up. I don't think Rodney Terry thought it would blow up like that. I mean, it went national. I mean, Dan Patrick was talking about it. You said
like 5
ESPN
minutes.
Game Day. I mean, everybody brought it up and something. And I was like, I don't think Coach Terry thought it would blow up like that. I think that's why he apologized ultimately.
Well, and even his own peers, and we'll hear that apology coming up. But we'll see. Can this be the point? Because they had not played that kind of basketball where
tournament,
the ball,
a tournament team.
I mean, everything you want. Because we asked the question on Friday, is this a tournament team? We're like, no. But that's a tournament team. That's a team that can score inside with Dessou. Caden Shedrick played a good game. You got the good exterior. I mean, Max A. Smith and Tyrese Hunter, especially in the first half, were red hot. Kendall Weaver bringing those hustle plays that you have to have in a spot. Dylan Mitchell gave you some really, really good minutes. He's a key to this team. And really the thing that stands out, I'll say it all year, Rod, is defense. In the first half, they allowed Baylor to scoot over 40% or 50%. Second half, it was 38%. They kind of ran Baylor off the three-point line, forced them to drive and put the ball on the deck. And, the results were good. Now, they went cold themselves shooting because Scott Drew's team made some adjustments too. But, that's a Scott Drew team that's a top 10 team in the country. If you can beat them on your home floor and play that kind of basketball, can you carry it with you? That's a team that can get on a little bit of a run here. But now you're playing Oklahoma, another top 15 team, at their place tomorrow night. But that was fun. That was a fun game to watch, especially after it was so discouraging watching them blow to the lead to Central Florida and then all the the blow up in the aftermath. But it was a fun game. So props to the Longhorns, props to the Texas women. They also won on Saturday in Stillwater. All right, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Rodney Terry, sound ready, please? All right, let's get into, so we're talking Texas basketball. Well, we'll get to some Texas football news, notes, and nuggets here in a second. So we're talking about Texas basketball. A big win over a top 10 ranked Baylor squad in dramatic fashion, something they needed. And after the game, Coach Terry wanted to address the controversy following the UCF loss for Texas. And for those who don't know, in case you're under a rock, last week, Coach Terry reprimanded some UCF players in the handshake line after the game. After they lost the game, they were up by double digits at multiple points in that game, end up losing to an unranked UCF squad. And in the postgame, the UCF players, some of them did the horns down, and Coach Terry was a little offended by this, was upset by it. Not only reprimanded the players at the time, but then in the postgame, he also remarked about how it's not classy to do that stuff. You should win with class, and he obviously emphasized sportsmanship. And it was a great message, by the way, by Coach Terry, but it blew up in his face. His peers, other coaches around the country, they criticized him because they thought he kind of violated the G code, which is you don't coach another coach's team, right? You don't discipline my kids. If my kid, you got a problem with my kids, you tell me what my kids did. I will discipline my kids. You don't need to mess with my kids. Don't discipline my kids. That's kind of that thing. So a lot of his coaching peers, they called out Rodney Terry, and a lot of the Texas fans who I think Coach Terry thought they would be a little bit more grateful about him having pride in the horns down and trying to, obviously trying to reprimand these players who were doing it. Longhorn fans, they took more offense to the loss and the way the Longhorns lost that game rather than the horns down. So I think he found out a lesson, I think a hard lesson to learn, that Longhorn fans really are not that offended by the horns down. They're more offended by bad play. That's what offends them. So Coach Terry, in the postgame after the big win, here's what he had to say.
I had no intentions of trying to show up anyone or offend anyone in terms of, what occurred at the end of that game. Johnny Dawkins is a good friend of mine. He's a really good coach. He has a good program. They're having a good year. Personally, if I offended him or his program or anyone for that matter, that was not my intentions. I'm a God-fearing man. I lean heavily on my faith. And there are no obstacles in front of me that I can't ever overcome, because God never leaves me, no matter in good times, bad times. He's always with me. And so, I think, again, you control what you can control. If I offended some of our fans as well and not handling myself the right way in terms of, going about it the right way, then, I apologize to our fan base as well and everything. And I understand what it means to be the head coach at the University of Texas and what our brand stands for. And I respect every opponent that we play. And have the utmost respect for them and their coaches. So, again, I'm happy about the outcome of what transpired today. We played a really good team that's well coached, that we have a lot of respect for, and we're going to enjoy this evening.
There you go. So he apologized to only other coaches about his behavior, but he also apologized to Longhorn fans. I think the blowback that he got, he thought that he was essentially representing Longhorn fans and the way they felt about the horns down. He was not. Longhorn fans, they don't care about horns down. They care about wins. That's
wins, and be mad at your team about blowing the lead, and this, you kind of look a little unhinged at some level, even though he's a pretty calm guy. And as we said in the aftermath, and just reading into it, it felt like he was more impressed with his own team. Then he saw that. And look, as he said, Johnny Dawkins is a good friend of his, and Johnny Dawkins was down the line. He wasn't even looking. So, if you're really that mad, go down and talk to Johnny Dawkins, who's a friend of yours, and say, hey, man, Coach, you seeing this? Can we cut that out, please? Great win, but let's do it with some class. That would have been probably a smarter way to go in hindsight, right? A lot of us have 20.
Yeah, but give him props though for apologizing.
100%.
That's how you know Rodney Terry's
being aware that he's hearing what's going on out there.
Yeah. And he's like, all right, I won't ignore it.
Well, and I do think the players rallied around that a little bit. I think that was the best looking Texas team we've seen. So if that helped, great.
Because it was everywhere. I was surprised that it blew up like what they were talking about on ESPN Game Day. Dan Patrick brought it up. I mean, on almost every show nationally on TV, they brought it up.
Yeah.
And I guess because of Texas brand, but also, the horns down continues to be a big story, but I'm glad that Coach Terry decided to apologize about that. Because
by the way, during the game, did you hear Jay Billis talking about Johnny Dawkins? Because they were talking about that moment. And he said, because I told you when I was a kid, Johnny Dawkins was one of my favorite players.
Yeah.
He said, Johnny Dawkins was Allen Iverson before Allen Iverson. I was like, whoa, dang, Jay.
What? Has swag like that?
Johnny Dawkins was a great player.
Man.
He was a great player. I loved watching him.
AI comparison, though.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
What is that? Are you talking about on the court? Or are we talking about just personality?
On the court.
On the
Just
explosiveness.
explosiveness.
Okay, I'm about to say, did his mama do his hair?
No.
While he was sitting courtside?
He was just an explosive player. He could lead. He's a little guy. He could get up off the floor. He could really shoot it.
Probably could go play football and be a wide receiver.
Yeah,
or something
really
like
explosive player.
Yeah, I got you.
He had Tommy Amaker in the backcourt with him, and Jay Billis was the big man. That was a good team. It's a good team. One of Mike Krzyzewski's early, really good Duke teams.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Last little nugget, but we brought up recruiting earlier. Longhorns got a 2025 commitment. But I want to get into this defensive analyst role. You brought up Coach Akina. Congratulations to Coach Akina, because he is now, at least he's been named as the defensive coordinator for Arizona. So not only was he holding out for a better spot, potential assistant coaching position, ended up getting a defensive coordinator position. Not surprised at all. Coach King's got a lot of respect, and he's got a lot of street cred in the coaching ranks. So I'm not surprised. The only question was, what did he want a reduced role? Did he want to, be an analyst so that he would have more time to spend with his family, stuff like that? And obviously, he is a man that is all about his family, but he's also all about his word. And he put out on Twitter that he gave Coach Brent Brennan his word, who is now the new head coach at Arizona, and that has been rewarded because now he has been announced as new defensive coordinator there. So that begs the question: who's going to be the defensive analyst for Texas? Well, that question has also been answered. William Gay is going to be the defensive analyst for Texas. He was in the NFL for 12 years, 10 of those with the Steelers. He had 1 year with the Arizona Cardinals, I believe, and he had 1 year on the practice squad of the Giants, if I'm not mistaken. That was at the end of his career. So you're talking about 4 stops in his career as a player, 2 of those with the Steelers, originally drafted by the Steelers. And so 10 years with the Steelers says a lot. He was with Mike Tomlin, my former DB coach, there for most of his tenure there, for all of his tenure there. And Mike Tomlin was famously a great defensive mind as well before he became a head coach. He was known as being a defensive guru, and he was also from a defensive back coaching background as well. And Dick LeBeau was the defensive coordinator in Pittsburgh with William Gay, and he's one of the most respected defensive minds in the history of the NFL. So you're talking about just proximity, being around great defensive minds, and William Gay being twice acquired by the Steelers. Says the Steelers liked him. Matter of fact, think about it, twice, but they also brought him back to be a coaching intern. So 3 different times the Steelers brought in William Gay. That's a classy organization. Culture is top-notch for them. So it says a lot about his character and a lot about him as a coach. They would bring him in. So I like him coming in for Texas. Hopefully he won't be on the field coaching. He won't be recruiting either, but at least as an analyst, advanced scouting and self-scouting, he can provide you with some tools, some options, some solutions about some of the concepts that troubled your secondary last season that you really didn't find ways to solve, right? You didn't remedy those issues. Bunch formations, leverage on inside breaking routes, the deep ball. These are all things Texas really, defending empty formations. These are all things Texas really struggled with last season. This is a guy with this kind of NFL experience. He's seen a lot of those things, and I'm sure he's got a bunch of different possible solutions and possible options for Texas to utilize to help them be better at defending those possible concepts. So I like that idea.
I do too. I like that hire, and do like the idea of the defensive lineman from Arizona too as a possible portal addition with the familiarity he has with the new linebackers coach.
Yes,
he's got size, right? He's 305 pounder, 6'2", 305, and played at Arizona with Johnny Nansen the last couple of years. Also, Johnny Nansen recruited him. 6'4", 305.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Big guy.
Mm-hmm. Savea.
Tia, how do I say this?
I think it's Tia.
I heard him say it a couple times, so I listened to it. It's almost like Tia Oali Savea.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oali.
It almost feels the first name feels like it's 2 names.
Yeah,
the way
Tia
they pronounce
Oali
it.
Savea.
Yeah.
He's started at UCLA and then followed Johnny Nansen actually to Arizona, and now he may follow Johnny Nansen to Texas, but that's not official. Texas still doesn't have a defensive line coach named.
Yeah, they need defensive linemen though. They don't have a defensive lineman coach named. Everybody thought because of the timeline it would end up being an NFL guy, and if it was going to be an NFL guy, most likely would be Rod Wright. Well, Rod Wright now is officially done in the postseason because he's the Houston Texans assistant defensive line coach. Now we wait to see if Rod Wright was indeed the front runner.
I'm sure if he is, that won't take long. And I was told he is, and now the Texans are done, and we'll see what happens.
What's taking so long? That game was Saturday.
That game was Saturday, right? They were back Saturday night.
They were back Saturday night, so we had Sunday, and now it's Monday, so let's go. Come on, sir. Get it done.
We will continue to follow that. Of course, Rod Wright was a great defensive player at Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day.
UTSA defensive coordinator at one point and D-line coach. Miami, too, D-line coach there.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll hit some what's popping, including the NFL's coaching carousel. There's some interesting developments. We'll get to that coming up. Also, some good hoops tonight to take your football, your Jones. If you're looking for something to watch tonight, we got some good NBA. We'll tell you about it, and the college hoops. We'll get you ready for what's popping coming next.
What's popping?
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that like Stockton. Just joshing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. My body got rid of them toxins. Sports in the top 10.
All right, what's poppin'? It's poppin' for you, Rod. It's the Philadelphia Eagles interviewing. By the way, it looks like Nick Sirianni will be staying as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles because they're rebuilding their defensive staff. And today, apparently, interviewing former Washington Commanders coach Ron Rivera to be the defensive coordinator.
I like it. I like it a lot. Ooh, that's nice. That's good.
Did you ever play for Coach Rivera?
I played for Ron Rivera in Chicago. He was my defensive coordinator in Chicago. He's a good guy. Great
really
guy.
Good coach.
Yeah, hell of a defensive coordinator, too.
And kind of in a no-win situation in Washington, but, Carolina had that team in the Super Bowl and can coach some defense.
Yes, he can.
And that would be his job in Philadelphia if it happens.
Well, who's going to be they talk about the OC and then because they need both new coordinators.
You're correct
new
about
OC
that.
and a new DC. Maybe Nick Sirianni's going to call the plays. Isn't he an offensive guy?
Yeah, but that didn't go well in year one when he tried to do that.
It's true.
But we'll see.
Yeah.
Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh is expected to meet this week for a second time with the LA Chargers about their head coaching conversation. And now, by the way, people like Andy Staples in college football writing what we've talked about since last week that, based on what just happened at Alabama and what's happening at Washington, if Jim Harbaugh bolts or when he does, you better take about 3 minutes to hire Sharon Moore to
better get it going to salvage whatever's left.
Salvage what you can.
Yeah.
Here's the headline from Andy Staples. The post-Saban aftermath of Alabama will help Sharon Moore's case if Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh leaves for the NFL. So, yes. And then I think that's what Harbaugh's been kind of waiting on is let me get far enough down the road here.
Well, you have no choice.
Where if you're Michigan,
but to take my recommendation.
Yeah, and after witnessing what's happened at other schools when their coaches leave this late in the game, it really puts you in a precarious spot. Now, that doesn't mean not that everybody would stay for Michigan, but Sharon Moore, if you kept the meat of the coaching staff together, you'd have a better chance of keeping those players than what we saw at Alabama.
There's several reports that the Bears are set to hire Seattle Seahawks OC Shane Waldron.
Ooh, over Cliff Kingsbury, huh? Does that mean Kingsbury wanted something else?
Yeah, because he's got a background with. If you're going to draft Caleb Williams, though, now maybe Ty's theory that you're not drafting Caleb Williams, that the Bears going to be that stupid, which I say wouldn't shock me. But if they do that, then because Cliff Kingsbury worked with Caleb at USC, that's why a lot of people are making that connection too. He's already got history with him. But if they're drafting Caleb Williams and not going with Cliff Kingsbury, I don't know. Is Shane Waldron more respected than Cliffy as an offensive mind? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's a very lackluster hire. Very underwhelming.
If that's it, yes. I mean, well, it's the Bears.
It's the Bears.
Expect underwhelming.
Seriously.
Expect underwhelming. All right, so this one, we talked about the fumble out of bounds rule, and we got this message on Twitter that says, reminder, the end zone fumble touchback rule makes perfect sense. The field is a battlefield. The end zone is a team's fort. An unaccompanied football rolling into a team's fort belongs to them. Battlefield doesn't belong to anyone, so fumbles out of bounds, they stay with the offense. So that is kind of the theory of the game. Like the gridiron is between the goal lines, and the goal line is what you're trying to defend. So if the ball does roll into the end zone, an unaccompanied ball rolls into your end zone, your ball. That's kind of the theory behind the rule and why it's been like it has been for so long.
Okay.
People don't like it, but that's the theory of the rule. And that's why it's different than anything that happens in the field of play. Because no one owns that. That's just the field of play. So you have lines of scrimmage, and you can mark the play, and the offense keeps the ball. But if an unaccompanied ball rolls into my end zone, it's my ball.
Yeah, but you can argue you didn't defend your end zone because you didn't get the ball.
Correct.
The ball is the objective. The ball matters more than the end zones.
Correct.
So the ball.
But it rolled through my fort on the way out of
But I
bounds.
have possession last, and possession is 9/10 of the law.
Yeah.
I have possession last.
I'm explaining why I think the rule has been where it is for so long.
No, I know, but I was explaining why it's so difficult to come to a conclusion about a new rule change because there's a really good argument on the other side.
There is.
It's great arguments on both sides of this thing. Great arguments on both sides.
As Andy Reid said after the game, we just can't fumble. We can't reach for the. You can't fumble there. You
can't
fumble there. Can't do it. It's too punitive.
You can't do it.
Hey, look, tonight, if you're looking for something, your Sports Jones, your Sports Fix, no NFL tonight, but San Antonio is at Philadelphia in basketball. They're a 15-point underdog. But the best game of the NBA night tonight is in Dallas, where the Boston Celtics will play the Mavericks in a good basketball game. I did watch a little bit of that, good bit of that, what most people think is an NBA Finals preview on Friday night when the Bucks played the Celtics and beat them in Boston. Good game.
Really?
Bucks Celtics, yeah. But I mean, the Celtics are 31-10. Mavericks are 24-18. This will be a fun game tonight. Luka, I think, is healthy in this, and well-rested Mavericks team against the Boston Celtics. I like it. That'll be, if you're looking for some NBA, it's that time of year. Let me find a game. That one might be worth your couple hours.
It's that time of year. Yeah, I guess it is. I'm still not deep into the NBA just yet.
Not yet. I did watch. It was Friday night. There wasn't much else on. Hey, how about this? You hot on this, Ron? What's popping? According to Chiefs offensive lineman Donovan Smith, he claims the Bills shut off the hot water in the visiting locker room after the game.
Hey, all's fair in love and war. It's all good.
Dude, it was cold out there. Now you shutting off the hot water?
I got no problem with that. That's petty. I got no problem being that petty. They lost. They're mad about it. I got no problem being petty. You can do that.
Also, according to this report, the Detroit Lions have signed Zach Ertz, veteran tight end.
That's a smart move. Remember, they lost their second tight end, their number 2 tight end.
Yeah.
And Laporta, isn't he still dealing with an injury?
He is. He's
playing through it, but I think they lost their starting tight end. What's his name? Wright, I believe his name. Brock Wright.
Brock Wright.
Yeah. So that's a good move.
Also, this is popping for Houston Texans fan. Jonathan Grenard telling the media down there he definitely wants to stay with the Texans. He's one of those key free agents for Houston.
Yeah, they got to pay him, though. You want to pay Grenard.
Well, but he wants to be there. That's a good pass rusher. Deebo Samuel, 50-50 to play in the NFC title game.
Might give you a hometown discount, though, Grenard might.
They drafted him.
It might give
that
you
was a Bill O'Brien draft pick, Jonathan Grenard.
Uh-oh.
One of the few good ones.
One of the few good ones. Seriously.
Also, Dan Quinn, Cowboys defense coordinator, have in-person interviews with the Titans, Seahawks, and Commanders this week. Remember, this is Monday begins the time when coaches who are under contract can meet face-to-face with other teams. They had to wait until now under a new rule. So, hey, Rod, have a good Monday, my friend.
You too, brother. Be safe out there on the roads.
You too, my friend. Good stuff back there. We'll do it again every hour. We'll be podcast at hornfm.com if you missed any of our 5-hour conversation this morning. Be careful out there. The rain continues to come down. There are flood advisories and low water crossings. So slow down. Be safe. You'll get there.